All right. It says we're live, and y'all don't get used to this stuff, especially on a Saturday. Check one, check two. Check one, check two. Because if Art wasn't on, I wouldn't even be thinking about doing this tonight. All right. Okay. Stark Packs, what's up? Final Watcher. Hey, Final Watcher. Dave Tao, what's up, man? Man, this guy talking about racism don't exist, but your ass doing America. Oh, we ain't gonna start that one tonight. Uh, Judge, what up, man? Caleb, Will Howard, what's up? Destro, Espresso Beats, Kemet. Hey, Darkside, what up, man? How's the how's the family? And what's up, Smooth? Cleveland, what up? Dar, what's up? Basically, they bought it for you, and until 1999, um, you could actually get dual citizenship by going over to Liberia because that was colonized for you. So legally, the Constitution said that if you come from your ADOS, American descendants of slave, which is American Negro, they had to give you like citizenship in Liberia. They changed that after the wars in the 90s. So they changed the Constitution that you had to apply just like everybody else. So you can still get it, but thing is, it's harder to get. It's not automatic like it used to be. And that's what they're. That's I think that's what the legal wranglings over. Okay, about the Constitution. So we'll have to see. Van Zell, Jack Nickelback, oh, all the old folks. Excalibur, Black Mind, everything's good. Dardar, Jaren, Xanatos. No, you know what? It was a rhetorical question. Well, then you asked it. Then you should already know. That's a long explanation, and I've talked about it many, many, many times. Talked about many, many, many times. Go read Walter Rodney's book about why Europe underdeveloped the continent, underdeveloped Africa. That'll give you the answer. Julius, Stark Pax. Who else? Who else have I missed? Got everybody. All right, AB, what's up? So I'm gonna drop the link, man. I'm not gonna give you a preamble. Mr. Blue Collar, what's up? I'm gonna drop the link because this is just an after show. This is not anything formal, so I don't have a whole lot to say. You know, I don't have a whole lot of preamble. Normally I would do a 30-minute preamble, but we did most of that on Edwards. So if you're over at Edwards, we did all the preamble and stuff like that. So I'm just drop the link, and you guys can come on up. Yeah, you could do it, but you could actually look it up. Um, you can look up Liberia's constitution. And because hell, I didn't know it until a friend of mine, a guy that was in my old think tank. He said, I said, hey, we don't have a country you can't get citizenship in Africa. He said, yeah, you can. I said, where? He said, Liberia. I said, get the fuck out of here. So I looked it up, and sure enough, if you're American descendant of slaves, you get automatic citizenship. And the thing, and then when I was reading it, it said, oh, but they changed the Constitution in 1999. You can still get it. You just have to go through a few more hoops. I think that's what they're talking about because they want you to give up your American citizenship if you come over there, and uh, and I think that's what they're fighting about because you didn't have to do that before. It's done. They're done in what sense? Okay, you got to remember what sense. You can say America's done, but thing is, what sense are they done? because then if you talk about a collapse, thing is America is still the biggest boat. You know, China's the second biggest boat. You saw what happened if China goes down, right? Then your whole global economy comes unfettered. Okay, China shut down. It affected everybody on the globe. If America goes down, it's going to do the same thing. So America, nobody's trying to pull America down like that, because if they do, the whole global financial system will sink. They're not ready to sink the Titanic just yet. Anywho, but that's a complex thing for another day, man. If you've done your homework, then we could talk about it. If you hadn't, man, I don't feel like, I don't feel like talking about something, because hell, that shit took me like, God, it's got to be like 10, 15 years to learn and learn the whole thing piece by piece, and to explain it, man, I can't explain it in 6 minutes. They can't. It's not they're not ready. They can't. It's not that they can't decouple. If you understand how the system works, they can't decouple. It's impossible for the decouple. That's what everybody knows. Hell, we going. Hell, you getting effects by them trying to put sanctions, well, partial sanctions on Russia, and taking the oil and gas out of the system. Right. All of a sudden, your gas goes, from $4 to damn near seven. Um, just by them taking, just one little peg out of the system. Doesn't take very much, because you're so interconnected that you're not. You're not a whole bunch of different countries. You're one civilization, and every even the smallest piece affects the next piece. So we suffered from oil crisis just by taking Venezuelan oil off the market. That's like a part of why your gas prices went up and never went back down, because you took oil. You took one resource out of the system. You take if you hell if you take think what would happen. Say you took Brazilian soybeans. They have a bad soybean crop in Brazil. It's gonna affect the whole planet.
Hmm. That's globalization for you.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, look what happened when China shut down for the 2 months. You couldn't get hell. You still behind. Um,
Yeah.
GM couldn't put the trucks out because they were missing too many parts.
And damn chip, there's so many shortages, and this is about to continue. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. Like I
They're
know,
ca- they're
particularly they're
catching up
talking
now.
about in Europe, um, with certain things like food. Well, I know for real for the UK, like they're doing a lot of um, importing with food and stuff like that,
Hmm.
and they're starting to see shortages
Yeah, yeah.
in their
We got to
supply
remember.
chain.
Got to remember, the Ukraine is one of the biggest wheat growing regions on the planet.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So you're gonna have wheat shortages.
Now, one thing I didn't know, I knew we get oil and gas from Russia, but I
Hmm.
didn't know we get goddamn fertilizer from Russia. I was like,
No,
okay, all
No,
right.
basically, if any country that does refines crude will also produce fertilizers.
yep,
It's a
Okay,
byproduct.
okay.
byproduct.
Hmm.
I think people don't realize, like I said, the interconnectivity screws up everything.
Hmm.
Like I've even noticed, you're gonna see it everywhere. And then on top of that, you got American greed. You got coupled with a labor shortage. Come
Hmm.
on now, people ain't really going back to work and all like that crap. I mean, remember I told you I couldn't even put a butt in a chair for a person, just a pair of hands sweeping the floor for $20 under the table.
Well, with all the excess money that they pushed into the systems, you know, it's
Yeah,
gotta get spent. And once it's
yeah.
a lot of people didn't spend their money, because a lot of people saved that money. They didn't spend it. Okay, they
Well,
didn't
I
just
mean,
go out and buy, because they didn't know how long the crisis was going to last. So a lot of people actually saved that money.
I don't even really think that. I think this is the problem. It's kind of like you being off for a month.
Hmm.
You know, the people have been you put the people off, and these people are off damn near a year. They're
Hmm.
not going back, and unfortunately, we got a select group of people that will turn to illegal crimes and schemes
Okay.
before they
Yeah.
go back to work. I mean,
But
it's
it,
easy
but
to
but
make
it,
that
but
fast and
but
easy.
even illegal crimes and schemes, you got to have money in the system to steal. If there's no money in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
system to steal, even the
Hmm.
crookster will go broke. Okay,
Yeah.
the crooks actually feed off a small
Uh,
percentage of people that feed off the rest of the folks. Okay.
yeah. But what I'm trying to say is like
Uh huh.
I've just noticed a big like uptick in crime. Period. It's like
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean like because and what's so bad is you know they know they don't care. The police really don't care. Like just give an example. I had that video I posted on
Mhm.
my page. You can see the
Mhm.
dude that hit me in the car, did the hit and run.
Mhm.
The police never got back to me on that. No report, none of that shit. Like my car was in another accident by another person who had insurance. They hit my shit. It's been damn
Mhm.
near 2 months now. They still ain't
Mhm.
fixed my car.
Say
Yeah.
crime is up globally.
I mean, like literally, but I.
Crime is up in Ghana, which Ghana was been ranked for like the last 10 years one of the safest countries
Mhm.
in the world.
Hmm.
Mhm.
There's been like the little outside markets
Yeah,
Mhm.
out there, like they've been
Yeah.
getting robbed.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like
Yeah.
motherfuckers going up to the entire market. You got like a 30, 40 vendors at a market selling
Mhm.
fruits and vegetables, and they robbing them.
yeah,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then
Another social order has to reset itself because
yeah.
cops can't prevent crime. Okay,
No,
it's
they just deterred.
basically yeah, deterrent. But thing is, it's a social order. Okay, that's gotten out of hand. So you have this 2 year break. So the social order is breaking down. So it has to reset itself.
Hmm.
say right now, New Orleans juvenile crime is crazy.
Oh yeah,
It
the
had
kid.
the highest amount of carjackings, Grand Theft
Oh,
Auto
oh.
since like the '90s, the highest amount since the '90s.
Yeah,
Well, in San Francisco, he had shoplifting gangs. 60 people come in and ransack the whole store and walk out.
yeah.
That's been happening. That was happening 2 years ago.
Oh no, that right. That was happening, but it's not. It's happening more frequent now.
It's
Just like I
I'm
mean,
saying
like I do the.
it's do you think it's going to go down or up? The thing is, yeah,
Oh,
of
it's gonna
course, I've
go
said it's been going
skyrocket.
on. It's just being reported. Hell, in fact, there was they showed here in Los Angeles, right? On I think it was it was Amtrak, right, where they're hauling containers
Oh yeah, they're stealing
one
the
place or
trains.
another. They
Yeah, and
would
they throwing the stuff.
basically the trains stop and can't get parked. They was just actually going opening up containers and stealing stuff wholesale.
Hmm. Yeah,
And throwing the boxes all over the place.
yeah,
Basically, it's a breakdown. It's a breakdown in society.
yep.
It'll get rebuilt. People get tired of doing it.
It's just like like I said, I do some of the gig work at night sometimes on the side, and I see
Hmm.
like in one weekend, like here in Cleveland, we had just
Hmm.
5 drivers jacked in one night.
Hmm.
And I
Yeah.
mean, like 24 hours. And think about
Yeah.
it; these are just drivers who do that work on the amps. Let alone how many were driving. I mean, for
And,
5 of those happened like within a 24-hour
and,
period.
and
It's
that's
just
just that's just a partial breakdown
yeah.
in
Oh yeah.
civility, man.
Well, this is the
Because
thing
I
about
hear all these individuals talking about it doesn't matter. Let the chaos reign,
right.
and see what happens.
Oh yeah. You guys were really. That's a partial breakdown. Imagine if it
Yeah.
was a full breakdown. Like I mean,
Well,
me as a guy, I don't really worry, but y'all women will be in trouble.
yeah.
And I mean, like just give an example. It'll be dangerous for somebody who like me, who me. I don't mind throwing hands or getting down and dirty or doing some other things. I don't mind that, and it would still be dangerous for me. Imagine a person who ain't built like me or whatever.
Go down to the outskirts of Mexico City and see what it's
Right.
like.
I tell them all the time. Trust me. There's plenty of people. You might think you bad, but trust me, it's always somebody
Mm.
else that's badder.
Yep. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter, and that's what even go back and listen maybe I'll play a portion of it.
Hmm.
Um, even the philosophers back in the 17th, 18th century, they were saying that. I said, basically, I don't care. The strongest man is no match for society, right?
Right.
Okay,
Right. Don't mean. I'm
doesn't
telling them.
don't mean nothing. Yeah,
Don't
even
mean.
the
It
weakest
don't mean
even
nothing
the
when the
weakest
people
man
got
can
the.
figure out how to take out the strongest man.
Right. I'm telling them all the time. Well, one, they're gonna go for the easy targets first. Gonna go for the women.
Well, they'll go for the target of opportunity. Going for women doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get anything. They're
Yeah.
gonna, if you're going to go after somebody, you want to get something. Okay, so they're going to go to the people that have something to take. Just
Mm-hmm.
picking up that was a check. They would just, all the homeless women on the street would be just ran through, but they're not. So the thing is, they're looking actually for a come up. So the people
No,
that
I'm talking
have
about
something.
to steal from. Not, I mean, not
Oh
if
yeah, if
they
they have
have
something, yeah.
right. Yes, they got something. You might think, shoot. I figured I changed up. You didn't even notice. I figured I changed up my picture. I actually put up a current picture up. That was what 10
So,
years.
how's your health, man? You all
Uh,
right?
you said how am I feeling?
Yeah, yeah. How's your health? Yeah.
I've been pretty good. I can't
I
really
mean,
complain.
okay, all right. Because we
I
got to
mean, like
check on you,
just
man.
like we shut down this week for because of permits, so I won't
Okay.
be. I have hardly no check next week. Ugh. I mean, I can do gig work, but I got some other shit I need to do. But
Man, you're a Cleveland hustler, man. You're gonna
oh,
find some money somewhere.
as you know
You
me,
mind
like
my partner, man. Y'all have y'all you guys have hustles from A to Z. So if
well,
A through H ain't working, I said I still got J through
right.
whatever.
Well, you know me, as you see already. I was just giving an example. Two people done called me this week. You still work on houses?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you? I mean, like literally, I was like, I told him, I was like, no, I'm just taking. I'm gonna take
Need a
these days off and just put my
need
feet
a
up.
window put in, need a door put up.
Right.
You
Your
Well,
hot
still
water heaters out.
you still doing these what do you call it? The gig work with
yeah.
the Uber and stuff with the gas
Oh hell
prices
yeah.
and everything.
But even they just added a 45-cent surcharge. But I'm not
Okay.
gonna
Oh,
lie.
okay.
I got just give an example.
Oh, for the fuel.
For the fuel, but just to give you an example,
Mm-hmm.
and don't go off my numbers because in my area, in my market, because people have different markets, so it's like different amounts of money that you could supposedly make.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And there were days I easily pulled high fours in a Cleveland market, which we consider one of the poorest cities. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if you do it right, you know how. You got to know
Now
how.
you know
I
what's
would
the
a
funny
couple
thing about
secrets.
that? The funny thing about it is you could make money in a poor city than
No,
a
no, I ain't
bigger,
gonna
more
lie,
city.
bro.
Cause I'm gonna tell you this, I did it for a little while and I made more money in New Orleans than I did in Houston.
Well, this is the thing
More,
that
yeah,
you got
less
to notice.
competition.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, like, this is the thing you have to notice. Like, you know me, I'm a talker, so I've always been a salesman, always. So I'll be friending other drivers. I'm always running my mouth talking to people. Like everybody knows. Like if it's a store I frequent, everybody knows me. They said a guy
Mm-hmm.
that talks a lot. Basically, that's yeah. Oh, I know you're talking about. He always got
Mm-hmm.
work clothes on. I'm like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't. It's like I know. Oh, I knew it was you. This, that, and the other. There's been times some people have called me. Hey, no, Dre, just slow down a minute. Your shit ain't ready. But you got to learn to work the system, and you gotta. I ain't gonna lie. You if you're gonna do the gig work to make it feasible, you have to know some tricks. To where like it's another dude I took under my wing. Me and him work together at nights, and we sit like we talk to other drivers. None of them make nowhere near what we make. But there's certain tips and certain things that might be I'm not gonna say on the internet because it might be frowned upon. But you don't give a fuck. I hate to tell them, you make your money first. Don't give a shit about nothing else because
Yep.
it don't pay enough. It's a risky job. It doesn't pay enough. And if you ain't doing it, I tell people all the time, if you're not making over $25 an hour, it's no point of being out there.
Hmm.
I need 25 an hour. Otherwise, I'm not there. Because I mean, no offense, I make $30 an hour at my job, and I can just go do that. I need the 25, $30 an hour. Once you fall down to like 21 or 20, 17, 18, that ain't no money. And by the time you factor in wear and tear in the car and all like that, now think about it. I can work on cars and stuff like that. I still want my 25. Once I'm under that, I'm gone because it's not
Yeah.
worth it. I put a value on my time, even though I can fix the car and do all the work. Still, I
Yeah,
pretend like,
that's facts. Cause you
and I
still
tell the
have to
women all the
factor
time,
in.
you need, tell the women all the time, I see women out there. And there's one chick I was talking to for a hot second. We became friends on Facebook. I remember one day, like we had never met in public. We talked about maybe a week or two, and she happened to be out there doing it. And I'm like, "Oh, I know who you are." And she's like, I know where you're from." So she was like, what are you talking about? Where you know me from? This, that, and the other. So then I sent her a message on Facebook. I said, oh, now you remember me. Oh, so then she started calling, talking all this bullshit. Want to take me under your wing? Sure, going somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure. Oh, how do you? It was so bad. I thought about it. Well, how do you do that? Is it what? I'm like, well, if you make that much money, but it's not illegal, is it? I want to be like, what, bro? Yeah, what? You only hang with people who make money illegally. I'm too old to be going to jail for bullshit. I tell you, remember I told you I done my dirt when I was a little younger. Damn sure ain't getting it. You go to jail right now. They'll
Yeah, a
put your
lot
ass
of people
back.
don't factor in the expenses of it, man. They think they're making,
Mm-hmm.
big money, making 17, 18, $19 an
That
hour,
ain't,
but
and
not
especially as a
realizing for one, they got to pay taxes. Then you got to factor in gas, and you got to factor in, the mileage you put on your cars and all that type of stuff. People don't, they're just looking at the
mm-hmm.
gross amount they're making, and they don't realize when that damn tax bill come, your ass owe, fifteen hundred
Mm-hmm.
dollars.
Well, it's not even the fact of that. It's the fact I tell them I'm gonna just tell you like this: if you making like 17, $18, even like to 21, as a dude, okay, fine, you're out there doing that. But as a woman, I mean, no offense, you take more of a risk as a woman than a dude. And I told her, I said, a
Mm,
woman, I hate to say, as soon as you hit on the $25 an hour mark, you better get the fuck out of there. 'Cause I said, you fucked up on car when you get your car repaired. When you go up in there, they're gonna go up in you just because you're a chick anyway. It ain't like you don't know nothing about cars, so you get any little thing gonna cause a fee. And I said, you better not bump into any men that I know, because I tell them, don't do shit for abroad, especially right now. It's going to be even worse in the next couple months because people going to be looking for any type of scam to get something free or blackmail you. All that's about to go through the roof. As soon as this money starts to get low, oh, so and so touched me, or this person did this, that, or the other. You're going to get screwed.
millennials win again.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know who I was talking to. If it was on one of their streams, so there was no, that was one of my friends' dad. He's an older cat, older Gen X. He owns a HVAC company. He has a nice contract with like
Uh huh.
certain restaurants, and he was saying, "Well, y'all gonna have to go back." I'm like, "Man, shit, my generation is not having that bullshit. If you
Well,
ain't offering remote pay, we not fucking with you."
and that's the reason why the restaurants now got the shittiest ass service. Like I've even watched. I said it was probably going to bring the people back, especially with the gig work apps. Is the restaurants are going to have to start getting fined for all those orders that ain't being picked up, because a lot of people don't know how the gig work apps works. Is this when a
Mhm.
restaurant, when you, even if the restaurant makes the order and no driver accepts it, the company still pays for the order. So like literally, that's gonna end up being stopped soon, because restaurants who got like bad service and stuff like that, they're gonna start imposing fines on them, because there's no way that these companies can continue to stay in business if they're losing so much profit like that, and they're losing. Like they're paying for orders that no driver's picking up because either the tips aren't enough or whatever. Mm-mm.
You talking
Then
about the restaurants themselves or the
the
actual?
restaurants themselves get paid, but the
Okay.
companies, right? But the
Uh,
companies is like
oh
say
man,
you're
they'll
doing the
be all
gig
right.
work,
They'll be all
you
right.
get an influx of orders. But I tell you, this is how it works. You're doing the gig work, you always get an influx of orders that are always bullshit, and and are probably never picked up, or only picked up by stupid drivers. That, like, especially right after school gets out and stuff like that, you'll see tons and tons of order coming in, and I'm like, you can tell these are kids because they're not trying to pay the fees, and then they wonder why those orders never are delivered. They're never picked up,
Hmm.
they're never delivered, and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But I
Yeah.
mean,
I
like
mean, we
literally,
you had a lot of boomers retired, man. Just so you took, 6, 7 million people out of the workforce.
no. But I'm saying
Yeah,
is, I'm not
these.
talking about them, the workforce. I'm talking about the orders that the restaurant makes
Hmm.
that the
Yeah.
company still pays for,
Hmm.
but they, like I said, if your order is not, like, say you make an order and it's not picked up,
Hmm.
then basically
Oh yeah. The
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 app
company has
pays for it. The
has to pay
company,
Right.
for it.
the
Yeah.
customer don't pay for it,
I
Hmm.
but the
think
app
they'll.
pays
I
for it.
think they'll be all right.
No, they're
Because
not. They've
my.
already.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
tell
let
you
you know.
why. I'm gonna tell
They
you
What
won't
thing?
why.
be
What
all
thing?
right. They have
What
never
thing is?
made a
What thing?
profit yet.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
Well,
you're
things
gonna
I'm,
find.
I'm
And then
they'll
for
they're opening things back up anyway. So
well, it doesn't matter.
it's
so
They
the
almost
haven't
re
they haven't made
the
a
reason
profit
why I
yet.
think they'll
more
be
than one economy.
okay
Hmm.
is because I actually what they're doing is what we call in the business called the loss leader strategy.
Mm-hmm.
All
It's
right. So my
bro.
first one of my first legitimate businesses that I opened was actually a food delivery company,
Mm-hmm.
and it was doing pretty good until Uber Eats and
Right.
all these other big players came in town. These guys raised a lot of shit ton of money. Like they
What this,
raised so much
bro?
damn money. And
It's
their
not.
strategy, well, let me just say
I know
this
what a
last
loss
thing. They're
leader is.
Hold on, y'all,
right,
y'all
right.
can't go back for
Okay.
later. Let you guys let you guys finish your thoughts, okay?
Yeah, so that's pretty much their strategy. They're gonna keep losing money until they get pretty much solidify that market share,
Yeah, they do that
and then
in
that's
tech
when
all the
they're gonna
time.
start.
Yeah,
Yeah, basically.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
no, they're not.
They try to weed out everybody else. Amazon did that.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft did that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I
so
know,
it's not unusual. Yeah.
but the problem with them is, as you
Mm-hmm.
say, like yeah, it's a loss, loss, sell loss. They're just losing constant money. But it's like I've seen ways that the companies do operate to like kind of cut their losses. Like I tell people all
Mm-hmm.
the time, like one tip, say if you get into the gig work and you do, if it's a Thursday, Friday, or
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, do I don't give a fuck. Take the hit. Do not waste your time calling customer service. I don't give a fuck if you're gonna get paid $8 and something like that. If you ain't doing it, it was a certain way you do call customer service. But if not, just go ahead and cancel the shit, be done with it because the time
Uh
on
huh.
fine with customer service, you be missing out on the $20 pops. So I mean, like really, I've done it. For me, my goal is, as you see, anything I do, I'm the most efficient. Like people always say, like you notice when you see me working on a house. Wait a minute, he was painting over there. Now he's doing tile. Now he back to painting. Now you understand? It's hey, I gotta wait for this to dry. I'm gonna go ahead and work on this for a couple hours. So it may look like organized chaos, but it works better that way because your time
Mm-hmm.
working is always working. You got to be as efficient as possible. It may not look as clean, but it's efficient. And the efficiency wins out. I tell people the efficiency wins out on them more than anything else. I call it organized chaos. Maybe because I used to manage so many people in the field, it was like that. You starting the day off 70. You got 60 employees. You got
Mm-hmm.
people that don't know. Y'all in a different location every day. This, that, and the other.
I think
Organized chaos. I thrive in that.
I
That's
think
always been my thing.
Uber's objective is to last for about 10 years,
Hmm.
enough time for driverless, for they could have the driverless delivery. Once they have the driverless delivery shit popping, I think the U.S. will probably have it about 10 years from now, maybe
Hmm.
even less. I think 10 years though. But once Uber get that shit popping, then their margins are gonna shoot through the roof.
Okay. I want to laugh at this. Larva said, I wish Judge Dredd knew how to fix the ice cream machine at McDonald's.
He probably
Just to give you
does.
an example. Oh, wait. Go to show. Wait. I'm going to tell you something. He going to laugh. You want to hear something funny?
Mm-hmm.
I was
What?
working at McDonald's at 15 when they first came out with those new machines.
Mm-hmm.
I was the first one certified. I
Okay.
can fix the ice cream machine at McDonald's.
Yeah.
So to
Yeah.
go to say, when you sit up here and be like, what? Yes, Judge Dredd can do that.
Yeah. Yeah. It depends on what's wrong with it. Yeah.
No,
Depends on
well,
what's wrong with it.
actually, it was one of the first computers because that was when they first came with the
Oh.
computers and
Oh,
stuff like that.
computerized. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. We was computerized, so a lot of people didn't know there were so many little things that could throw it off, and unfortunately, it's like you had to learn how to trick the computer to get it back into mode because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes the power would blink automatically clean manually. And basically, the only way you could get it out of clean manual mode was to take it out, pull out these. You got to like drain all the machine out. You got to pull out these two pins in the back, and you got to
Mm-hmm.
let it sit for a certain length of time. After you have it sit for a certain length of time, it'll unlock, and then you can put everything back together, fill
Mm-hmm.
it back up. Like literally, I stayed up the street from the McDonald's that I worked at,
Mm-hmm.
and if the power blinked at my house, I would just pick up the phone and call down the street to the store. And I'm like, and he was like, oh, you must have. I said, well, the power blinked up here. He's like, yep, we're in a shutdown, clean manual. Because they say that's Dre's girlfriend. That was the joke. They said, yep, your woman needs you. You better come on down here. Because
Okay.
I was the only one qualified in the
Okay.
store. And they're like,
That's
yep, that's
hilarious.
your girlfriend. But that's fucked up. Yes, I did. Oh, I like Louis Rossman. Yep, but I can't. No, I can't solder a board worth shit. But I like his personality. That's why I watch all his videos.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody
I love
does.
that
People,
dude.
yeah, yeah, they don't, yeah, because he's actually he's a plain talker.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie,
He
man.
don't
I
pull no
love that
punches.
dude. I
Yeah,
love that dude.
Yeah,
he's
there's
a
a big
hustler like you.
th-
Well, oh, definitely. I mean, no offense. I was always. I ain't gonna lie. The main reason why. That's why I tell people. I say you don't realize the power that women have, but then it's also Achilles' heel, the power that women do have. Because I ain't gonna lie. As soon as you be like, well, fuck it. If I can't get a girl to do this, that, because of these, that, and they got these super high standards,
Hmm.
well, guess what? I'll just go out and fuck hoes on the weekend and just call it a day. I'll pay for it and go on. And I said, then some people look at it and say, well, look, I'm not going to pay for it. I do want a relationship. Then people
Hmm.
say, well, fuck. That's why I said it's coupled with all this going on. Most men are like, well, wait a minute. Even if I'm making decent money, a chick ain't going to care anyway. So a lot of men like, no, I'm just working the hours I need to survive, and that's it. Then people, I mean, you that does drive the economy. Women, if men think, hey, I'm not going to get paid or laid,
Hmm.
I mean, that'll knock 15% off of people who are going to work, because a lot of us going to work.
Yeah.
So you can stay, because I mean, then you're like, well, wait a minute, the women gonna treat me like shit, or I need to make five. I mean, think about it. I'm, for a person say making $30 an hour under the table, and you
Hmm.
working the, you know what I mean? That's a pretty good. Like, think about it. That's like almost 60 something thousand a year, no taxes.
Hmm.
So that's equivalent to somebody making about 110 just on that
one
gig alone.
one thing that's interesting is you do have a lot of open positions in the restaurant industry.
But
Hmm.
I ain't gonna lie though. I watch. Remember, for me, I'm into restaurants all the time doing the gig work at night. Hate to say they can't keep nobody either. But see, one of the
Hmm.
things I always said, the restaurants that do work good, you're just burning them people out. And I told them, I said, well, the restaurants, if they were smart, they would say, fuck it. For the next X amount of months, we paying you 20 something dollars an hour. Hey, we gonna
That's
renegotiate. With this, what we gonna do? We ain't $20 an hour, get your butt in the door,
Yeah.
and your
that's
pay
what
is at least
Target
like
did.
this. No, but I'm
Yeah.
saying this is what they said. Come out and
McDonald's
say
did
your
it too.
pay,
So.
yeah, pay at least $20 an hour, and say this is not a permanent pay scale. We'll come back in 3 months and see. But it's definitely for this 3 months or 6 months, whatever. Hey, well, if the people at the top just got to take a pup, you got to get people back in the doors first,
Hmm.
and that's the problem. Reason why it's like I told everybody, you thought I was crazy when I said BGS. We didn't need to shut down for COVID. Everybody thought, oh my gosh, you don't get no, because I already realized people are when they sit on their behind enough, they ain't going back to work.
Yeah. Well, it was the thing is, it was 50-50, right? The thing is that okay, you don't know which one you have.
Hmm.
Okay,
I
so you
understand.
have the mildest one. So what if you get the what if it you get the one that's not that mild, and you have 30% of your people start dropping dead?
Well, unfortunately, like I always said, if they were so worried, this is what they could have done. You could have built machines, run rechargeable batteries, a little thing like you got a mask that we use like a dust mask there, has a
Uh
tube
huh.
that goes down to a HEPA filter that's on your
Mhm.
belt. And
Mhm.
you just wear that. The people who are that, they could have stayed at home. And then
For,
the beautiful thing about a device like that,
for
damn near
200 million
any
people,
factory, hey,
for
hey man, the
200
people
million
that go to
people,
work when you're outside, you got to have the
for
machine on.
200 million people.
Hey man, think about it. You can build that, and in fact, you can easily retrofit fit a
You,
factory to build
you don't
that.
have you don't hell you didn't have enough fucking masks, much less
But
machines
I'm
like
just
See,
saying, right,
HEPA.
right. But I'm saying is this. Here's the question: you sitting up here
Mhm.
talking about that, but I told him, I said we're gonna be feeling the ramifications for this for at least 7 10 years. The
Yeah.
ramifications we going
Oh
seven
well,
to ten years.
well if it was a healthier society and you were on the upswing as far as jobs and stuff like is
Hmm.
concerned, the effects would you be able to shake them off. But the thing is, you're already in transition,
Yeah,
so you're gonna feel the effects of this for like 20 years. Okay.
yeah. I said so I was trying to be nice and be 7 to 10 years,
Yeah. You basically all it did was make what was already wrong worse. But the thing is
definitely.
that there's a reason to shut down. And basically, if what I'm hearing is going on with Omicron and Delta joining forces, this party may not be over.
You want to hear something funny?
Mm.
I ain't gonna lie. You think that I would be because I've had it. I don't hardly ever be wearing my mask. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, at this point, you have natural immunity, so So a
Oh, yeah.
mask, you could wear a mask if you want to. The thing is that you know,
Well,
uh,
they stopped our mandate here in Ohio. I mean, I do
yeah,
admit
they did in
the gig
California too.
apps, the gig apps. This ours ended on the first. The gig apps want you to still wear them though. If you're working on the
Uh,
gig app, they tell you that every time you sign in, they say right before you should still be wearing a mask.
yeah, you should be if
But
you want to
yeah,
protect your workforce. But yeah, but it's an election year. They need people to get back to work.
hmm
Yeah, so a lot of the mandates that they had, they dropped them. So,
yeah,
well, Omicron helped them
Mhm.
drop it because Omicron is a lot less lethal than Delta or Alpha. So they're willing to say, okay, you know what? Since everybody's going to get it and people aren't dropping dead, at least it's not in those numbers. Go ahead. So
Yeah, that's what I wound up catching a few months back.
Omicron,
Omicron.
yeah,
And the crazy part was the chick that I got sick was way sicker than I was. I was like, damn, I
it
didn't
it,
even know
it,
I
it
had
well,
it.
yeah, COVID was like that too. You could have it, and depending on
some people are
the
just
strain,
carriers.
the strain you caught, how
Hmm
much of it you caught, um, and your body composition at the time.
hmm
Yeah, some people will get it and be fine with it, and you can
hmm
catch it. Like a guy I know in New York. He said the first time he caught it when he's in New York, he said he just thought he had the flu. It was it took a
Yeah,
couple of
real
days,
bad. Yeah,
but the second time he caught it, laid his ass on his back, damn near killed him.
yeah, yeah. That's how I felt
So
that
you don't know.
first time I had it.
So
My
for
cook, my
me,
girl got brought it home from the hospital. She and
Mm-hmm.
think about it, she slept in the bed with me every day.
Mm-hmm.
Never got it.
Yeah,
You
never
know
got
what I mean?
sick. Yeah.
And was never got sick. But I
Yeah.
mean, like literally, I remember like then I even told her at one time, "Oh,
Yeah.
you got it." Just like my little cousin, the little baby. Not my
Mm-hmm.
older cousin, but his son had it.
Mm-hmm.
He had got it fine. I mean, like literally, it's like them kids still running around. Like, well, for a person with
Mm-hmm.
COVID, he's still running around the house like it ain't nothing.
so for
You
me,
might
I
have a
just
little
slept
coughing,
for
but
like I slept for like 12 hours. I took pretty much
Mm-hmm.
didn't work
hmm
that day, and I was back to work pretty much the next day. But the chick I gave it to, she was sick enough to have to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Cause my daughter, she caught it. Well, my daughter caught it, and my grandson caught it, and my ex, she caught it. Right. They threw up. Because of they threw up because they thought it was at first they thought it was food poisoning because everybody threw up. Right.
yeah,
Mm.
And they got better, but well, hell, she was sick
yeah.
for about 8 days,
Yeah, that
and I
COVID
had to,
make you can't
yeah,
eat
I had to,
nothing.
yeah,
Tired as fuck, man.
tired as
That's
fuck. Yeah, and she was constipated, which is unusual because
yeah.
COVID
That's what I
actually
had.
does the opposite.
Constipation.
Yeah, yeah. So I had to get her unconstipated. You had to make sure she ate enough and keep get her hydrated. Once I did that, and she had a bowel movement, she got better. But the thing is, yeah, she was sick for
So
damn
wait a
near
minute,
what over a week.
Damn.
BGS. You said your
Hmm?
ex. Do you still sometimes mess around?
No, she's married again. She's married.
Oh,
No, hell no.
okay. But you say you help get her. I'm like,
No, 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 no. I'm talking about daughter. I'm not talking about her. No,
no, no. I'm talking about
no.
your ex. You said your ex had it.
Yeah, yeah. That's her mother. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
that's her mother.
okay. Oh, yeah, I
No,
got
no,
that. Yeah,
no.
yeah. I'm thinking another chick.
Her mother's my ex. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Now I was about to say,
And
I'm like,
like all your,
wait a minute,
I should have said it like you would say my baby mama. Okay.
baby mama, right?
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I didn't use the right terminology. Okay.
Oh
Right. You should
man.
listen.
Yeah.
Listen. You forgot. You ain't talking to
I know. I know. I
what
know. I
is the
forgot. I
educated
remember. I
thing?
said okay. I
I'm
used the
I'm
wrong
a Ray
terminology
now.
because there's a difference between your ex and your baby mama.
Right. Listen.
Yeah,
You hear
I
me? I'm
forgot.
a Ray now. You can't tell. You're not talking to an educated. My name is Ray Ray.
I thought I was talking to an educated lame
Right. Thank you. Right. Uh-huh.
instead of a Ray Ray.
All right. Come on, huh?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Marco, I slipped. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But she didn't get it. My grandson didn't get it, uh, and my daughter and my son they got it. But thing is, they were only sick well maybe a day or so, and but she had it. She was down for like she was really sick. She was sleeping on the floor and everything because she was so sick.
Mhm. I ain't
And
gonna lie. If you get it,
Now do
the
you
best thing
think
to take is an Alka Seltzer Plus gel caps. Oh my gosh,
they
that
help.
shit is the bomb when it comes to that. So if
now
you get
do
sick
y'all
or
think
cold or
that
something, take them Alka Seltzer Plus.
No,
Do
I'm
y'all
not.
think
No,
that one of the reasons?
the watcher. I am a MGTOW monk. Okay, uh, it's smashing. Yeah, could I smash? Yeah, there's probably well, damn near all my exes except the one that's married. I could smash. Might be able to smash her too, but that's beside the point. The thing is that I'm a MGTOW monk. So it's not about the sex, man. At this age, man, it's putting up with the because
Bullshit.
hell, yeah, it's putting up with the bullshit.
No, I ain't gonna lie, man.
I don't, do I still want pussy? Sure, but thing is, when I was younger, there's a whole lot of shit I would put up with to get some pussy or keep some
Well,
pussy
well,
around.
well,
Okay,
well,
yeah,
BGS. I'm not
yes,
gonna
sir.
lie, man. I've been doing like the pay route,
Hmm. Oh yeah.
and I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of like a little better. I mean,
You know what? If you think about it, if you really
only
think about it, depending on the rate that you pay, it's actually
hmm
fucking cheaper. You
yeah.
know,
Well, I ain't gonna lie. Look. I mean, also
it's
like
cheaper.
I started talking to a girl about 2 weeks ago. I
Hmm.
talked for about a week. I go ahead and take her out to dinner. I'm like, fine, take you out to one of the restaurants. You sit down, they cook the food in front of you. So I'm like, okay, cool.
Hmm.
She's sitting up there, and then I started looking at it. I ain't gonna lie, man. I think this red pill shit, all right, maybe I'm just getting to that point. So she
Hmm.
kind of got like a little, she's sitting there with resting bitch face. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself,
Hmm.
it's $300 something I'm gonna spend a night.
Hmm.
No offense, I could have been at work making $300.
Yeah, yeah. You could.
And then
You
it's
could.
like, no offense, me,
You,
I'm constantly working. So when I'm
you,
not working, I'm
you,
like,
you could have been working. You could have got an in call, man.
right, right.
Got your shit off, and spent like $50, man. Got your shit
Well,
off,
I ain't gonna
and sent
lie,
her on her way.
man. I was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, wait a minute. I actually put on decent clothes. Like even my family members, like, whoa, like to my cousins, I'm like, Dre, you clean up nice. Yeah, because I mean, all the time you see me, I'm wearing,
Coach Ranslaw, if you want to ask me about that, you have to come up, man. I'm not going to take that question
you
from
know,
the chat.
even my cousin's daughter was like, because she got a daughter that's like 30 some years old. I can
Mm-hmm.
tell she was looking like, oh, because every time she sees me, I'm always dirty from work.
Mm-hmm.
And she's something, and it was just like, I'm not sure you can just tell, like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I cleaned up nice, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then
That's
it's like,
when they see you cleaned up. Yeah,
but it's like you guys. That's one of the things I always say. They can't say that people in this sector don't work because you
yeah,
see, damn near all of us. We're always talking from working or doing something. It ain't like we sitting at home playing video games and shit.
yeah.
Even
Oh
though I
well,
want to
yeah,
get
yeah.
back
Got to eat.
into that, I miss my damn. I just don't have the time to play.
Well, you got to make the money while it's there, right?
I mean, it's something about it's like if there's some money out there and I didn't make it, I kind of feel bad. Like I haven't worked in 2 days, and I'm sitting up here and I feel like a lazy person.
He's something. My best friend, one of my best friends. He's from Cleveland. He sounds just like him.
Where is he from? What part of
He's
Cleveland?
where's he from? Where he's from? Shaker?
Oh wow, he's in my neighborhood. I'm in Cleveland Heights. That's next door.
Yeah, yeah, Shaker. I think he's from Shaker Heights. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Shaker Heights. Yep.
yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
He
Where?
always tell me, but he always says stay away from Huff though.
Well, the hoes on Huff. I don't know Huff over no more.
You're talking about Huff. Huff used to be, the ghetto, the bottoms.
Used to be. I ain't gonna lie. They
Yeah.
cleaned Huff up. They cleaned up of about. Huff used to be like back when I was like 17, 18. You go down there and get abroad.
Mm-hmm.
Huff ain't. You can't find nobody through Huff now. They ain't clean that. That you
Is it
can't.
gentrified it?
Just give an example. Oh yeah, they did. They just started gentrify Huff almost 30 years ago. I mean, like literally,
Okay.
I was about 10 when they really started like building the new houses there, and now
Mm-hmm.
they got it to where it's like I see a lot of nice new houses out there. And then they got a lot of
Okay.
areas where they just don't
Okay.
even let ghetto people. You can't even pass the background check to
And
get a place.
because Huff was yeah,
Oh no,
Huff was like the
105 is
bottoms, man. Yeah.
bad. Like over there by University Hospital, but then they
Okay.
changed that area about 10 years ago. And like literally now, I sit there and laugh because like this new building, they built two new buildings on 105, and they built another building like up by nearby East Cleveland. So they were talking about nobody's been robbed or anything, no crime has happened at that. But I was sitting there looking at when they built the new
Mm-hmm.
buildings. They said the rent was
Mm-hmm.
2 grand a month,
Oh, really?
and I'm
Okay.
saying,
Damn.
I'm talking to my friends. I'm saying, who the fuck would pay $2,000 to live on 105? I said,
Mm-hmm.
ain't nobody our age.
No,
I mean,
that,
plain and simple. I ain't gonna lie, dude. If I can get in my car and drive 30 seconds, and people are paying $550 for a 2 bedroom,
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's too, man, I get in my car, go 30 seconds down the road. I understand what they're doing because I told people, I said, if I would say a millionaire, multi-millionaire, I would start building. I would buy these lots that's like right on the borderline of like Cleveland Heights, stuff like buy those buildings like that. So that way, when people come to look at those buildings, say, "Oh, that's a nice building in the Heights," and they look across the street and see that one, they just assume it's Cleveland Heights. So then they'll
Mm-hmm.
go over there and rent that. And that's how a lot. I said that's what you buy all those properties, or all those properties, like you
Mm-hmm.
fix it up like as if you're moving into that city. And a lot of people, when they see, oh no, this is actually East Cleveland, they're like, fuck it, it looked nice. And I like, cause a lot of people, some people I knew that they stayed on one side of the street and they was paying like $80 less than the people across the street. And
Mm-hmm.
both buildings were identical. They were twin, but one's in Cleveland Heights, one's East Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cleveland Heights is Cleveland Heights still ritzy, the ritzy part of town.
The only thing that's I ain't gonna lie. The only reason why we are still even okay, we ain't never been rich like that no more. I mean,
Okay.
we still got a lot of big ass houses.
Okay.
Like next time I'm in the car driving, just tell me to turn the camera on so you can see.
Okay.
I mean, like,
Because it used
um,
to be back when I was young, Cleveland Heights. Well, that was 40 years ago.
yeah.
Cleveland Heights was the shit.
Oh yeah, it's basically it's like I call us the new East Cleveland. The problem is a lot
Mm-hmm.
of the young people have moved up into Heights, and I
Okay.
ain't gonna lie, Section 8 brought us down a
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah.
because I tell people all this. I tell that people we the new East Cleveland. I said we got it's like this. It's like we are East Cleveland, but with better city services, basically like the police respond and all that type of stuff. Because once your police is a crap or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
like, but you call the police, there's your door within 3 minutes max. You know, that's the max, and you can call them for anything. They're there in less than 3 minutes. I mean, you call for people acting like us. Sometimes the ghetto people move up into Cleveland Heights and they act a little ghetto. Like my neighbor who rent the
Mm-hmm.
house next to me. When they first came up, and I told them, I said we were officially ghetto when they started like pulling a basketball court up to the street
Mm-hmm.
and playing like that, or playing a loud music all day. And one of the times I was just, a matter of fact, I think y'all heard me. I was on a live stream. And I said,
Mm-hmm.
turn that shit down. This ain't East Cleveland. I yelled in my house. My neighbor turned the music down. When I was on a live one of these shows, I was on, and they was like, Dre, you just blew up my eardrums. So I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. But it's like, yeah. I was on a live stream. I can't remember whose show I was on, either yours or either Rogers. And I
Mm-hmm.
screamed out loud one day. And I'm like, everybody else thought I was crazy. But they did. Then I realized after they've been up there a while, they're starting to like, I will say you take a person out of a hood area
Mm-hmm.
and you put them in Cleveland Heights long enough, and if they one of the ones that can change, they will change. Because now you hardly ever hear them. It's like they went from being a ghetto neighbor to a
Mm-hmm.
good neighbor.
Yeah. 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 They middle class.
But the only thing that's holding us up in our area to a lot too that keeps our prices still high, we still have a high Jew population.
Okay.
And I said, like, if the Jews ever fled Cleveland Heights, we probably, we probably go down tremendously
Chaos.
because we still have a high Jew
Mm-hmm.
population. For it to be a city. And sometimes it's like just give an example how when I say the Jews shop with their Jews, it's like
Mm-hmm.
I forget how high our Jew population is unless I see them going to service and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you don't see them at Home Depot unless you have to. And I mean, like, me, as much as I go to Home Depot, and that's right, like they got the streets by Home Depot are just lined with lines of so many Jewish people. But it's
Mm-hmm.
like you hardly ever like literally. I can think about. I go to Home Depot a lot because the type of work I do. I think I've seen a Jewish person at Home Depot maybe 6 times in damn near 20 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
The
when I say
homeless.
they
Yeah.
buy from them, their own
Oh yeah.
people,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, they're the ones with the money anyway. So.
right? They will not. They will not.
Man, this Russia and Ukraine situation, I cannot keep my eyes away from this damn
Yeah, well, it's pretty critical.
situation.
Yeah, it's pretty critical. So,
Mhm.
yeah, well,
It's
but
like,
when the Russians get into war like that, especially in Europe, man, yeah, World War III could break out. So yeah,
Oh,
keep
at
keep
any
your
definitely.
eyes on it.
moment.
Huh?
I ain't gonna.
Oh,
I
it
said
it,
at any
it, it,
moment.
it all it takes is somebody to go left at the wrong time, and
Well,
damn near
Yeah.
it happened with Zelensky going left.
I told you. I think I hate to say I told you, and you see China backing them up.
We're backing who up?
Russia,
Russia.
They have to. That's their partner.
right, right. But I'm just trying to say, if this is, it's like they already said that they will fire on any ships bringing any supplies. They consider that, and I'm like, ooh,
Yeah,
man,
well, that's a warning. Do you want to,
just
says you
right,
want to, because they want to bring the war to end as soon as possible
right,
with as few casualties as possible, and all the
mm,
weapons are going to do is basically um,
Yep.
one one is going to elongate the war, and two is going to make the Russians actually bring in more force than they already have. So
right,
because basically Russia's pretty is actually trying to hold down the casualties as much as possible. So
yeah,
they don't really want to go in because one of my think tank mates, he's all in for Ukraine. He thinks Ukraine has a chance. I said, if Russia really wanted to, they could turn the whole Ukraine into a parking lot if they wanted to. They're
right.
trying not to kill people. They're trying not to have all these civilian casualties.
Yep. I mean, yeah, we talked about it a bunch of times, but I don't know. It's just something about this situation that maybe because it is critical. It's
Yeah,
just
Jack
like
Nickelback, that's bullshit. Okay, that's bullshit. Because guess what? They've already they basically all that. Number one, okay, Jack Nickelback. Okay, if if Ukraine was all that, how come they don't have air superiority?
Right.
How come they're complaining about getting bombed? How come their cities look like a wreck if they have the Zimbabwean army? How come the United States is afraid to go in and take them on if they're that weak?
Right.
But if you want to come up here and talk about it, we can.
Yeah.
Because either you joking or you don't know what the fuck you know what the fuck you're talking about. It's one of the two. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, yeah, I do believe that Russia could blow them off the map if they wanted to, but I don't know if they it's like, do they want to take that consequence at that moment in time? Because I ain't gonna lie, it's true. If,
Yeah,
they don't want to we get involved, and it's like, oh,
yeah,
no, I ain't gonna
yeah.
lie. I was sitting there telling myself, I said, remember me? I said it. I said I don't know how it's gonna happen, but
I put it
I
like
said, remember
this.
I said 5 years ago, I
Hmm.
said 5 years we'll be in war with China if we don't watch it. We
I
got
put it
to.
like this: the
I
amount of
hope.
bombs.
War is a little saying there's gonna be war with China is a little far fetched. If you're in war with China, man, it's time to start digging bunkers.
Yeah,
I was about to say, think about the number of bombs the U.S. dropped on Iraq compared to the number of bombs Russia has dropped on Ukraine. It is a huge discrepancy in that area. Like I looked at the number, and it's like 100,000 something bombs compared to like a couple thousand.
For
And
oh
what?
yeah,
so the fact that
It's what are you talking about? As far as what
the
bombs?
comparison to the
Of
amount of
what?
bombs that were dropped
but they're trying to
on
take it
Iraq.
intact.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. They got
But they're
they got
trying to
tons of
take it
bombs.
So
intact.
that's
I think they're
so
trying
the point is that we know that Russia isn't using as much of the firepower as it could on Ukraine.
to.
Hmm.
They're not trying to do as much damage as they could.
Well, they're trying to
So
take it intact.
that's telling you
That's
a
what they're
couple
trying to do.
things.
Hmm.
That tells you a couple things about what Russia's trying to do is from a PR standpoint,
Hmm.
as far as
Mhm.
trying to pretty much. I mean, you could think about it. It's a touchy situation because you gotta. I think isn't Ukraine like the second largest country with Russian
Yeah,
people
it
in it,
is. It
and
is.
so I mean, it's really kind of
Yeah,
like it's family almost. Like
yeah.
It's
you
not
don't want to.
almost. It is.
It's like fighting your brother. You want to
Yeah.
whip his
What,
ass, but you
the,
don't
the
want
thing
to
the
kill
thing
him.
is the thing is that okay. In fact, that's what the general said. Normally, if you're going to go in and fight an urban war like that, you soften the city up by bombing them and shelling them first, right? Because you don't want to send your troops into urban warfare without softening the target, right? The thing is, you actually kill a whole bunch of people. Okay.
Yeah. There's
And
no way to do all that shit without committing genocide. That's Russia's whole problem.
the thing is, that's like when Putin had to fire his generals. Okay. Um, you can do it. You have to live with it. You have to live with a certain amount of casualties. Okay, and
Mhm.
it's going to be slower. Okay, Zelensky was not supposed to fight, but he's going to stand and fight, even though um, Who was that? Israel just told him, "Hey, you need to give up, man. You're not gonna win this." Because Russia, because Putin will go to the mat, and you do not want to see level three on because they're at level, really they're still at level one. You don't want to see level
Hmm.
three as far as Russia's going to go up, because them thermobaric bombs that they demonstrated, they let off one, let off one. So this is what you're going to get if you guys keep fucking around, right? Because that shit, one of those will level a whole entire city block. Okay. Do not want that shit to go off. And they got tons of those all lined up around, circled Kiev. You don't want the motherfuckers that start letting those go.
Thank you for pronouncing it the right way, BGS, because I keep on saying, hearing people say Kev, and I'm like, isn't it
Kiev, yeah,
Kiev?
yeah, yeah.
I'm like, even news reporters are not saying Kiev, and I'm like, am I the one who's messing up?
No, the
Okay,
city of Kev, that's right down the
Yeah,
street with my
and
homeboy.
Russia still has
right?
Russia's even with them even with the losses, Russia still has 95% of its assets. Okay, you got to remember Russia has like a 500,000 man army. Okay, so the little 5,000 that they lost is not even 1%.
And
And
they have like
they're purposely they're the reason that they waited on because there's no way that you're going to leave your a 40-mile train of equipment out in the fucking open for over a week unless you know nothing's going to fucking happen to it.
You know,
And
BGS, some
and as soon as they got to work, guess what? They fanned out and started surrounding the whole goddamn city.
the
And that's when
the bro-
most people start shutting up. So any talk about they're gonna take an L, what kind of L? The thing is that how the thing is, do you if Zelensky really cares about his people, they actually negotiate. Okay, if you don't, whole lot of people, a whole lot of people are gonna get killed, right? If Putin had listened to them generals, you'd have like at least 200,000 or 300,000 casualties as far as the Ukrainians. Okay, because no general wants to see his people see his troops get shot at like that. And
At,
Putin had to tell him to back off.
at this
the
point, from how I see it, is you got three main participants here. You got Putin, Zelensky, and you have the Ukrainian people themselves. And at least as far as the Ukrainian people, it's all about how far they're willing to go with this shit.
No, it ain't about the Ukrainian people; it's about the Ukrainian army. Okay,
mm. And
because
whoever
the Ukrainian people trying to get the fuck up out of Dodge. That's what they doing.
whoever told you BGS in the comments something about all the Russians got is the nukes, like, no, the Russians have the best of that S-500 missile system is like the best in the
It's
world.
S S
S four
four
It's
hundred,
hundred,
like
S four
S
hundred.
four
Yeah,
hundred.
yeah.
I thought they had the S-500 now. I
No,
thought the S-400 was the
it
prior
it
generation.
used to be S 300. That's the ones
Yeah.
that what's it that Libya had. S three
Yeah,
hundred.
because
Yeah,
I remember watching the story where if it's the S-500 or 400, but
yeah. S 400.
when Iran wanted to purchase them and the U.S. told Russia, no, don't do that,
Uh,
don't.
yeah, because they have them anyway. That's like, what do you think shot down that drone
Oh yeah, in
over Iran?
2012 was that what
Yeah.
2010, 2012, something like
No,
that.
no,
Yeah, I
no, no. The
remember.
drone, I think it was
You
was
talking
it
about the stealth? You mean the
2018?
stealth?
No,
Oh,
no.
that more recently.
No,
I
in
thought
other
the one
words,
that they forced down.
that Iran, no, that Iran shot down. There was two of them.
Hmm.
There was a surveillance plane and there was a
Hmm.
surveillance drone right behind them. Right, they shot down
Hmm.
the drone and said, don't do
Oh,
that shit again. That was under Trump. That was 20. I would say 2019.
okay, that was the Russian. Yeah, 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 yeah,
That's
yeah.
the
And
S
so
four
that
hundred.
and I mean, like you said, remember Russia came out with the bomb, the second nation to come out with the bomb, and actually theirs was different. It was hydrogen, which was more powerful. Like it's just like I don't know why people sleep on them. They lost the Cold War because the economy was dookie, but right, but that's not the same as not having the weaponry or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
mechanisms,
The the
right?
the Russian army is built to go toe to toe with the United States. Okay. They're not built to actually deal with civilian people like the
They're not
Ukraine.
built.
Okay,
They're not
they're not
built
built
for
for that.
civilians.
Yeah,
They're not built for insurgencies
no.
or
So
urban warfare. They're
yeah,
built. They're
then
built to
Yeah, that's
fail
why they were
this
talking about.
simultaneously.
this
They're
this
built
That's
to
why they
this,
were
fail
talking about
simultaneously.
bringing in the Syrians.
This is no. This well, the thing is they need. If you're going to occupy, you need what? What do you need?
Troops.
Troops.
Soldiers.
Bodies, right? If you just want to if they just want to devastate the country, all they have to do is order in those high altitude bombers. All right, you'll never even see those motherfuckers even coming. And by the time your cities will be a parking lot, by the time you figure it out.
One, you don't see the death choppers. You don't see Spetsnaz.
Mm.
I don't know what people thinking about this shit.
Charles, tell them what Spetsnaz is for me, please.
You have a like for this one. This is like the first. This might be one of the first like major wars on social media.
It's not a
Yeah, it
war.
is. It's not. Yeah, it's a police action. That's what.
Yeah, but you know what I
It's not
mean.
a
Like
war.
this is like the
It's not
first
a
time people have
war.
like been to this thing like on the ground.
No,
Like, oh my god, the
It,
war
it,
didn't
it,
end in
no.
5 days.
no,
What the
no.
hell?
In Europe, I mean, the first war of social media was the Iraq War, AFPAC. That's the
It's
first one in social media.
this is the shit that gets me. It's like this ain't a fucking war. This is a fucking war. Why would I leave you let your women and children leave?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, they ain't no war. I just,
So,
Yeah,
no,
what
I'm
to a normal person watching, they don't know.
to a normal person, they're stupid.
No
You know,
argument.
it's
Yeah,
like
all these
everybody.
amateurs that never picked up a gun, man, talk about war tactics. Okay, so
right,
obviously he's not trying to kill people. Okay,
right.
it's
Yeah.
obvious.
If he was
If
trying to
you
kill
want to
people,
kill,
trust me,
if you
it's
want
a
to
lot.
kill
It's a
people,
lot easier when you kill people. I tell people all the time.
if you
Yeah,
want
It's a
to,
lot, no offense. It's easy to do
and
that.
and I'm sure the soldiers said we don't want to. If you're not going to clean out these people, we don't want to walk into that.
Right.
And I don't blame them.
I'll put it to you this way: you don't see the
Mm.
death choppers, you don't see Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz, the Russian special forces of Lenny Benz. They would have killed a whole fucking bunch of people. And then on top of that, how many detainees do they even have?
Right.
So if homeboy really wants to be on the ball, he needs to fucking negotiate. Join the AU, the EU. Don't join NATO. Fuck you. Like,
What
They rejected it. They rejected it.
what thing is the being in NATO is the step toward the EU. That's what he really wants. Okay, but Russia. But the thing is, um, if they really wanted to do it, they can actually negotiate contracts outside of the EU. They can still make money. Okay,
yeah,
and I'm sure Europe will be more inclined to actually help them with their economy to keep something like this from popping off. Because if this popped off, basically, EU's gone anyway. If a
But
big if a
why?
big World War III pops off, basically, all of Europe will be a parking lot. It won't be just Ukraine.
But
He
why
barely
doesn't
survived
NATO
Brexit.
just tell Ukraine
One
we're
time.
not going to let you in? Because like that's much of the reason that we see what's going on, right? Like is NATO seriously con are they seriously considering letting Ukraine in? If they're not, then they need to let it be known.
Yeah. No, they they,
Because
they 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 know that but it's the Americans trying to push to get them in.
yeah, well there we go. And this is the fallout of that. Let the Ukraine know, yeah, no, we'll chill with you. You'll be an associate, but we can't let you into NATO.
Yeah.
That goes against a lot of what the promises that we made to the Soviet Union when it broke up. Is like we're not gonna go right up on your border, and they're right up on their border.
Well, yeah, they've been doing that. They've been doing that over the last 16 years, and Russia pushed back with Georgia and the Ukraine.
Yep, yep.
And they let them know that. They've been telling them that. So the thing is that what I didn't want, the reason I didn't want him to invade because I know if they invade and people get brave, what's going to happen? Yeah, you might kill a few Russians. Yeah, but the thing is, you'll be have the next 20 years you actually be trying to rebuild your cities because he can make sure that Ukraine is not viable for the next 25, 30 years if he really wants to, and then take his troops and move out. Okay. Now go ahead and why now you thinking about being part of NATO? You got to rebuild your whole cities.
Iraq.
All right, but on the other
Iraq,
side of this,
Syria, you know,
on the other side of
Afghanistan.
Libya.
this, though, I'm thinking like, what does Putin have to gain strategically at this point? Like, what?
What do you? Okay, let's put you in the chair. What do you think is going? Why do you think he's doing this? What does he have to gain?
I would guess trying to get Ukraine to like submit and stop
No,
trying to be a part of
no,
NATO. Maybe
no, no. Why does he want? Why does he not want Ukraine to be part of NATO?
Get your enemy right on your border.
buffer state.
No, no. Don't help him
Don't
out.
kick the
Oh,
chair.
okay.
I would guess I have them as a buffer state.
Yes, exactly. So if they put NATO missiles and they become NATO, guess what? They're not.
Right.
Yeah, I know
Neutral.
that. I'm just saying, like,
That's what he gets out of it. That's
It
what he's
really
telling
is
them now.
that
He,
simple.
he he told them that before. He's telling them that now. All he wants is Ukraine to stay neutral. That's it. That's it. Is that hard?
there's, yeah, I get that. It's like,
So what?
was this
I
like
think
really the only way? Like, this seems incredibly self-destructive at
yes.
the same time.
Yeah, he gave you warnings.
After
Let
Yes.
me ask you
warning,
this
after
question.
warning.
Let me ask you this question. What would the United States do to Mexico if Russia built a base there?
Thank you.
I'm not talking about his motivations. I'm saying,
No, no,
okay,
no. Well,
you
Answer
okay.
the
just
No,
question.
no.
Answer
Hold
the
on a
question.
second. Answer the question.
well, we already had that with World War One. We go buck wild about it.
In other
No,
words, so what is Putin doing? Pretend Ukraine is Mexico.
Cuban Missile Crisis.
thank you.
Right.
Because when he said World War One, I was like, you meant the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Okay, I'm just saying.
Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah, I
Like,
think he does.
Basically, I know
No,
what he
no,
does.
wasn't there a letter sent to Mexico in World War One, and that was
no,
like
no,
one
no,
of the
no,
reasons?
No.
no. We gonna go back to the answer the question, man. Because I'm not letting. If I wouldn't let a woman get away with that shit, I'm not letting a grown ass
Hey,
man.
I'm not. Come on, man. I've been up here before. I ain't
I
trying
know
to.
I know
you've been
you've
up
been
here.
up there before.
Would you then answer the question?
Those are the rules. Answer the question.
Yeah.
I say the question again, for real. Hey, I'm
What would
sorry, man. My
what
bad.
would the
Now
United
you want to
States
get up in the
do?
chair, sit in the chair.
I'm
Okay.
here. I'm here.
What
Just
would
go
the
ahead.
United States do to Mexico if Russia built a base on it?
Possibly go to war about it with
Yeah.
whoever tried to give him the idea.
Ain't no possible.
No, no, he answered the question. That's what they do. So if you're Putin and you get warning that you don't want no NATO bases in Ukraine and they're gonna do it anywhere, what are you gonna do?
Destroy it.
Not yet. Now, hold on. Now, hold on. Now, I can understand that, and I'm not saying that's entirely unreasonable. My question is, was that really the only option? Was
What
there
other
no?
option?
Wait a
What
minute,
other
wait a
option
minute.
did
I'm
they
gonna ask you a
have?
question.
I have
I'm
no
gonna answer
idea,
your
but I'm
question.
not.
No, 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 no,
I'm
no. Hold on a second. No, no,
Somebody's
I know
echoing, by
what.
the way.
No, that's Charles. I have no idea. It's not going to work on this. You're in the chair, sir. Give us an answer.
See, well, see, I don't know.
No, no, no. I ain't no sir. I don't know. Give us an answer.
I can't think
You're
Think.
of
in the
any.
chair. Well,
Think.
think of it. Think of it. We know we'll come back to you then. All right.
All right.
All right.
Don't say nothing else until you got an answer.
Yeah.
Mm.
You're in the chair because you said you don't. Because what did you say? Is this the only possible answer, right? And
All
we
right. You
saying
can't
yes,
even
but you
think of one
disagree.
yourself.
You disagree. So give us another answer.
All right.
All
All right.
right. We'll
Is
get
there?
back to you.
All right.
No, go. We'll get back to you because you don't have one. But yeah, think of it.
I'm down for being quiet until he gives us an answer.
I don't have the Jeopardy music.
Hilarious.
I gave I literally told you yes, it is that simple. It really is that simple. We gave you the answer, honestly.
Jack, have you been following this from 2 months ago?
2 months now, more like two
How long have
weeks.
you been following this?
Since like end of February.
And so basically, right when they're coming across the border.
Yep.
So all the other stuff that went on before, Biden moving troops and moving equipment
Mm-hmm.
and threatening moving batteries into Ukraine, you missed all that.
Uh,
Missed all that. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, Zelensky's giving you the finger. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Right.
So what are you gonna do?
So we
You go,
started it. I mean, I'm glad when you
so
said
so
it,
you
Chef.
so you gonna turn your back and walk away?
Right.
So what you
hey,
gonna do if your neighbor threw trash on your yard and a fucking somebody from across town is saying, "Yeah, throw that trash over there."
Right.
What are you gonna do?
that. All right. I'm saying I can understand. I'm just like talking from practical.
Let me ask you this question, right? You a cop on the street, right?
Mhm.
You gave a guy 3 warnings. What must you do when you gave this guy not to sell drugs to make him a believer?
Well, one thing you could beat him up. Two, you could kill him. Three, you could kill him secretly. That's all I'm saying.
You arrest
No.
him and take
Take
him to
him to
jail.
jail.
Or that.
So how many times do you have to be the head of state and you give a country a warning? How many times do you have to warn them before you take action?
All right.
Because everybody's calling you a bitch and calling you bluff.
Right. They wanted. I mean, plain and simple. It ain't like he. It ain't like he didn't warn them. I mean, unfortunately, I blame us for being. We antagonized them.
No, I look. Some for something like that. You don't need warning not to fucking join NATO if you're right by Russia. I'm
I
not
mean, but
arguing that.
he started moving troops on the border like 3 weeks before he actually did anything, right? To give them
Right.
warning. Guess what? They
Right.
still did.
Still did it anyway. So
Say
basically, it's
All
it's
for
like
the
it's
team.
right. It's like a
say what
woman
my
saying you can't see your kids, and then just bringing them and driving by in the car every day.
say he didn't have to do that. He gave Ukraine with the older brother in Houston by the name of Jay Prince called a courtesy call.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So Jack Nickelback, how is Russia going to actually take this L? That's what I want to hear.
So there's like no other way, like assassinations,
No, no,
maybe.
no,
Like,
no, 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 no.
What?
Jack
hey,
Nickelback. Jack
we at
Nickelback.
that. Hey, if we at the sort of point,
Well,
I'm just
well,
saying.
well, they
I'm
already
just
tried to
saying.
assassinate him like 10 times already.
After
He-
the war, or
he-
before though.
After.
I was thinking more for before. Like, all right, maybe we tried killing them and then we invade. I don't know.
Assassinating the head of state is a declaration of what, sir?
War.
Shit is better
Oh,
than what
sorry.
they did though.
Oh my God.
I'm just
Assassination
saying,
of it.
like this thing.
Assassinating a head of state is a
Wait
declaration of what, sir?
We can't
I'm
let them get
just, hey,
away with it.
I'm
Why
not.
would it make it better?
What movies have you been watching?
Why would it make it better?
It seems like a kind of a shit show out there. That's all. I'm
Not,
like,
not a, it's not a shit show. It's actually planned.
Yeah, it's actually going very orderly. If it was a shit show, you'd have like 200,000 people dead.
So how would assassination be better to this?
I'm
And
brainstorming.
who would you
They
say did it?
brainstorm.
Huh?
Okay,
Do you know who Vladimir Putin is, bro? This dude,
uh,
I'm sorry, BJS. You want a uranium drink? Maybe
uh,
you don't understand what assassination in Russia look
uh,
like.
Well, maybe I don't know.
let me ask you this, Jack Nickelback. Okay, because you reading CNN and New York Times and all this kind of stuff.
Uh,
How's what they're doing a shit show?
kind of some of the.
Like what? No, no, go ahead. You had a thought. Go ahead and put it out. Don't worry about it. If it's wrong, it's just wrong. But go ahead and put it out anyway.
Fine. It seems like they good. Seems like
It
with
seems like what?
well, the standard go in with a whole bunch of tanks into a city, get blown up by a bunch of foot soldiers.
How many tanks have they really lost? Really?
Don't know at this stage of the war.
In other words, you don't know because guess who's giving us the numbers about tank losses and troop losses?
Either
Whose word are
side's
we?
propagandists.
Whose word are we taking?
Right.
Most people, the West. But
Zelensky. Okay, every time you see it, we actually destroyed like 400 tanks or 1,000 tanks or killed like 12,000 people. Okay,
yeah, no, the ghost of Kiev and all that shit.
and in other words, you see it as what Zelensky and Ukrainian numbers, right? Okay,
Hmm.
who's verifying those numbers? Because got to remember, if they were destroying that many tanks and equipment, guess who would see it first?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Who guess who would see it first? Believe it or not. No,
Biden.
no, no. No, I don't kick the chair, sir.
Mm.
Because thing is, do you know you have to know something about military? Who would see it before anybody even on the ground? Who would see it?
Mm.
Probably the commanders, I guess.
Nope. Who?
The soldiers
Nope.
themselves. Like,
Nope.
Nope.
It's called
Oh,
the United States satellites, sir.
right.
When the Russians actually broke the column and actually started surrounding Kiev, guess who saw it first?
Satellites.
The United States, the spy satellites saw it first. The spy satellites can actually tell you, did you have a shave this morning? That's how good they are. So if anything's happening on the ground, the United States don't need to verify any numbers. They can see it, right?
True.
Guess who didn't verify the numbers, the troop losses? It was the United States. They didn't verify that. They didn't verify the equipment losses because you can see tanks, you can see explosions. They can see a matchstick at night with that satellite. So if you kill that many people, kill 12,000 people, destroy like 400 or 500 tanks or 200 tanks, okay, satellite's gonna see that shit
Man, like they cleaned them up. Like, oh
one
yeah,
time.
you destroyed these tanks, and we just cleaned it up.
And then, by the way, if they would have destroyed those many tanks, right? What do you think Biden's next action would be?
Say it again.
If they destroyed that many tanks and killed those many people, what do you think Biden's actions would be?
Right.
As far as Ukraine killing Russian tanks, I have no idea.
Yeah, if the little old Ukrainian army can devastate the Russian troops just like
Right.
that, guess what that means?
They're a threat to us.
They're
That
not a
means,
threat to you anymore. So guess what you'll do?
that means
You gonna
he's gonna,
you,
he's
you
gonna
gonna move
move into
NATO in.
that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That means one, he's gonna escalate
Mm.
his offense. He's gonna escalate because one thing about it, a lot of people never mention this. The one thing you don't want to do as a head of state is to do what? Lose face.
Hmm.
So yes, I'm gonna devastate your whole fucking country. And guess what? Not a goddamn person's gonna jump in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think we'll just wait for that step. To be honest.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Nobody
So no,
who's gonna
but
jump in
but,
it.
but I still want to hear how Russia's taking this L. That's what I still
Well,
want to hear. I hadn't heard it yet
I got a
because
question
that's why
for
you're
you.
up here.
What happens when your girl loses confidence in you?
Get another girl, but but anyway,
Second
But
that.
but I'm just saying, yeah, like
yeah.
Yeah,
you ever
you
notice
already got one
that's
of the ways that
basically what he was doing. He's trying to keep it basic like this is. You don't have to be powerful. You just need to you carry out the lie as long as you can.
Yeah, but you're on the line begging for a
Right.
no-fly zone
Begging for no fly zone. You
Which ain't
sitting
gonna
up there
happen. But
and equipment.
trying to get
Yeah,
satellites from Elon.
yeah.
I mean, dishes from Elon.
They told the United States Senator the same thing when they over Syria because they wanted no-fly zone over Syria, and guess what it had a general, I think it was a colonel sitting
Hmm.
there, and he said, Senator, those are the Russians out there. So to get having no fly zone, that means you have to shoot down any plane, foreign plane in that area, and
Hmm.
that would mean we have to go to
That's World
war
War
with the
Three.
Russians. Yeah, we have to
Mm-hmm.
go to war with Russians,
Yeah.
and the senator got quiet.
Right.
See,
So
there's a reason
I,
why
This ain't Iraq, player.
I will tell you. There's the reason
Mm,
why I still have this belief. You should never ever have people in elected office who never served.
yeah,
Because these motherfuckers don't know. Who's that little Hispanic chick in the fucking Senate?
AOC.
AOC. Yeah, yeah.
Imagine if he wanted to. Well, we should go to war, bitch. What the fuck you know about war?
Right.
And this is the part where it gets me about people, especially black people. Just say you don't know so you can learn.
Right.
hmm
There's no shame in not knowing. There's a shame of staying that way.
Definitely. I watch
And
people.
when it comes to
Can't say.
military science, a lot of y'all need to really look behind the curtain and the veil. I want to ask you these questions: who wins and who's the players, and who loses? What would be the gain and what would be the lose? Do
Hmm.
you really think Putin would actually fucking not send troops to somebody that he literally could throw a rock at?
Right.
What would that look like if he didn't defend? If he didn't come in there? What would
You
that look like to the United
like
States?
what?
You know what the United States would come and say? You's a bitch and drive past them.
Hmm.
You can't do that. It's no different than the Bay of Pigs.
hmm
And a lot of people be like,
Yep, yep, yep.
no different. It's the same thing in reverse.
Tell them what the
So,
bad pigs was, Charles.
so that's when the fucking Soviets tried to set up missiles in fucking Cuba.
No, that's no, no, that's Cuban Missile Crisis. The Bad Pigs was the one where Kennedy told them that supposedly Kennedy told him that he was going to help with the invasion and them recapturing Cuba, but it
Yeah,
didn't happen. And yeah,
tried to
and
train
Cubans are
all them.
still mad about that in the
One
U.S.
time,
as
one
of
They
late.
time.
traded,
Yeah.
they traded, and then Cuba became communist and a motherfucker.
Yep.
Hey, they trade JFK. I heard about that. He was training Cuban operatives and shit, having CIA agents train them and shit. But he never sent them over there. They
Yeah,
were just
and
sitting over there in Florida just waiting.
I think he called it off at the last second, but CIA still tried to carry it
Yep,
out.
and
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cubans are mad about that still to this day. The Cubans down here in South Florida, they still mad about
Hmm.
it. That's why they vote Republican.
Yeah.
Is that why they moved over here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, some of them did. Yeah, the anti-Castros. Yeah, they needed out because they were in jail.
I'm just looking at it like, look, you got the Cuban Missile Crisis, you got the BAM, you got a lot of shit in the world.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. Yeah, what is the purpose of special forces in the army? Anybody know?
Oh,
This, this,
special force. Oh, special forces for special ops. Small special ops. They're not in there for the big stuff like that.
The
They
army,
have
the
a
one
very
thing
target.
disturb.
the
Let's see,
army
turning
special
over the enemy
forces, well,
population. For one thing.
the,
Hmm.
the army special forces, the force multipliers.
Hmm.
They train insurgents or rebels to
Yeah.
Green
fight.
Berets.
Yeah,
Yeah. They're there for small special ops. They're not there for
Yeah.
big movements like that. That's what regular army's for.
they're for like before before
Yeah.
the war.
They're
Before
there
the
Yeah.
war,
to
it was.
advise the leaders of foreign countries.
No, basically they're okay. Special ops does like small tactical stuff, or they do forward thinking like reconnaissance and stuff like that. When you need a very small, concentrated team. But the thing is, they're not there for big movements like what you see there.
No, therefore they basically train. This is what happens. They would actually go over there. Let's say if we really wanted to, we'll send them over to train the Ukrainians over there,
Yeah, yeah,
and they would train them for the small arms combat and the anti personnel shit and anti insurgency, like all that shit.
yeah,
So they would
yeah,
get them to train them up. And yes, can they do direct what you call they call it direct action when you actually engage the enemy one on one. They
yeah,
can do
yeah,
counterterrorism, counterinsurgency,
yeah,
rescue,
yeah.
all kinds of shit. So the
Yeah,
main
I mean, hell, if you think about it, man, surrounding the country's capital city within a couple of weeks is fast.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, people knew the war, so they think everything's supposed to happen in like 2 days and shit.
Well, to the civilian, you never heard anybody that knows war tactics even say anything about that. Well, the thing is, had Zelensky fled, it would have been over already. Okay, they put whoever they want in there, stayed a few weeks, and then left because Zelensky said, "I want a war." Okay, you got a war now.
Yeah. The crazy part about it is people that saying like, they losing the war is taking so long. I'm like, do you know it took the U.S. like almost two
Months.
months, almost 2 months to pretty much, to fully invade Iraq, and they used way more. Not only did the U.S. have more forces because they had allies like the UK. I think they had the Kurds with them
Oh
back in
yeah.
'03.
Oh
Australia, Canada.
I'm kind of with
But they
Charles
well,
on this.
also
People don't know what they're saying, brother.
you had tons of cruise missiles flying through people's neighborhoods and stuff like that, man.
right.
They bombed the shit out
At
of
what,
that neighborhood.
$200,000 a pop, BGS?
I remember that shit.
Yeah.
I remember that shit as a damn teenager watching it on TV. Them
Me too.
motherfuckers at night just bombing
Which
the piss
which
out of
one
them.
you using, Charles?
I don't
Which one you using? Because you got two.
take one down because I thought it was I don't know. I thought
Okay.
it was
Take the
Okay.
music one down. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right,
Can you hear
one
me?
question then. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so one question then. How do y'all see the war as it is impacting NATO?
Impact.
Like,
NATO's.
well,
NATO.
Europe
Oh,
itself, I should say.
oh,
My bad.
okay. We will give the inside baseball. Basically, Trump was going to dismantle NATO. Had Trump got elected again, NATO probably would have been dismantled. Okay. Evidently, Biden and his camp want to keep it, but the thing is, you can't keep it if you don't have a Russian threat. So NATO's good to go right now. In fact, they're going to increase funding for NATO right now.
Mm.
Yeah.
NATO. Let me put it
Germany
to you
increasing
this
their budget.
way.
Increasing their
NATO.
budget.
Go ahead,
NATO
Charles.
was basically NATO, like Israel. We're like, why the fuck do we still got you?
Right.
Because you're siphoning money. See, people
Mm.
don't understand what
Cost too
when
much money.
Trump was in office. He was notice all the moves he was making was to consolidate power. He was closing all the books that you didn't need.
Yeah.
Look, the reason why we put Israel out there is for y'all to be the watchdogs for the fucking Middle East. The reason why we put fucking certain countries in power is for you to tell us and let us know what the fuck's going on. Okay? Like, Ukraine was supposed to be the people, the quiet people to keep an eye on Russia for us. But you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. You know, this motherfucker want to try to be bold and say, "Yo, we're gonna fight." Like,
Mm.
nigga, that's Debo. Debo.
He's an
Right.
actor, bro. He don't know what he's doing.
I mean, Ronald Reagan, anybody? But
Yeah,
anyway,
for one thing.
My point.
Well, the
My point
difference,
exactly.
Donald Trump.
the difference between him and Ronald Reagan, at least Ronald Reagan had some type of political experience.
You're right. Yeah,
no,
you're
He
right. You're
didn't
right.
got
You're
Reagan,
right.
shit.
Yeah, y'all
Ronald,
do notice the political experience seems to be going down almost every administration.
Like this dude, if I'm not mistaken, the president of Ukraine had no political experience at all.
so what does that make him? A what?
We know.
He's a puppet. He's a
Yeah.
Western. He was a puppet. He was put there. He was not elected. He was selected. So you gotta look at the fine tape. It's a proxy war.
Yeah.
It was just to bring up propaganda to make Russia the big bad threat.
Yeah, big bad wolf. So that you have a reason to keep him there.
So I like that news article with Poland was trying to send their jets to the U.S. to send to Ukraine. The
Yeah.
U.S. was like, "Nah, we good."
And the old jets they were going to send is not going to do anything against the Russian Air Force.
Right. I mean, it's like
You know,
their Air Force is it's just way more superior. Like,
it's cool, but it's fun.
Europe does not pay the biggest burden on NATO, and they just said it just a little while ago. The cost and expense is 90% paid by the United States.
Let me put it to
Right.
you
That's
this way,
that,
right?
that's what Trump was actually talking about.
Right.
Okay.
Let me put it to you this way, right? All you niggas who think this NATO should be wrong. The only reason Europe doesn't fight is because we're there.
Right.
Hell,
Fact.
Europe would be kicking each other's asses and teeth in if NATO didn't exist.
Thank you.
Fact.
All people are gonna say is, "You are siphoning us. Y'all not
Yeah.
bringing us any money. You're not giving us any good intel. As a matter of fact, Pakistan, we looking at you, nigga." So, we got a lot of reasons and a lot of corrects politically to say "fuck you, whores." And why should we keep NATO? We can protect.
Virgo life. If you want to get in on this, man, don't argue from the chat. Everybody else is up here. You want to get in on this? That's what the link is for.
I forgot who said it, but the paraphrase when you said NATO was basically the fuck Russia team.
No, man,
Okay. The NATO. If you go back, what is basically the two reasons for NATO? There's two reasons NATO was formed. What was the first two things? What are those two things?
Containment.
Now, now I
Base,
want, I
base.
want, I want, I want Jack to answer. Don't kick the chair.
My
All right.
apologies.
Forewarning, I'm not a historian or
Nope.
anything, but my two
Nope.
guesses would be what? But damn.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. What's the
All right,
first one?
one to be a check on Russia in case
That's
of
one.
they
That's
tried
true.
to do anything on Russia, and two to
Okay.
keep peace in Europe so that there's no new kind of World War II Hitler pulling
You
up.
got those are the two, right? Keep the three major powers that have been fighting for 300 years from fighting starting another war.
The aberrant era of European peace.
Yes. So has there been another world war in Europe since NATO's been there?
Nope.
No.
Oh,
Nope.
sorry.
That's why. Even with the not the Falklands, what was it? Yugoslavia broke up, and then what
Oh
was it?
yeah.
We were there. What was it? Not the Falklands. What was that? The war called? That little
the
skirmish
Falklands.
call?
The Falklands was where they fought.
With
No,
Argentina.
that was in Argentina. We're talking about.
Yeah.
Remember what was it? Herzegovina. What was it called? Those two little countries fighting each other.
We talking about
Um,
Greece and
Azerbaijan.
Slovakia.
No, no, no,
Czech
it was,
Republic and Jesus Christ,
no, no,
Czechoslovakia and not that one.
no, no, no,
What was
no.
what was
It
it?
Oh,
was it was a
Bosnia?
NATO war. It was a NATO war. Was it under was that under Obama? I don't think so. I think it was under Clinton, wasn't it?
you talking about Clinton? Yes, it.
You
That's
talking about
the
Bosnia?
not the Armenian one. Um, Jesus Christ,
Chechnya.
Czech.
No, it wasn't Chechnya.
God damn, we just guessing, huh?
No, yeah,
No,
we
what
just
was
throwing
it?
shit at the wall now.
I can't remember the name of the war, but the thing is, there was a NATO war
Do you
that
mean when
squashed that.
Yugoslavia? Do you mean when Yugoslavia broke up and they
Yeah,
did also ethnic cleansing each other as Eastern European?
yeah. I'm trying to remember I'm trying to remember the name of the two groups who are actually fighting. I can't
The
remember the name of
Kurds?
them.
What else?
No, no, no,
Sir,
no. They weren't the Kurds. No,
Back in
no. It
1999,
was actually Eastern Europe.
Was
Think
it wasn't
talk about
Serbians? It
Serbia and
wasn't the
Kosovo,
Serbians. Yeah,
it
yeah,
was
it could have been
Serbia,
Serbian. Yeah, I think it was Serbian.
Serbia,
Yeah,
Croatia,
yeah.
yeah,
Serbia and Kosovo.
That's the
yeah.
one.
Kosovo,
That's the one.
Kosovo,
That was under
Kosovo.
Clinton.
Yeah,
That was
that
under
was under
Clinton.
Clinton. Yeah.
That was Clinton.
Yeah.
That was the last NATO war because because guess what? Guess where World War One actually broke out. Serbia.
Ferdinand. Yep.
Yeah, and so they squashed it. And Bosnia,
But
yeah, Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's the name of it. Bosnia. It was the Bosnian War.
by the way, Prince Ferdinand was a dumbass. He went down the same road twice. They tried to kill him the first time. They missed him, and then he went back down the same road.
The thing is that all those kind of things are just matchsticks, right? They already want to go to war. They just need a reason.
You're right.
yeah. Now, Prince Ferdinand actually was down there to relax the situation, and all his cousins and fathers say, "Don't go down there; they will kill you. Don't go down there;
Hmm.
they will kill you."
Hmm.
Hey, is Europe? If it wasn't him,
Khashoggi
it'd be
should have
somebody
heeded
else.
that advice too, but my bad.
So what? So wasn't it Jack?
Say if it wasn't him, it'd probably be some other thing. If everybody's trying to find a reason for that to
Hmm.
kill
Oh
him.
yeah. The thing is, you try to prevent a reason. Because they've seen this happen. World War One and World War Two was basically a continuation of those wars between the Germans and the French, right? The first one
Hmm.
was the Napoleonic War. Okay, that was the first big one. Okay, and then you had the
The Great
Franco-German.
Germanic Wars.
You had the Franco-Germanic War in 1871, right? Okay,
Mhm.
and then you had World War One and World War Two. Same group of people doing the same thing, right? They got tired of it. Just separate these people, keep peace, disarm Germany where they can't do this shit again,
Hmm.
and bring everybody else into it. So that's why the NATO's there. That's how they got the French to back down off the gold standard and keep the dollar. If you don't keep the dollar, we're gonna pull NATO.
Yep.
And for instance, though, we have to face Germany and the Russians. Oh no, 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 that's okay. We'll keep the dollar. Fuck it.
And so Germany said they up in their military budget now.
So what, Charles? Yeah. So what, Charles?
No, that was somebody else, but I was gonna say this. Like, what? Like if NATO leaves, that's like Big Brother leaving. Like you can't bring your Big Brother and his friends anymore and talk shit. Europe, you quiet motherfucker, but like, yo, you go tell them. Nah, you go
Yeah.
tell them.
Yeah. Because all the troops that Biden sent in, I think he said like 12,000 troops into Ukraine. As soon as the Russians crossed the line, guess what he did? He pulled all of them, and then tells Zelensky, "Come on, let's go." What does Zelensky say?
I don't need a ride. I need ammunition. Something like that.
Exactly. In other words, I'm gonna stay and fight. Guess what? So that means they go, ah, shit, this motherfucker here, this nigga here. All right.
Well, when your puppets bite your hand,
Yeah. Well, when they don't know that they're a puppet, that's normally when it happens.
Oh,
wait,
Zelensky
say
knows
that
that you
again,
are.
BGS. When
Hold
they
on, hold on.
don't know they a puppet.
Well,
No,
Zelensky's an actor, man. He's a comedian, man. He's
Yeah,
not a
that's what I was saying. I
politician.
said that earlier. Yeah, but a lot of people don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Snake Man.
no. Actually, what Zelensky wanted to do is the same trick some tribes in Africa try to do because when you have
Mm-hmm.
tribal wars, sometimes there are
Mm-hmm.
tribes who are not prepared who fuck with too many other tribes, and we asked them, okay, where are your allies? And the first thing they do is Europe. Europe, help us! Martha, help us! We think to ourselves, you trusted the European to help you.
Now, even Europe doesn't trust Europeans. You gonna never mind.
If you're fighting Italy, they might help you. Okay.
But they will
If
lose.
you're fighting Greece, they might help you. Okay. When you're fighting the Russians, no, my brother, you on your own.
Yeah, them niggas don't play BGS. Them niggas wrestle bears over there.
No, it's just the fact that the thing that people don't like about Russia is that it's you don't have enough people to throw at Russia. It's like, God damn, how many fucking people in your fucking army? I mean, some of their fucking tanks and equipment is a
Nigga,
little.
everybody.
I mean, some of their shit is obsolete, to the motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie,
Mm.
some of it is. I mean, but they just Russia doesn't have the morality the United States does.
That's true, but the thing is, you had Napoleon run through Russia, right? Try to run through Russia. You had
Yep. Hitler tried.
The Germans
Mm-hmm.
twice. Okay, the Germans invading them
Mm-hmm.
twice. Okay, they got you.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner or later, you're gonna get tired of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Actually, there were more people. There was the Swedes, there was the English. Everyone tried it. The only ones that succeeded were the steppe nomads, basically
Yeah,
the Kurds and
the Mongols were
Kurds
the
and
last
Mongols.
time.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. If you read the what is it what do they call it about the Russian and Prussian Empire, right? What do they call it? They call it I forget the book. Actually read about three of them. Okay, all the little wars that went on between the Germans, the Swedes, the Russians, the Poles, and all them little bitty wars that went on for years, man, for hundreds of years. And then we talk about the big ones like what Napoleon, and then after Napoleon kind of ran through the Central Europe, right? The Germans said, "Fuck this. Let's bind up together and make one big state, so this
Otto
doesn't happen again."
von Bismarck. Yep.
Von Bismarck, yeah. And then so you had all then you had bigger wars, but they had been fighting for hundreds of years, man. Well, really thousands of years.
They had, bro, BGS. They literally had
Mm.
the French and the Germans had an 100-year fucking war.
No, that was the English.
Yeah.
Literally.
The English,
For
the English
fucking
and the
English,
French.
the
centuries.
English is the English. No, the English.
Oh, it was the English?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who
Was that
was
the
it,
one with
English and the France,
Agincourt
or was it
or
French and English.
English and
No,
the
it
German?
was France and England because
Because they all the
was
motherfuckers. Be honest,
No, no.
all the motherfuckers.
Germany was not a country till 1871.
Well, the Germanics, right?
Germany
The
was
Germanic
the
tribes.
last
tribes.
tribe.
It was England
Yeah.
and
The
France.
The
Germanic
Germanic
tribe.
tribes.
those was the
And
Holy Roman Empire
yeah,
of German states.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And basically control basically by the French
Yeah.
at that
And
time.
that's why, by the way, when they did come together, that's why they came to. That's why you see them react the way they did, because they were so late in the game of nationhood that they thought it was in their blood. They weren't just a nation; it was like almost like a race of people. That's how they were thinking about it. And there's a
Well,
lot you can do with that type of mentality in a negative way. Shout out to Hitler.
well, the thing is that that's how come. Well, number one, they're separate groups. And what did the Prussians do? That's how come they formed a school system, right? So they actually train the tribes to actually act like one state. That's why it's so successful. So once
And
they instituted the Prussian school system over the next 50 or so years, they became one people,
yep,
and then they formed a country. Okay, but the thing is, you know, but the emphasis was Napoleon was actually walking through the whole Central Europe and said, "Oh, this can't happen again."
no,
Yeah.
Go ahead,
once
you said,
again,
man.
Well,
Europe. It's the problem with about the NATO pieces. No one in Europe actually wants NATO to go because it's a good military. And the problem is, if Europeans started to invest in their own military, they will use
Mm,
it. So
yeah,
that is the entire reason. And the European know they knows in NATO, and they know, okay, when NATO is gone, we make our military and we start the entire shit again like the last 10,000 years.
mm-hmm.
True, but America is receding back into itself. This era of falling empires, so it's inevitable.
It was inevitable. Thing is, but not today.
nope.
No, not quite today, but soon.
Mhm.
Trump wanted to do it, but guess who doesn't want to do it?
Everybody else.
Europe.
No,
Europe.
no, 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 no. Also the group that's in power now.
Yeah.
Yep, because they like you're fucking up all the good shit, man. You're
Yeah,
fucking up
yeah.
my.
They
So
you know,
right now,
Trump don't give a
yeah.
damn about that. He trying to save the goddamn country.
NATO
So
was like the beautiful. NATO was like is like 10 of the baddest chicks you ever seen in your life, and they all dying to suck your dick so you don't leave.
Mhm.
That's basically what it is. Like,
And
they'll suck your dick.
random,
That's an
random.
yeah.
interesting way to put it.
Napoleon also sanctioned Germany back in the day,
Hmm.
before he invaded.
So what?
Hey, no, Napoleon, like it was France's version of sanctioning
Hmm.
back in the day, right? So
Hmm.
it was like nobody do any business with Russia, and Germany did, and he was like, oh, so y'all not gonna listen now, and yeah, so that was part of the back and forth between France and Germany because of
Hmm.
Russia when
Hmm.
he invaded. So yeah, 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 just random.
It's like France. Let me holler at you real quick. Russia brings out the whole fucking the death copters and the nuke and shit. Oh
No,
my bad,
their
my bad.
soldiers froze to death.
Draw this line real quick.
His soldiers
Oh,
froze. Yeah.
they ran out of food. Yeah, that's the
Hmm.
whole thing. They ran out of food, and then Hitler turned around and did the same damn thing. You know,
Oh, you talking
Yep.
about
damn
the
near
Yeah.
German
100, yeah,
conflict?
yeah,
Yeah.
damn near
No,
100
no,
years later, over 100 years
yeah.
later.
Because
Mhm.
people think conquering one city in the middle of nowhere make Russian bow down. No, you must
No,
conquer the entire thing.
yeah, 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 that's true.
And
Have
didn't they
fun
So
pretty much
conquering
salt
with
the
cold
nine
earth and
time zones.
and
Yeah.
hold on,
sleep.
didn't they also kind of salt the earth in World War II and just destroy all their
Yeah,
productive
they
Who,
burn
shit
that shit
or
before they
is it
down.
left?
11?
Who's that? Who's that? Just salt the earth or what?
That was me.
Oh,
When they were leaving the areas that got conquered, they were basically destroying everything,
Yeah, they
salting
oh
burned
the
yeah,
up
earth
yeah,
and
yeah.
all that.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's the old that actual tactic comes from Hannibal when they
Yeah.
actually fought the Romans.
Mhm.
yeah, burn the crops and all the
Yeah,
food,
in
all
other
the
words,
supplies.
it's called a
Yeah.
strategic retreat. And then when they finally are weak enough, you actually invite them in and surround them and kill the army.
And
Mm.
they pounce on them because they're all weak and shit. They're fatigued. It's not even just that they're weak; they're fatigued and they don't even know the terrain because they have not stopped moving
Well,
for all
the
the
thing is,
period that you
the
see
thing
there.
is,
We know our terrain.
there's only so much food you can get down in your supply chain, right? And you actually at some point you have to live off the land, especially back then. It's not like modern warfare where you actually fly stuff in, right? Okay, you had to live off the land. What happens when they burn all the crops? You can't eat. It's going to happen a couple of months later. But that's the book, The Iron Kingdom.
Yeah. No.
Actually, a
Back.
really good book. Long as shit, but it's actually a pretty good book. What do you
Gotcha.
think, Snake Man? I'm probably sure you have a better one.
What? No, no, no. The book is a book that you actually recommended to me, but I'm broke. So
Oh no, I'm saying you probably learned your history differently in Germany.
oh yeah, basically, I think I will not learn anything new. I already learned in the school system, but I
Yeah,
wanted to say, also want to think Germany could have conquered Russia. My God, Germans didn't have any supplies.
yeah,
The
it didn't.
problem was they had the materials, but they didn't know how to get the materials to the troops in the front line.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
know,
the machines were complex.
congratulations to Snake Man because he sounds like a combination of Vodafone Bisbang and Shaka Zulu.
Yeah, he do. That nigga sound
Because he is a
all like
mixture.
President Nixon.
He sounds like it, but he
All
is.
like President Nixon.
so if
Like,
Bismarck was a Shaka was a South African, that's what he would sound like. Huh?
yeah.
Sure
It's
was.
kind of like you can hear both the accents in one. It's like
Yeah,
I'm trying, and it's like you're deciphering it in my head, and I'm like, God, he sounds like them Germans, but God, he sounds like African.
yeah. He can sound you can see the African come out. Yeah.
And
Like,
Snake Man, you said you was broke. You paying $6 a gas in Germany?
Don't they pay? Don't you pay
Uh,
by the liter, Snake Man?
Nigga said
was
the leader.
no leader. Yeah, we pay in leaders, right?
Yeah,
The fuck is
that's
that?
Yeah.
that. That's
See,
a
That is
it's
soda
a
come on,
liter
man.
bottles.
smaller than a gallon.
Come on. You know you drink the 2 liter bottle of soda. Come
Right.
on.
I was about to say,
Niggas in
come on.
soda bottles. Hey, BGS, they just got them all lined up. The soda bottles
Put
and
it this
shit.
way:
No
the,
labels.
the liters are
Th-
smaller than gallons, and they're
There,
paying more per liter than we're paying per
All right,
gallon.
hold on.
it's tax.
Let me put this shit in American. Snake Man, how many bottles of soda you put in your car? Let me put it like that.
Hysterical.
Oh, that's
It,
funny.
Real shit.
€2, €2, €2.50, €2.80 per liter. So a
Okay.
little more than $3,
Wow.
a little less than $3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, a gallon's like maybe about 3 liters or so.
You hear that?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're at around 3 liters, probably a
About
little less than three
2.5, I
liters.
thought. Like
so you
No,
said
no,
2.8.
no, no, no. A liter's like 33 ounces, and a
nigga,
gallon's like 128. So it's like three and a half liters is a gallon.
Like,
yeah,
why the
nigga,
fuck
that's
Mhm.
is
like
Germany
$10 a
trying to give you?
gallon.
One time.
Why the fuck Germany trying to give you California prices? See,
Mm.
this is the reason why if I was president, I would sanction California. Why the fuck are y'all so damn high? God
Right.
damn.
Exactly, nigga.
Right
They
now,
come
on
on, nigga,
average, Germany is paying 5.57 per gallon.
Hmm.
Mhm.
well, shit,
Told you
at
California.
557, actually, y'all niggas is alright. We paying
That way, hell,
6.19 over
that
here.
sounds like California.
Well, I
Told you.
mean, that ain't even California, BGS. We at $7, my nigga. And
Nah,
y'all
no,
paying
I
like
just, I just, I just swooped by the gas station. I didn't get any, but it was it's 5.59.
Damn.
2 years ago,
Hey,
LA.
We like 429 over here.
Hey,
Yeah,
come
Well,
on
four
in,
twenty
California's
BGS.
always higher.
Come on
don't
in.
miss the part. BGS said he didn't get any, which means he went by the gas station and said, "Oh, nope. You know
Oh
what?
yeah, nope, no,
Yeah,
no. I go to Costco, man. Well, Costco was like $5, man. Last time I filled up.
Costco
Oh,
be bullshit.
see
The
that
Costco
that
around the
see
crib,
you
BGS.
One
hippies
time,
in
one time.
California with your high gas prices. I can't do it. Look, down here in
Mr.
South
Z,
Florida,
shut your
we driving turbo
non-California ass
diesels,
up in the
we
swamp
rolling
and
coal.
shit.
For those of you that don't know what rolling coal is when you see them dump that black smoke out. Yeah, we
Mm.
rolling coal down here in South Florida.
Yeah, we know we roll
We
coal.
can't
We
do it, and we
water,
got
nigga.
93 on top of that.
Bro, we
that
about to
is
be out
fucking
here tricking with gas in a second. God damn.
Yeah. Like they said, that homeboy put that meme up. The only way you can get gas for $1 is go to Taco Bell.
Yeah, that was funny. I saw that with Captain America.
Yeah.
No, I saw the meme. Did you see the meme where he said, "Well, shit, with gas prices this high, I'm gonna sit
Mm.
here and watch this free cable," and he was watching the TV on the marathon pumps. I said, "You right about that shit."
Hysterical.
yeah. It was a meme that I put up on Facebook and Instagram. It was
Hmm.
He-Man on the Wave Rider. He
Hmm.
says, "Now they need to play porn. They need to play pornography at the pump, so we can finally watch somebody else get fucked in the ass when they get his."
Hysterical,
Hey, you can't be the only one.
Right.
I
man.
mean, shit, it's so bad, man, that in order for a nigga to get out of this car, either you must be dying or you get, or a chick must be automatically like, you're sucking my dick, right?
Right.
I'm not getting in this car to give you no ride unless you must be sucking my dick. The head must be good.
Huh?
Fuck this. One
Mm-hmm.
chick said that I get right, and I'll be like, look, ass, gas, or grass? Which one is it?
Exactly, because
Right.
Yeah.
and to be honest, at this
Uh,
point, BGS, us in
mm.
California gonna be riding by carriers. And Mr. Z, shut your ass up, because you foreign niggas be filling up fucking boats and shit. You niggas don't even drive cars.
We
Oh,
do drive
oh,
cars. First
Mariner,
of all,
Mariner
Mr.
driving
Earthquake.
ass.
Shut
UPS
your
using ass,
state is
Tucson
one earthquake away
ass.
from being an island, nigga. Shut up.
In the swamp, crawdad looking ass. Let's go get some
Hey,
crab
hey,
coffee
Pookie,
and
how it feel to
seafood
finally
looking
get
ass.
your first car and gas is like $80 billion a gallon.
No, Mr. Z, for the
That's true.
first 3 hours.
Try getting your first car and being odd and even lines
Right.
during
Exactly.
during the what is it the oil and second oil
Oh, no,
embargo.
you talking about in the '70s? That's when you first
Yep,
got your first car,
yep,
BGS,
yep, yep,
and they
yep.
hit you with that.
Yep, yeah.
I
Hit me with
remember I
that.
got,
Mr.
I
Z,
remember
we
when
don't
I
even
got my
drive our
first
cars out
car,
here, my
gas
nigga.
was
Your
gas
shit
was
is still infested with
Uh,
alligators and
uh, uh,
crocodiles.
I think somebody from Baltimore that doesn't have roads is trying to speak right now. Go ahead.
well,
uh,
we do actually,
they
bro.
do have roads within. They call them horse paths.
But
Right.
no,
Right?
no, no, no.
I ain't gonna
Actually,
lie,
we have
Cleveland like that now.
actually in the rich parts we have cobblestones, and our roads are pretty freshly paved. See,
Uh,
unlike you in Florida, we don't have the Everglades to ride our fucking cheap ass fucking one with the big wheels in. Our motorized big wheels and shit. That's what the fuck y'all got. A bunch of fucking big wheels in California. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself.
Y'all still got
That's what the
cobblestones because y'all don't got
easier
enough money to actually pave the roads.
world. Like
You
this
niggas
gun
run
ain't
around here.
even much.
You
Like,
old town, old small town ass, horse riding ass motherfuckers in
Yeah.
Baltimore with
nigga,
the
you
dirt
live in
roads, nigga.
Sacramento.
Get some
Nigga,
oil money, nigga.
you
Yeah, I got
basically
that
like,
oil money.
One time, y'all.
let's stop it. Stop it,
Sacramento hasn't
Where
been
the
hot
oil
since the
at?
Black Panthers ran up on Reagan.
nigga.
At least we get paid.
Sacramento hasn't been hot since Body Leave.
Nigga, we got the nigga said Sacramento hasn't been hot. In Baltimore hasn't had money since ever.
No, actually, we got money.
We
We
got,
just don't spend it on the right shit.
You got
yeah,
that
I'm about
oil
to say,
money?
y'all got less
You
money
got
than
that oil
Cleveland.
money. That's good money. That black
Hey,
gold.
hold up,
But
hold up, hold up,
we gotta
hold up.
understand.
Baltimore, don't let Cleveland get away with
We
that.
gotta
Cleveland,
understand
nigga.
something. I'm not gonna talk to a nigga who works at a job and he can't afford the gas he puts in his car. So
It ain't my fault. Blame Joe
I
Biden.
don't
I
know
didn't
what you're
vote
talking
him in. I
about.
blame all y'all old niggas.
this
Hey,
nigga,
hold up,
this
Cleveland.
nigga gotta put IOUs in the tank.
Hey,
Literally.
Exactly. Driving
Cleveland
on
hasn't been hot since freaking Bone Thugs was running shit.
But guess what? But guess what? He's got to take that little. He's got to take his little siphoning hoe and does what he do best. Stuck on it.
go around to other people's cars and shit, just like a fucking cops video. Oh, I gotta siphon this nigga's gas off. Just open his gas tank. So I gotta do put the hose down there. Just
Pookie, real quick, serious
Pookie
question though.
knows. Yeah.
How is Sacramento when it comes to like Teslas and stuff? Do you see Teslas everywhere? Is that what all the hipsters are driving?
I mean a little. I mean a little bit. I mean you see
I
one
see a
every.
lot of
I mean,
Teslas in
you see
Cleveland too.
one. You see one every once in a while.
Wait,
but
Pookie, you heard that? Cleveland got cars. Oh my God, I didn't know
I see a
that.
lot of Teslas
I
They
out
used,
didn't,
they
I
there.
used
didn't
to
know
make
Cleveland had
cars.
electricity.
Just give
Right.
an
Yeah,
example. Wait,
true.
Just give an example. The guy that
Mhm.
whose house I'm working on now, he has 2 Teslas. He has
Mm.
2 Teslas, 3 trucks. He's
They run
got
a
a
church on
sport track. Matter of fact, you would know it in California. What they call it, the elevator to hell. He does those off roaders.
They run
Mm.
electricity out there in Cleveland. I know that.
Hysterical.
But I mean,
Yeah,
like
I know the
I couldn't
Wi-Fi
even
and
believe he
Somebody
pulled up
said,
in
power.
his
when did
he
they have
pulled up in
pressure
his Jeep
control?
Rubicon today, and I
Somebody
said I never
Oh,
believed all the work like he
said,
had done on it.
somebody said, when does Baltimore have? They're paving the fucking roads every day. They got all that federal money. They got to
They
do it.
paving them with all the cracks and the potholes and the dirt.
hysterical.
Look who's
Yeah.
talking about cracks and potholes. Y'all got like fucking elevator states. So
Oil
what the fuck
money,
you talking about?
oil money,
All you need,
oil money.
it's not my fault that the state does the electric slide every few years.
Nigga hating.
I got the boo.
It ain't my fault. Your
Yeah.
state's like 1/8 the
Oh
size
man.
of the
Let
rest
me
of
put
my
it to you
state.
this way. I'm just gonna call you a Lantian because in about
Oh,
10 that's
hysterical.
what
I see where this is
state's
going.
actually.
Niggas ain't gonna be on the water.
Hey, Charles, what you said, the Hulk is from California because he's always Hulk smashing the earth, causing earthquakes.
I mean, guess
Fuck your ass.
I mean, if you think about
And Mr. T, I know you ain't talking all them damn hurricanes,
anytime
motherfucker.
you got a place where the tectonic plates say "fuck you" all the time, you got to think about where you live, man.
By the way, Charles, I'm still in that electric slide joke. That was hysterical. Nigga, your state do the electric slide players.
I mean, this nigga, bro. I mean, this nigga drug gangster. In
See,
your city are so infamous. I mean, you
see,
got
let me give
a
y'all
lot
a
of
clue on how to get roads and how to get money for your schools.
okay.
It's called Marilyn Mosby. Once you start fucking with some fucking
Hysterical.
money, they gonna make sure you spend that shit right.
You, you
You
know,
you
California is the home of banging, so maybe California got beef with the rest of the
And
state, so they trying to,
is the
so the
home
state is literally trying to move away from the rest of the continent.
Florida is the home of the sea in Atlantis, capital
the
of
whole state
Atlantis,
is
my
crip
nigga.
walking. What the fuck you talking about?
USA.
Like, god damn, nigga. God
And
damn.
Baltimore is so your drug lords are so mythological. You got niggas writing stories about black niggas running around with shotguns and shit, walking down them dirty ass streets. Them niggas, I ain't never seen them
You
niggas
know what,
wearing
Pookie?
clothes like
Your
that.
comment was so
Holes and
funny.
jeans.
I'm just gonna reply to it like this. Insert laugh here.
The community down there look like the wild west. I mean, ain't no infrastructure
Nigga,
in Baltimore. Y'all need to get some
you
money.
can't even
Get
wear
that oil money.
certain colors when you walk outside. So shut the fuck up, okay?
Cause y'all
Oh,
can't afford
well,
them, nigga.
good
Y'all,
point.
y'all gotta get that oil money. You can't print them out
No,
there.
no,
What are you
damn.
talking about, man?
Like sometimes you
That
gotta
Baltimore.
understand Pookie was a crack baby, but he didn't want to admit it.
Oh,
Oh,
God
man.
damn.
Oh my god. Class.
Hey, you said Pookie was Brenda got a baby?
uh-huh.
He was left in the dumpster and survived, man. That's what happened. Goddamn dumpster
Heroin.
baby.
You said Puck was
What's
singing
going
about
on,
Pookie?
He's a prom
Hey, what's up?
dumpster baby.
I'm sorry, yo.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead. Serious
Just
time
jumping.
back. Serious time back.
Yeah,
jumping
get
in
back
real
on the
quick, right?
timeline.
About
Go ahead.
just real quick about Sac, right? Like that's where I'm from, right? I'm from Sac, born and raised. Sac ain't ever been hot. That's why I've like ran around the world and all that good stuff.
Like I said,
You gonna
hasn't been
bust
Hey,
him
hot
out
since
like
Reagan
that?
was running shit.
how does one thing? He said we were broke down. Is Sac beat up like Baltimore?
No,
Be honest.
actually, you know what Sacramento
Okay.
kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of Pasadena in Southern California.
True, exactly.
You know what?
It's
Yeah.
quiet, but
Like a
it ain't
like a
beat up.
like a sleepy, slow little kind of like bedroom town.
Oh, so you trying to say
It
they're a
is
special
slow.
needs town? I hear you,
No,
BGS.
no,
No, it now.
I wouldn't
Hey,
say
look
that.
this though, right?
Bro, at least our
Check
Hold
town
on,
this
is
hold
right.
on,
above the
hold on,
water.
hold on. Hey, you
Oh
guys saying
shit.
all talk at one time. Go ahead,
So
that guy.
with now living in Sac, right? I meet cats that they'll move here and they're like, "Yo, man, Tobias, you're not like the rest of these slow ass cats. Are you sure you're from Sac?" And I'm like, "Yeah,
Hmm.
man. I'm just a little bit more cultured than that. Cultured than that.
Hmm.
Sac is slow."
Hmm.
And I'll say that, like I said, this is where this is my stomping grounds. And as for the Teslas, I live across the street from a Tesla dealership, so I see them
Hmm.
in my area.
Hysterical.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's a state's capital, so you know.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
like I said,
even
I'm up the hill a little bit right now. Also, I'm in more a little bit more affluent area.
Hmm.
So I
Hmm.
see them
yeah,
all the time. But if I go to South Sac, North Sac,
Hmm.
East Sac,
nah,
Hmm.
you're not gonna
the
see them
main,
rolling through the town
even
like that.
downtown, like I mean, Tobias, since you
Now
live
I
in the
know
same
why.
area.
Now I
Uh,
know why. I know why Pookie loves that place because his nickname is Sack, and you know how crazy he is about that.
Oh
oh
man.
Lord, here we
Pause.
go.
And
Here
with the
we go.
ball, you the one that like to grab other men in onesies. But Tobias, since we from the same
But
area,
wait a minute.
He
you
got
gotta get
But wait
back.
a
he
minute.
got you
You gotta
that
get
one.
back.
Okay,
That
he
was
But
got you
wait
funny.
that
a
one.
minute.
That
That
was
was
funny.
funny.
Don't you?
You gotta
But
get
That
the
wait a
back.
minute.
that's
Don't you
pretty
run
Get
up
good.
back,
and
bro.
down?
That's
But
Get the
pretty
don't you
good.
back.
run up and down a
Get
causeway
back.
with balls?
Say again.
No, they Jones on each other. But
Okay.
go ahead, that guy.
Nah, somebody said my name. It was like Tobias, and I'm like,
Oh,
okay, I was
it was me. It
listening.
was
No,
me.
Okay,
it was Pookie's.
okay.
Go ahead, finish your question, Pookie.
Oh, but I was just gonna say, since we from the same area, like just generally, if we're talking about like the whole like general county, like let's be honest, like the majority of the time, you're not like in the majority areas, you're not really gonna see them. I mean, they're there, but
Hmm.
unless you in the affluent, unless you in like let's stay up there in the hills,
Hmm.
Rockland,
Rancho
Roseville,
Cordova, Rockland,
Yeah.
that
Rancho.
citrus,
Nah, man.
a little
Citrus
bit, a
Heights.
little bit,
Nah, no,
a
man.
little
Like,
bit.
I'm in the heart of Rockland, out by the Roseville Galleria, right? There's a lot more
Oh,
money out here,
El Dorado Hills, El
and
Dorado Hills,
yeah, oh, definitely,
El
El
Dorado
Dorado
Hills.
Hills, you're gonna see them. But like,
Yeah.
man, I'm from South Sac, dog. I'm from the hood of South Sac, like right by like old school G Parkway, where folks would get lit all the time back in the day, right?
Oh,
Like,
okay. You from the
hey,
old
where are you
part.
from in Sac?
I'm from the Arden, like the newer areas and stuff. You got to go look at the newer areas because, like, especially in Rockland and,
Man,
and Roseville, they're building up. They're actually building
are
new
you like
houses,
Arden
structures and
Arcade?
shit.
Where? Like, how far
And
out? Like, when you say Arden, like, name a street.
Arden Arcade,
Like,
so
yeah, okay, I know where you are. You down the street
probably
from
like
Arden Mall,
even
man.
yeah,
Yeah.
right over there by the mall. Same that little area, the theater, all that stuff.
Okay. Yeah. They
So,
just built that theater.
but they're building. I was saying that the point of bringing up, they're building up the area. So it's like if you drive around those same areas, if you drive around the whole area of Rockland, there'd be like the old area, or like even Roseville, there'd be like the old area, but then there's like a new area where all these Bay people are moving and stuff,
Yeah,
and
I
they're
know that.
bringing Teslas. That's why I'm
That's
seeing it more now, though. Like, so it's like,
That's where I
but people ain't
live, right? That's what I'm saying, though, right? That's exactly where I live. When I say I'm across the street from the Tesla dealership, I'm like it's 100 yards on the opposite side of the street from me. That's where it's at. So you
Hmm.
got a whole bunch of people who pull up in there. They park their cars. They charge their cars up. Okay, but it's cool. But like I said, Sac it is slow. It always will be slow,
Yeah.
and most folks will a lot of my friends that are doing things in life, they have left and never came back. Me,
Yeah.
as soon as as soon as my son graduates from high school next year, I'm out this mug again forever. So,
But
Wait a
where
minute.
would you move to though? Back? Are you trying to go to Southern Cali or what? Where are you trying to go?
You going to the Bay?
Austin,
huh?
Texas. Like what?
Oh man,
Huh?
I spent almost 10 years abroad. Man, I lived in Germany for a while. So when Snake was talking about Germany, I think I left a comment in the chat. I don't know if he saw. I just wanted to know where he lived in Germany.
Okay.
Probably gonna end up in
Vegas.
Bali or someplace in
Oh,
Oh,
Vegas.
you
this
going
nigga
to
said
oh
fuck
you
the
oh you going out
country.
of the
He said
country?
he
Okay,
out
you leaving
out.
the
He
country?
said
Okay,
out
Yeah,
out.
okay,
yeah, he
yeah.
out.
I'll be
You
gone.
you ain't been
Passport
to
bros
Sac.
on this shit.
You
All
ain't
right.
been to
All
Sac
right.
in the
Like,
U.S.
Snake Man is hosting Oktoberfest this year. He's gonna give you all the big breasted white bitches, all the big breasted white bitches. You know, as long as he doesn't have the, as long as he
The,
doesn't have.
all the women that Snake Man know are named Helga.
I'll
Man,
ski. Well, there's some nice looking Helgas in
too
Germany
much
though.
vanilla,
Oh
Oh,
man.
they're
yes.
nice.
You get them mixed Germans with the big asses and the green eyes. Okay.
All right, but the
Matter
Helgas
of
turn into babushkas
fact,
though.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know how true of a
Hmm?
statement that is? When I went to Germany, the first motherfucker I see was a goddamn mixed chick with green eyes and reddish fro,
Uh huh.
smiling at me coming off there, and I'm going to this wrestling tournaments.
Yeah,
And I'm like, God damn, like
yeah.
should I come back? But I had
Hell
to.
no.
I was like 16, but still.
Yeah, Germany's
Okay.
dope, man.
Nah.
Germany was real nice. I got to say
But
that.
they can shit on Amsterdam. God damn.
Yes,
Yep.
I want to.
it is okay. It is okay, but
Oh, white people.
He's like, it's okay. I'm already done with him.
like I
What's
said, since I always go back and forth to Nigeria, like I
Uh
said,
huh.
I went to the Holy Land and now I'm back in
Uh
Germany. It's like a desert.
You know, it's like
what
your
city are
whole
you in
vanilla
Germany?
out Snake Man.
Snake Man.
City, I'm near München.
Oh, near München. Okay, you're in the south.
Yeah, I'm in the south.
Okay.
I'm a mountain German. I'm the weird kind of German.
You are a weird kind of German.
Cool. Yeah, not.
If you're in West Africa, you get enough heat, so you want something different, huh?
Something different. You know,
Yeah, no, I
like
lived
this.
in
No,
Berlin for
no,
3
but
years.
because like I said, I'm like my father. I'm an
Uh
ass
huh.
man, and there is not much ass out here. And since I
Yeah,
went back for Nigeria, it's like a drought. It's like yes,
even know it out. Even know
yes,
it out.
yes. I
Even know
know,
it
I
out.
Wait,
know.
hey, if there's
Yeah,
no
bro.
asses like Nigerian asses, let's put it that way.
Exactly. I mean, shit. He got to go back to the
And
continent. Yo,
for
shit.
If you, if you want ass, you got to go to you got to go to West Africa. You want ass.
If I want a big booty bitch, I know he's not coming back to
Cross the border
That's
and go mess with some of those mixed
and
French chicks.
if you want ass and titties, you got to go to West Africa. There's no
Yeah.
way around
if
it.
you got foreheads, you got to go there too.
No,
God
That's
damn.
true.
that is more
That's
more
true.
East Africa.
Say
The
what?
forehead.
Huh? Say what?
That was the forehead. Is more East Africa.
East African, yeah, his forehead. If you want them tall and skinny, you go to East Africa. But
Hey,
if you want
Mm-hmm.
ass
Charles.
and titties, you got to go to West Africa. There's no way around it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. There are two places outside of East Africa. I mean, outside of West Africa, you can get ass and titties.
That was Uganda.
Central
Don't count
Africa.
Brazil
Uganda,
because that don't count because that's
no,
Angola.
no, I'm talking strictly Africa, Uganda, and South Africa.
I just noticed that
And I
Charles.
do have
Yeah,
I
yeah, they're
think it may be
tweeners.
something. It may
But
be
they're not.
something with the
But they're
ethnic
not.
groups.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you know
what.
why? You know
There's a
why?
combination of West Africans. Yeah.
Yeah, do
So,
you know why? Because my ancestor for thousands of years went down there
yeah.
and fucked like loud.
Nigga,
Do
I'm
you ever
good.
hear of the Bantu
Wait a minute. So
expansion,
you
Bantu
just
The,
so you
migration?
the
just made
Bantus.
a nigga.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm very familiar with the Bantu experience. Some people would say that your ancestors came out of that area of Uganda, the Great Lakes regions, and actually migrated to West Africa.
So you tell us, wait a minute.
everybody migrated from the Great Lakes and down the Nile and up and down the Nile and across. That's
Yep.
where everybody came from.
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you from a great line of motherfuckers?
Literally.
So what?
Y'all ain't
Well,
shit.
apparently so are this motherfucker.
Nah, man, those Ugandan
Shit.
chicks are serious though, man. I ain't gonna lie. Those Ugandans and South Africans thick as hell.
Yeah.
Like it's you find
Uh,
some cute
But,
girls.
they don't have they don't have as much titty as they do in West Africa though.
You
Yeah,
know, they
Charles.
got so much titty
Yeah,
you
they
can make
do.
a
They
sandwich
don't
out
have
of
the
that
titties,
titty.
but they
Yeah,
got the ass.
they got the ass.
They got
That
the
is
Charles,
true.
ass
stop
and the
They
lying.
got the
head.
ass.
Stop
You know,
lying, man. You know
Yeah,
Charles.
the
yeah.
denominator?
They got. It's the one thing we say about Nigeria. They got ass and titties. Okay, with nothing
Yeah,
else.
Charles talking.
Yeah,
She talking
man.
about their forehead, but don't you have Nigerian, West
Yep.
African DNA, Mister Forehead?
Yep, but
Nah.
I don't have the yep, but I don't have the forehead. So you're the next.
Y'all
That
ain't
Did
nigga
shit.
somebody say
crazy.
something about Rihanna?
That's how I'm able to recognize Kenyans with their forehead, man.
Nah,
Oh, the
if
big
you
the foreheads. Yeah.
Bro,
if you
Rihanna got a five head. I don't know. All
I
the people
mean,
that be like, "Oh, Rihanna's such a cute little Caribbean." I'm like, bro, come to South Florida. You're gonna see nothing but Caribbean light skinned women with big ass foreheads.
nah, that's all
Cute,
you
but
gonna
big ass
see. Like
foreheads.
you gonna see a bunch of bitches who like world champions in a headbutt fight. Like that's all you gonna see. These bitches,
True. You wait,
like
are we talking about Tyra Banks right now?
Tyra Banks is like Tyra Banks is like the Kingdom Hall up there when it comes to forehead power. You know, like
Dun-dun-dun,
damn,
dun-dun-dun. The forehead fight.
god damn, if she don't notice she don't want a bitch like that, speaking her mind because she got a lot on it, obviously.
Hmm.
Because shit, she come up there and come, boom, you
It's
done.
pinky in the brain.
I mean,
yeah, but
she look like a fucking Hulk fucking villain, like the leader and shit. God damn.
Just crush your shit like a aluminum can just got stepped on. Just crush it up like one of the new Hondas that they make off the lot. The aluminum frames.
I bet you she gotta reinforce her headrest when she drive. God
Oh, good
damn.
lord.
Hysterical.
Y'all ain't shit.
She probably borrowing Naruto's headband
No,
right
but
It's
now.
it,
been a
it,
while
it
since
is
I
true.
said it.
Like all the cute
It's
light
been a
skinned chicks got big ass foreheads.
it's been a while since I said it. I never claimed that I've been.
Well, the thing is that people like models and stuff like that and actresses do have bigger heads. You know, they do have bigger heads.
True, I got a
That's,
big
they,
ass.
they
I
actually
could
look
think
better on
about that.
pictures. So,
no,
Uh,
but
you know,
most famous people have big heads.
yeah, when Pookie get his hair braided, it takes like 5 people, 8 hours.
You ain't shit.
Damn.
People hanging from my hair and shit. Ooh.
no,
So,
but
so,
the
so,
situation. Oh,
uh,
so okay, the situation with the white girls is like I have never had problems there over there. Like when I went on the internet and heard about game, I was like, cool. I was in
mhm.
Africa and in Europe, never needed that shit. But hey, it sounds good.
Well, did game help you?
I don't need game. This is fine. I wish I would come in a
Oh,
situation where I
Would,
need game.
one of
But
those.
did you try it though?
Try it. Yeah. No, most of the time I'd just be a aggressive African. That
Oh,
was
well, that is game. That's
Hysterical.
game.
That is the game.
It
So
is
so
African
his
game.
game is being the dark nigga in Germany.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
Exactly.
his game
yeah.
is just his
Well,
game is just being a dark.
Nigerians have natural game. They don't need
I
You
was
know
it.
gonna
what?
say,
They
man,
need
I don't
the
know about them
FFC.
Nigerians. Those Nigerians, even Nigerians are bad when
Yeah,
African American women complain about how aggressive they are. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
goddamn.
Facts.
Hey, 50% Nigerian,
Like
baby.
how the fuck are you like aggressive but buying people shit? Look, girl, come here, I'm gonna take you out. I'm gonna take you out. Here's your drink.
Yeah,
No, you like yo,
if
here's
if
your
if
drink.
they if they
Here's your
buy
tip.
them shit, they got to remember they when Nigerians lie. They'll lie to get
yes.
you out.
Yep.
Right about that.
Yep.
Here's your
Yep.
drink.
Yep.
If you
and,
buy
and,
shit,
and,
it's not our money. It's not our money.
Yeah, it's all money is
all of a
supposed to
sudden, I
be.
left my wallet at home. They good for that, man.
Oh man,
Nigga, fool.
you know, hey, BGS is big.
Yeah.
You know the reason why this nigga told you he gonna be gay because he a dark skinned nigga wearing gray sweatpants in Germany.
Right. Right.
No,
That gray
no, seriously,
sweatpants game.
And
you
all
don't
he
know
gotta do
how
is walk down
you
the
don't know
street
how.
and
Oh,
smile
y'all
at
ain't
French
shit.
actors and shit.
No, it sometimes it's annoying. Like I was on the train to go to work, and then some white woman
The
who already
white bitch.
has two niggas on their heels
So,
came to me and
oh,
say, "Hey,
this.
do you want to
Hey,
join?" And
hey,
I said,
hey,
"Hey, don't touch me."
check out this comment, Charles. Gorilla simping.
Oh
Hey, you
shit,
said
bro.
don't touch me.
that's
That's
pre-
what your
That,
that's
accent
that,
is.
that
that's
is
funny as hell.
Shout
Gorilla
out to
simping.
Project
That's
Pat.
they gorilla stepping.
Project Pat got a song
that
called Gorilla Pimpin'. This nigga got Gorilla
is not
Simpin'.
gorilla
Yeah,
simping.
yeah, gorilla stepping. Girl, you gonna take these jewels.
Guys, you
You
have
gonna
no
take
idea
these
Oh
how it
man.
is to like being in the club. In the club, it doesn't even take fucking 10 minutes. God damn, I don't even have to pack it out.
Gorilla
I
simping,
don't,
gorilla simping. Now here they going in, gorilla simping and dirty Mac, and y'all
we
going
don't do
in.
that shit.
Yeah, you don't need game overseas. That's true though. That's true.
Hey, how
What say? What
salty
if?
do the white German dudes feel? Them 6'3" tall German dudes when a regular ass black dude just snatch up all the white girls. I know they be hating. Oh, Andrew Breivik, I know he wasn't
Yeah,
German. Ass motherfuckers.
yeah. It's a cock. One of the first technique I learned is getting the women into my bed without getting cock blocked by the white boys.
See, I'm serious. See, I knew it. Serious.
Oh yeah,
Because
by
I
the
know
way,
they be jealous.
Rihanna does have a head that look like one of the Olmecs. By the way, so
Mexican Olmec ass head.
Not the Omex.
like, I bet you when she shake her head,
Not the
yes, boy,
Omex.
that's the reason why. That's the reason why fucking California get earthquakes.
Super Anderson, dude, who are you, man? Who are you? Speak up.
Might be the white man.
Super Anderson, speak up.
One once.
Going once.
Probably the white man.
Hey, he burps. Yeah, he burps. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Fucking white man.
You see, we talk about white dudes for 2 seconds in Germany. Them niggas already sent somebody.
Yep.
I wonder how they find these channels.
Yeah.
And by the way, that was
Nigga,
German
that's
for fuck's
Ghostwatcher.
sake.
How have you
Hey,
found us?
hey, Charles, you remember the mystical song? I heard y'all niggas was looking for me.
Yeah.
That nigga was
Here I
like
go.
he was like his
No,
German for snake
no.
man. You're like he was.
I was gone. Who was on?
Raymond, what's up, man?
Bro, get your
Okay.
dusty ass. Get him out of here.
All right. It's one of those things. Huh?
Get
Okay.
him out of here. This nigga said some shit on the video, man.
Apparently,
That nigga
we've
sound
reached
like
the
it's-
troll portion of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
trolls
so.
are a sign of a good stream, man. So
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
that's how you know. That nigga sound like his parents were related anyway. So,
Billy Bob.
overhaul wearing motherfucker.
Bro,
some niggas got
motherfuckers come over
47
here and take a
chromosomes.
whole
Ain't shit you can
shit.
do
Like,
about it.
Mm,
That
yeah.
motherfucker's
Yeah.
gene pool is that motherfucker's gene pool got the depth of hawk spit. Like, what the
Hey guys, what happened? I was gone. I opened my fenster. What happened?
oh my goodness.
No, you ain't missed nothing. You ain't missed nothing. Just trolls.
That's a bunch of trolls.
Yeah.
inbred
It's just
and
so.
boobies and shit.
Bunch of
And
inbred,
hating
cross-eyed. You know, they so cross-eyed. They got two eyes and one socket, motherfuckers. That's
Mm-hmm.
They so cross out there, Cyclops.
pretty much. You know, when you got to refer to your grandmother's cousin as well, that's when you do.
Yeah, girl.
I
Yeah, here we
promise you,
go.
Charles don't have a Pictionary imagination. There's no way because some of this shit. He remind me of my younger sister. They just be saying shit. I'm like, there's no way you can imagine that shit.
Yeah.
There's no way because if you pictured it, you would throw up before you said it.
You haven't met people from West Virginia, have you?
Oh no, not really. I didn't know they ever leave their state.
You don't want to, man. It's like you ever seen the Borg, but only redneckish?
Yeah.
Who the hell wants to go to a white
So-
third world country? Right? What the fuck?
Diglett
Hysterical.
Gilmore, who are you, man?
How's it going, BGS?
Oh my god.
Oh, there we go.
How's it going, fellas?
It's going fine, fellas. Who are you?
This is Art.
Is that Art? Is that Art?
That sound like art.
Hold on. Is that Art?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Oh my god! I thought it was Amanda calling in, dog. I was
We got
Well, hey, one
Hold
at
on,
a time.
guys, hold on, guys.
we
Yeah.
got
I just want to make sure it's him.
Yeah, no, I changed it. I guess y'all didn't see my epic video I did.
We did, we did. We did. But we just had two trolls. I want to make sure it's you.
Oh,
Thought you was a white man
Yeah.
for a minute there, brother.
Hey, this is how I look, man.
Hysterical.
Diglett, huh?
Diglett.
They all the hoes just call you Diglett.
I felt like trolling a little bit there, that's all.
Yeah, all right, it worked. Oh yeah. I saw the Diglett the troll, huh? Yeah, I just had to make sure it was you.
By the way, Charles, I didn't know West Virginia was more than a figment of my imagination until recently.
Yeah.
What's the thing
West-
so
West-
fucked up? West Virginia is so fucked up that Russia almost invaded just to help us out.
And I just wanted to say
Hey,
this to my brother Artist Edmore. If you
Add
Artist,
to the bio, add to the diversity of people, so you don't have to screw cousins no more, huh?
Yeah,
Hmm.
you
West
know?
Virginia is where they go when they want to film white people that's in the struggle. For $10 a day, you can help this poor family. Just
Yeah, you do
opioid
that in North Carolina, you go
addiction.
far enough out.
I mean, shit, you know what? Another fucking state that's really fucked up when it comes to white people
Hmm.
is Kentucky.
Oh
I
Oh yeah.
bet
shit! Oh,
outside of
oh
Louisville,
man,
I
is
bet.
that are they still part of the country?
I mean,
Word. Niggas can't
once
even read,
again,
nigga.
it was so bad that Vladimir Putin was like, "Yo, I'm a DR solid, man. Let's go invade." Like, God damn.
BGS, can you
You want
highlight
to talk?
Larva's statement he just said?
So what?
Larva's M.
Laveris? Oh,
Larvaris.
Laveris.
Larvaris.
Okay,
It
yeah,
says I look like a
the
brioche bun.
brioche bun, man, with a mouth, man. We don't even want to talk about what that picture looks like.
Oh man.
We
That's
don't even
the
talk
Hey,
that's
about
look,
it.
that's the
hey, that looks
nose.
like my final form tomorrow, BG.
With the pink mouth. Oh no, we
No,
don't
that's
even
the
talk
Oh
about
no,
it.
man.
that's the nose.
That's the nose.
Yeah,
What,
Diglett
what
is
if
my
the
It's a Pokemon. It's Diglett. That's why I
Oh,
noticed it
it's
from the
Diglett.
beginning.
Oh,
It's a Pokemon.
okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's
All
my
right.
that's my final
You
form
got
tomorrow,
you got to
BGS.
tell me because I don't know.
You have to be a millennial to really get it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yo,
Okay.
Adam
did
All right.
y'all
number
did
one
y'all see that
Pokemon?
did y'all
That
see
was my brother.
that West Virginia family that's like multiple generations inbred
Mm.
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
on
There's
YouTube?
lots of them.
It's a thing.
Man, that's when I really knew that white people really love dogs over anything
Oh
because the
shit!
dog
There you
was the
Hysterical.
go.
only thing that
There
was
you go.
clean.
Goddamn. Oh shit.
Like the dog was the only thing that was clean
Oh.
out of the whole family.
Oh man.
Everybody
You know
else
what?
clothes was dirty, the house was all fucked up, but the dog
Uh
was
huh.
fresh, perfectly
Oh yeah, they
groomed.
clean. Yeah, the groom. That's true. That's true.
You know what's so fucked up? Only in West Virginia that Scooby Doo is referred to as the greatest love story ever told.
Oh God.
Hysterical.
Oh, oh, here we go. We're going
Yeah.
in.
Scooby
Man,
Doo.
I mean, these people' house was like fucking had a hole in the fucking roof and shit. The
Uh huh.
whole house is just trash, but the dog was perfectly fucking clean. What the fuck?
Only in West Virginia do they see the Jacksons fighting over the same wife and be like, okay, so what's the problem?
Yeah, I didn't know if you have inbred
Hey,
children and
you can't
shit.
mess with her. That's your sister.
Yo, something's wrong with these
You
people.
know what the
Y'all
old
need to
saying?
look
There's
that
an
shit
old
up on
joke.
YouTube, man. It's fucked up.
There's an old
Shark is
joke
right.
about people from West Virginia, right? They
Mm-hmm.
said, how do you circumcise a guy from West Virginia? You kick his sister in the mouth.
Oh shit. Hmm.
Oh, here we
Damn.
go. Oh shit.
Penis still a dog.
Just to
uh,
You
let you
see,
know,
that's what I'm
BGS,
telling you. That
I'm gonna
Charles don't got no Pictionary imagination. He doesn't.
Penis
I'm
count.
gonna post my channel in the chat.
say what?
I'm gonna post my channel in the chat.
I have a
Go ahead.
question. I have a
Oh,
question.
hold on. Let me give you a wrench. You got a
No,
wrench?
no, not on this channel. No.
Okay, hold on a second.
Hey, BGS, you think we could talk about the 1619 project for a moment, so we can
See,
just
see, see.
move forward
He's
like
using his
something?
stiff power right
What
there.
about it?
Well, I just want to get a more in-depth understanding on what there exactly is going to be the argument within
The only
a
argument is basically they're telling the story of slavery and Jim Crow, and that's really where it's at. And actually going back through the books and actually kind of messing up the narrative because they want black people to become people of color. So that's what's happening. So the Trump actually did that because he didn't want the 1619 project out.
funny
You can
because
actually go read the book, man. They have a book.
had I not watched Hidden Colors, man, my motherfucking perception of
Uh huh.
African culture and Black American culture would be so fucking jaded. This shit is. I mean, it's like to a certain extent, BGS. It
Hmm.
makes me frustrated when I deal with just even interpersonally with white people because it's like it's
Hmm.
insidious to a certain extent.
Hmm.
Like it's heinous to a certain extent when you think about it.
It is heinous, but it's also business. Okay, so at some point, because when we think about slavery and capitalism and what happened, right? We think about it in emotional terms. When you got kind of take the emotion out of it and actually talk about business, okay, it was a business move, right? Okay, the reason that slavery actually grew so much in the United States, they're making so much fucking money off of you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Europe and the United States is making so much money off you. Um, I'll get back to it in a minute.
That's the case. You
Let-
couldn't have made a better system, but not maybe not kill
no,
so
they
many
couldn't.
people.
No, that yeah.
That system we call capitalism, right? Like that they actually replicated the actual slave the slave farm, the slave plantation all over the world, right? You're in the cotton mills, in the sugar plant, in the sugar, the all the sugar making factories, right? You even see a replication of that today in China, right? Remember, I don't know if you remember this. You might be too young. Remember when the Chinese workers, I forget what company it was, right? The Foxconn, right?
Foxconn, yeah.
Foxconn. Remember they had to put suicide nets around the building to keep the workers from jumping to their deaths
I heard about
because
that.
they're working they're working 6 days a week, 12 hours a day under this intense workload, and these women couldn't handle it, right? So they were jumping to their death. Had to put up they had to put up what do you call it? They had to put up suicide nets. So, but it's actually a replication of the what you call it. The slave plantation. What is it? There's two books: Empire Cotton and then I think it's the left hand. Or was it the
BGS, don't forget to
yeah
tell them what Foxconn produces.
Apple phone? Yeah, Apple products. Yeah,
Yep.
iPhones. Yeah.
Look, I got this 13 Pro Max. I don't give a fuck. They can have all the suicide nets they want to.
No,
Yeah.
bro. No,
Well,
not,
the
they
thing
be
I
is,
need
working
this.
people
I
like
need
that.
this
No,
60
bro.
frames per second 4K, dog. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you do the work
Look in
for you talk.
Congo with to get the tantalite and stuff like that out of Congo. Look what they do to little 6-year-old boys, man. That have to breathe that red dust in. They don't even live to be 21 years old. There's a lot of
That
stuff
shit
that
is
goes
real.
on. It's
You do the
real, yeah.
work.
So
You
it's
do the work because what they show you on TV is not even the half of it. They clean. You know when they bring those camera crews
yeah.
out there, clean
The
all that
book is
shit up.
that half that's never
Whatever.
been told. That's the name of the book. Um,
Yeah,
let me go to my
that is one of
Amazon.
the reasons when you ever watch debates that in the
Hmm.
West they don't like to debate with Asians or Africans. Did
Hmm.
you ever use that? Because we can say, "Hey, shut the fuck up. We know how much life it costs to make your shoes. Shut the fuck up."
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Nike factory, all those in Vietnam where they make the Nike factory. I remember the reason I stopped buying Nikes is because I found out Michael Jordan was making more than the whole entire factory in Vietnam that's making his shoes and his clothes. And I couldn't. I said I couldn't support that. I still bought them for my kids because they're kids, but I stopped buying. I haven't worn Nikes in got to be 30 years.
You talking about Nikes just in general, or just Nike Jordans
I
like
don't, I don't, I don't wear Nikes in general. I don't wear anything Nike. The only thing I get Nike is somebody buys it for me, but I don't buy. I haven't bought Nike for myself in 30 years because 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 of that. If you're making more than the whole entire factory that makes your shit, then you know, I'm saying
share
I
that?
don't want to be part
Wouldn't
of it.
the
Yeah.
theory go that
Y'all don't.
they
I'm
get
sorry.
jobs and all that, and they'll eventually pull themselves up by the bootstraps?
Oh
It,
boy.
it,
Right.
that okay. The
It's
China,
not
China.
slavery if they're paying each other. Like,
No. The thing is that okay. That is true. That's China actually did it. Okay, it's called the value chain, moving yourself up the value chain. Okay, you start off by um, assembling shit that nobody else wants to assemble or
Cheap
assemble
goods.
parts of
Yep.
it, cheap
Mm-hmm.
goods, stuff like that. You move up to the
Mm-hmm.
next step,
Mm-hmm.
actually assembling more advanced products, and then you start making components, and then you start training your people to actually design the components, and then actually then you actually farm your shit out. Like a lot of some stuff that China doesn't want to make anymore is actually farmed
Africa.
out to what's
Mm-hmm.
farmed. Well, Africa now, but thing is, used to be Vietnam,
Oh, okay.
Thailand.
Cambodia,
Okay. Yeah.
Thailand. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Thailand. They had
The
a
clothing
tsunami.
and
They had a tsunami in Thailand, right? All your hard drives could go into computers actually made in Thailand.
Mm.
So you couldn't
Yeah.
get hard drives for like 2 months until they
But
rebuilt the
do you know
factories.
what's special about China? Why it works in
Uh huh.
China so good?
What's
Because they
that?
have a centralized leadership.
yeah,
Well,
it
Yeah,
takes
that's
oh yeah,
part.
place.
yeah. Authoritarian. Well, Germany's not too far away from that, but
And China stopped manufacturing cheap clothes too. Like if you notice, it used to be China that made all the cheap clothes,
They
even the
still do.
early 2000s. I
They
mean,
still
but
do.
now it's more like Cambodia. I'm seeing on these shirts and stuff,
Yeah,
BDS like
yeah,
Thailand,
Cambodia,
and
Cambodia,
and it
Vietnam.
Korea.
depend. It
Ain't
depends on.
China.
It depends on where the final assemblies actually is. It gets the final tag because it could have started in China and then went to Cambodia or Thailand or Vietnam. I think, in fact, when I was in Africa, what they wanted to do, was in Ghana. What they, all the which was funny, all the African shirts were actually made in China.
Mm.
And you had to
Mm-mm-mm.
go to a special village and actually buy the actual authentic cloth. You want the mud cloth or the authentic cloth, you had to go to the village where they actually spun that stuff and they actually wove it themselves. Because you're actually going to have to pay more. It's better made, okay, but you had to pay more. All the cheap stuff that the vendors were selling was actually made in China. But they're actually talking about having those factories actually moved over to the continent so they can actually start up the same value chain. If
Yeah.
you look at if you look up, I think it's called something D. I got to go back and look it up. Where where a lot of say like East and West African importers, right? Went from importing the stuff. I remember there's one guy he imported little small motorcycles and mopeds, right?
I
He
saw
imported
this.
them.
I saw this documentary. Oh
Yeah,
man.
remember that?
Yes. I'm trying to remember the name
It's
of
a
it too.
French
Damn it.
word, and it ends
Ah,
with D. And
You're talking
but
about
that's
East Africa. Yeah. Fuck me.
yeah, well, East Africa, but there's also one in West Africa where this guy, I think it was in Nigeria, where he imported small, small motorcycles, and what he
Yeah.
did was
Yeah.
actually we brought them in and said, okay, we want to try to assemble them because it's cheaper actually bringing the parts and actually put them together, right? And then after that, then he started manufacturing the little small motorcycles right there, some of the parts. So that's how you move the value chain.
That is and by the way, side note, the textile
Yeah,
industry
yeah,
is really ugly.
kente
By the
cloth
way.
from China. I got a few of those shirts. Yeah,
Yeah.
kente cloth
Yeah.
from China. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Y'all
been a
remember
thing.
the like? Hold on, y'all. Like to the chat, y'all really don't remember back when Black Panther was hot and everybody had a Chinese dashiki. Acting like they
that's what
was.
that's
Yeah.
that's where
No.
they're
That.
made.
eh.
That's where
No,
they're made.
but I remember. I
Yeah, you
remember
could
this being
tell the difference
controversial
though.
even before Black Panther. I remember having conversations in the Black community with people that were like, "Yo, these shits is made in China." Like most of these shits, and we talking about like early 2000s. We were having
Yeah,
this conversation.
but
So like, yeah, that's been a
And
thing.
also not a. I mean, it's really not that many manufacturing jobs getting outsourced to Africa as you would think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's
This,
still
this,
getting outsourced to other Asian countries.
this people ask me about where I found where who actually said that 70% to 80% of the wealth was actually in the South, and that's why the Civil War was actually fought. That's where I got it from. The book, it wasn't about slavery, by Samuel L. W. Meacham. You get an audio book or buy the book. I'm thinking about buying the book and actually cut out that little section
Do
about
they
that.
do they go into the cotton prices during that time period and everything?
He did a little bit. The cotton
Okay,
prices is actually done in Empire Cotton.
okay.
That damn war, Northern aggression, all the time.
Well, they call it Northern Aggression, but the thing is about it's
States.
about secessionary war. You
Yeah.
know, that's what it
I
really
like in
was.
Hidden Colors when they talk
Mm.
about it. They got that old eerie ass music playing.
Oh yeah, well, I
That
haven't.
shit
I
traumatized
watched
me.
the first one, but I haven't watched anyone since.
Okay.
Dave,
I mean,
Dave,
it's not.
Because there's like five of them, right?
I've seen all of
Yeah,
them. I've
yeah. I
seen
mean,
three
Hidden
of them in
Colors, you got
theaters. They're all right.
1804,
Yeah,
I mean,
I've seen
this is the
1804
thing.
also.
It's
Bug
really
Breaking.
good. Of course, the books and stuff gonna be better, but it's
Uh
really
huh.
good for like the millennials, the Gen Z people that don't read as much
Yeah.
because it basically give you like the cliff notes,
Oh, you
and
give you a starter
it,
point, huh?
and it also gives shine to a lot of really good black
yeah.
historians and
Well,
scholars.
To
not
be
even
fair, that's
just not
all
even just
ages that
reading. It's
qualify for
just
that. But
it's not even. I was just not even just reading. It's just a more easily digestible material or medium
Mm-hmm.
instead
I
of
have
just
a
having to
question.
start out on the books. Because with the books you might be specifically on one book might be specifically on one part of the civil rights movement, and then another book might be overarching. So you don't even
Hmm.
really know where to kind of start with the hidden colors. It just gives you a kind of base point that
It's
hits you with the
101.
101. Hits yes, exactly. Hits you
No,
with the 101
even before you
points.
get to
Oh,
that,
but
even
I
hit
before
you.
you
mean,
Know
get
what I'm saying?
it's a
Hit you.
good it's a good primer, and the way that it's done is really good because
Yeah,
it's done very quickly. Like the way it's cut, it's
yeah.
not boring, it's not dry, it
It's
moves
cool. Yeah, it's
fast.
cool. They hit you. They hit you with the information. They give you
Hmm.
the main bullet points. It's not no whole lot of exposition. Tyreek, it's like it's literally 2 plus 2 4. There you go. We're on to the next thing. 2 plus 2 4. There you go. A three
Hmm.
plus 3 is 6. There you go. It's really
Hmm.
really simple. And that's what I really like
Cause
about
yeah,
it.
Tariq
I'm
knows
a
his audience.
millennial BGS, but I'm old school, man. I come from the pro black community. I come from
Okay.
reading, Dr. John Henry Clark and
Hmm.
Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen and all these
Yeah.
other
Oh
great
yeah,
Hell
Dr.
yeah!
historians.
Ben.
And
Yeah,
every
Like
Dr.
I,
Ben.
this person has a big
There's
ass
two things
library
that
somewhere in their house.
there's two
Michelle
things Dr.
Anderson.
Ben loved. It was pussy and chicken.
Michelle.
hey, it says
Sounds like
black. He said
Uh,
heaven is between the black woman's
yeah,
legs.
so he said it all the time. All the time. Heaven between the black woman's thighs.
I
Yes,
have a
yes, he did.
question. How many books do American children read in the entire school cycle?
Ooh,
Probably
depending on what age they are.
probably,
Yeah, they may.
probably
They
about
talking about outside of class, or what are you talking about?
No,
Talking
inside of
public.
class. Mandatory.
Oh, mandatory. I would say about
under 10,
what? No, about yeah,
15.
about 10, 11 a year. Yeah,
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 literary works.
it's
Yeah.
those
right
are
around,
textbooks.
No, no,
if we
no, no,
talking
not
from
textbooks. Books. Not
Lit-
textbooks.
talking about just you talking about reading material. You
yeah,
talking about
literary
Yeah,
works.
Oh
about
no! Oh
reading.
hell, they might
uh,
read one or two at
hey, Snake
best.
Man.
That's what
Probably
But
like
Wikipedia is for,
even
man.
over the
even
course.
with even
I think
with
I read
that, I
about
would
One time,
say
one
7.
time, one time, one time.
even with
Brother.
that, I recommended reading is not necessarily like African or Black history.
Yeah.
It's
What?
more
Okay.
like
Hold on.
literary books, like some of our great
Yeah.
literary authors,
Yeah, like the Fiddler on
poets,
the
and
Roof.
Well,
uh,
if we're talking about just regular books, Snake Man, I
I think
say from K to hold on from he yeah, because that's what you're saying. From K to 18, I would say at most at their best institutions you'll read 5, and that's the
What?
strictest institutions.
No,
Yes,
I read
I
10.
have 20. I had to read 20.
I had to read 10.
from
Hold on,
what school
Snake
did you
Man. How
go?
old are you?
I will become 21.
In more, I say more art. What school
Oh,
did you
you
go
you
to?
you you
Yeah,
say
go
what? You're 21.
No, I will become 21.
No, you
Oh,
see how
you
you read?
become
They
21.
read
Oh,
20
you
in the
when did you
grade.
stop? When did you stop counting, sick man?
No.
I mean, really, you're just 20 for
Yes.
real? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I
He's
thought
gotta
you were
be
older
like
than that.
you.
You sound older. Okay, that's what I'm
I
saying.
No,
thought your ass was like 35 on your
it,
second wife and
Yeah,
shit.
I thought he was
no,
like in his mid 30s, but yeah.
I
no.
think the
He's got
African
forever.
accent, Nigerian
Parts
accent, make that
shit.
nigga
Deep,
sound
deep
wise.
Oh,
African
okay. I
voice.
didn't know.
Deep,
Yeah, you do. You
deep.
do.
That
I
nigga
just
sound
watched.
like a tribal leader.
Because I assumed that you were older, but yeah, you're in a 20. You're 20. Goddamn. Okay, I didn't
Nah,
know.
I
I'm
mean,
fucking
as
with you.
far as the books that I read Catcher in the Rye. I read
I read that one.
Ship Down. I read
Kill a Mockingjay,
Uncle
Kill a
Tom's
Mockingbird,
Cabin.
Yeah, Fiddler on the Roof. Did I say that already? And
Bill on the Roof. I didn't read that one.
I reread The Color Purple.
I didn't read that.
Thank God I
Ugh.
didn't read that one. Thank
What
God.
was the one with that? There was like a Old Yeller,
Oh,
Oh yeah, we
I
read
never
that
read
one.
that
We
one.
read the Indian in the cupboard.
Indian in the Cupboard. Yeah, we read
Read
that
that one.
series.
Yep.
Of Mice
Read
and
that
Yeah.
one.
Men.
Charlotte's
Oh my.
Web.
Yeah, mice and men. Yeah.
Yeah, Charlotte's Web. Yeah, I remember that.
Little
Yeah,
House on
yeah.
the
Everybody reads
Prairie.
Charlotte's Web.
Little
Yeah.
House on the Prairie. Did y'all read that one?
Nah, I didn't
No,
read that one.
No,
I'm
you
too
House
old.
on the Prairie.
There was one I think that had like a red wagon on the front cover. It was old. I think
Ooh. Was that
yeah.
a is that a textbook or is just a or a
No,
storybook?
literary work. It was a
Oh,
story.
okay.
Did y'all read
I think it
Fahrenheit
was. I think,
451?
and then there was one
Yeah.
story I read about. They
I
made a
read that
movie
shit on Wikipedia.
about
Nigga in school.
the snow
Hell
dog
no.
that died.
I
And
remember that.
the
Yep,
guy came
yep,
out with a truck and said, "If you go past this point, I'll shoot y'all."
yeah.
And he
I
had to
remember
carry the
this.
little dog. Yeah,
Mhm.
Okay.
yeah, I read that one.
I remember they had us reading The Great
Does Dr.
Gatsby.
Seuss
Oh yeah, I
count?
read that one too.
We had to read
Great
had to
Hey, I
read
didn't
The
see Lord of the
Gentleman.
Flies though. Yeah, I read that.
I didn't read Lord of the
Read that.
Flies.
Lord of the
I read
Flies. Yeah, I remember that. Yes, yes.
We had to read
Moby Dick. Did
Ralph
anybody say Moby Dick? Yep, that
Ralph
too.
Yeah.
Ralph
I didn't
Waldo
read Moby Dick. They
Emerson.
took that one out.
Okay.
Ralph Waldo Emerson essays and shit on
What do
transcendentalism.
we read? The Hobbit. Um,
Mm,
Some people read The Hobbit. Some people
Yeah,
read
I
it. I
didn't.
didn't read it.
we didn't read the Hobbit in
Depending
school.
on
hell,
classes.
I read three. What is it? It was in second grade. I read three. First three books of the Wizard of Oz.
Mm.
Oh yeah, they took that shit out. Yeah, you already know that's too black.
No, it wasn't in school. I read that outside of school.
Oh, outside of school.
I also
Okay.
I
had
read that on my
what's
own.
that? What's the name of that book? Death of a Salesman. Did anybody read that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
No,
that
I
was
didn't read
a
that
sad
one.
ass book, man. But it made you, that's one of those. I wonder if that was like scared straight back in the time it was written.
hmm
Like, motherfucker, if you don't do right in school, you gonna end up like
yeah. Ray
We
Bradbury, The
talking.
Martian Chronicles.
If we talking about classes, books in the curriculum, because let's think about it. The only good classes when you coming up K through to all the way 12, well not 12,
hmm
K through to like eighth grade. The only
hmm
class you're gonna really have to read is English, and then
For
beyond
real.
that, the another class is gonna be in high school is gonna be advisory. So you really only have two classes at max, at best case scenario, to even read one book. And most of the time, if they had it it would be one book for the year. It's gonna be one part of
Yeah,
the curriculum, and once it's
yeah.
done,
and
it's
it
done.
depends on the
So
school
Because
too.
you have a lot. You have a lot of reading in textbooks. So
Because
I'm
And
talking
it
about the
depends on
average
if it's a
dog.
depending
good
on the school
school or not
system.
too.
Talking about
Because
that's what I
like,
just said too. I
Yeah.
said
yeah,
the
because
average though.
Yeah. If
yeah.
you public
like
school,
I
it's a
mean
wrap.
the high
So
school I
It's a
went
wrap.
to
It's
was
a
like
wrap. Of
pretty
course, it goes a wrap. Yeah,
pretty high up, so we got
yeah,
through a lot of shit. But inner city schools is different. Like you
yeah,
may get through 1/4 of that.
yeah,
hey man, read
yeah.
these cliff notes, boy.
Yeah, really,
Because
really, you
because
start
the bigger
reading
issue is.
storybooks. Start reading storybooks basically when you after you pass sixth grade. After that, it's mostly textbooks.
Yeah, well, so like when I was in high school, they had the stories in the textbooks. So like they had like the classic stories, like we were just
hmm
naming the classic books. They just have it in the textbooks, and you just go through it like that. But really, the problem with a lot of the inner city schools is you have a lot less time to get through shit because most of the time,
True.
motherfuckers is trying to stop people from being disruptive and shit.
hmm
Like you're not actually. That's one notice I noticed. That's one difference I noticed between like a majority white school district and
hmm
a majority black school district. Where it was like it was a lot of behavioral issues cutting through the
Kid,
actual supposed to be learning time.
the
Larger
teachers
class
look, man.
sizes.
At these inner city, look, man, because I went to an inner city. I went to one of the most underprivileged schools in I guess the greater California area, to be honest, but Sacramento area for sure, man. Look, a lot of main problems with these institutions are that they lack funding a lot of times and like teacher resources. So
For
it's a lot
real.
of they send all these unexperienced ass teachers to come deal with these young kids and shit. You know what I'm saying? They're not from the community. You know what I'm saying? They just moved out here. They're not getting paid that much. Not getting told that much information. They don't have too much administrative like resources to reach out. So when they
hmm
come out here, they get books with no covers on them. Sometimes they only have half the books they need for their classes. They don't have their supplies. They don't have printers. The internet's faulty. Wiring for the building might be bad. Like all type of shit.
And the teachers gotta do cover all those fucking gaps.
Yes, and they have to pay for it. You have to cover all those gas. And
That
Out of
yeah,
usually
pocket,
it's
and they ain't
Oh,
getting
usually
that's
out
paid
of
shit
pocket.
either.
Can I
Usually
can
it's
I
out of
jump in after
pocket.
that?
I have
Yeah,
that
go
book.
Yeah,
That's
ahead.
a good book.
you go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So following up with with Pookie, right? I came from the same school system he came from, right? From Sacramento
hmm
City Unified. My school,
Yep.
my son
PSW,
was
you know
right.
exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, man. I
With the
went to Bowling
bathrooms
Green.
not
Yeah, I went
working
to
Let
Luther
because
Burbank High.
Pookie, let him
Yeah.
run.
So the school system, like where we grew up, is terrible. I tell anybody that it's garbage. And my son,
Mm-hmm.
right? He was at Luther Burbank High School, which is like ranked last in all the high
Okay,
schools in
okay,
Sacramento, ranked
okay,
last, and he had like a 3.9. Then
okay.
a 3.9 GPA. We moved to Rockland. Rockland is more affluent area. It's like the it's in the top 10% of high school or
hmm
top 10% of school
hmm
districts in California. His grade point average dropped to like a 3.1, but
Okay.
the level of education is much greater. It's just night and day, and I knew it was gonna happen like that. So coming like, for myself, coming up in that, I knew he wasn't gonna have the opportunities as these kids out here did. So that's why
True.
I made that move. I'm like, you know what? We can move to Rockland. It's gonna be nicer. It's gonna be a whole bunch of white kids. You ain't gonna see no black kids out here. I think this
True.
like, him and all the black kids, all the young brothers, they all know each other. They all, they kick it for the most part. All like six of them out of 2,500 students. But like I
True.
said, the level of education is much higher than you just look at what the property
Yeah.
taxes are though out here. Those
Yeah.
property taxes go to fund the schools. When you come
Yeah.
from South Sac, or even another area like the Arden area, which is probably like 10 miles from where I grew up, that
True.
Pookie was in, it's still the same thing, right? It's still Sac
Yeah,
City
it's
Unified School
$60.
District. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
you're
you,
not about.
yeah.
One of the
You look at the screen.
surprises.
You
One
can
of the
buy it cheaper.
surprises.
Shit, tell him about Kevin Johnson and his nonsense and all his bullshit and how
Let me
they.
just say this real quick. One of the surprises that I
Mhm.
seen from going from inner city school, majority black county, to a suburban school, I guess, with a majority white county, was that the latter you actually got through the fucking textbooks. I was like, damn, like we actually like most inner city schools, motherfucker, you may get through like
Half that
damn
bitch.
40%,
I remember
60%
that.
of the
True.
textbooks.
Exactly.
Like these
And this another
motherfuckers actually getting through the entire textbook in the school year. It's like,
Mhm.
damn.
yeah,
If I could add to that too,
yeah.
one quick point. This is why I'm an advocate somewhat of like, um, getting rid of like this kind of school district taxing. Taxing the base of
Mhm.
where the school is, because that's their little slick way of like pretty
Yep.
much practicing segregation
Yeah,
still with the
it
school
is.
system.
It is.
You
Yeah,
know. So.
that's the problem. This is what I'm talking about. This
Even
Mhm.
though it's supposed to be balanced out in California because all your school funds like your property taxes has to go to California and then it comes back to you. As
and
far as funding schools, it's
Yeah.
it
supposed to
be
be equally distributed across all the schools, but it doesn't wind up that way.
it
Yeah, of
don't wind
course
up that
not.
way.
And
Let me tell
Uh
go
let
huh.
ahead,
me
go ahead.
just tell you because I have firsthand experience with this shit. BGS
Mhm.
only it
Mhm.
wasn't not 2 years ago that I was an interning in PS7 elementary school and Tobias he already told you about it. He knows the school I'm talking about. We know
Uh
the
huh.
same area. So
Mhm.
these niggas they couldn't even afford to cut the grass consistently. That's how bad the budgeting was, bro. Kevin
Mhm.
Johnson was laundering and hemorrhaging money he was through the Sac City
Uh huh.
Sac High School district to buy
Okay.
different properties, including his fried chicken business, which he
Fixins.
used district money
Fixings.
fixins to
Okay. Okay.
finance, my nigga. School money. This is the
Okay.
shit I'm talking about. Shit,
Okay.
money that should be going to
South
make the
Nigerian.
yeah, exactly. Money that should be going to make the to fix the bathrooms, that should be cut the grass, to
Mhm.
buy new computers, to fix the concrete after
Mhm.
15, 20 fucking years. And it's
Mhm.
cracked up to the point where people are tripping, busting their knees open type shit. I'm seeing this shit.
And was
I interned at the school for last year.
Sacramento Bee didn't report on none of this?
Nope.
Damn.
I'll
Nope.
Okay.
I'll give us this last
They've
point
been
to
doing it for
remember how
years.
slick these people are when it comes to schools.
And
Let's
you know what
let's
else
take
they
it
didn't
out of
report?
elementary and high school real quick, Pookie. Let's take it out of that and remember the college school scandal. I'll just remind you, if y'all want to know how these people play the game, just remember the college school scandal. That's how far they're willing to go to make sure their kids got the shit that you don't got.
Mhm.
And
Oh yeah.
here's another thing, and that ain't even it. You know what else the Sacramento Bee didn't post? They never posted all those allegations and all those situations where Kevin Johnson was going up to the high schools and the middle schools and touching on the students and shit. Multiple different accounts of some of these women I actually and girls I actually know.
Mhm.
Some of these people I
Wow.
actually
Why would
know.
you do some
So
dumb shit? He's a former NBA basketball player. Why would we do some dumb shit
he
like
was
that?
doing that shit. He was doing that shit all the way back when he was on the Suns. Remember that allegation with the white chick?
Uh
This
huh.
ain't nothing new. He's still on the same shit. You know how these niggas roll, BG. This nigga ain't changed.
What really
You
made
know
me
how this shit
mad,
go.
right? One
Mhm.
thing that okay, I went to Luther Burbank High School, right? Exactly like the same high school my son was going to.
Mhm.
Now they gonna go spend $9.3 million on a new football field, right? A new football
Mhm.
field. When you
Mhm.
could have taken it $9.3 million, got you some better teachers, got you a better curriculum
Mhm.
for the right. Not just let's just give them a new football field. To hell with that football field. Concentrate on the academics,
But
not on the athletics.
Tobias, It's football though.
Yeah.
I don't give
I
a
know,
shit.
right? Wait, isn't that what you
Dude,
niggas good for? I mean, like, ain't y'all? That's what y'all do, though, right? Throw balls and catch them. I'm just saying.
Most colleges spend more money on their athletics than anything because that athletics is going to drive them money.
Bringing the money,
And
especially in the South.
bringing attention.
Yeah.
Not at Luther Burbank High School. It's not. It is not about to be dry. It is not.
They're
No.
fucking terrible.
No.
They'll have an
Exactly,
athletics program, but they're so poor that they can't even fund the shit. BDS, they can't fill the potholes on the football field. These kids are on their fucking ankles because the field's so worn down from years of use. It's always
I'm telling you, I'm telling you, there are some schools that just like there's a school down here that's like a St. Aug. They spent so much money on their own football field, and they're not even like a D1 school. But they want to get some money. They trying to get that sports money. They try to get people to come there for to play for them that are actually good, so that way they can be D1. That's their main goal. That's their main goal.
If you ain't got it, you ain't got it, man.
Man, my high school, it was so garbage. Look, I remember when I was there all 4 years. Football team went 0-10 4 straight seasons. It's like, actually, I think we went 0-10 for like a decade. Just 100 straight losses. Like, it was just bad. So purchasing a new football field or having a new field built, a new football field built, new bleachers, a stadium, all that with lights, that's a waste of money. That is a waste when your children can barely be at grade level.
Sure is. Or the restrooms don't work for weeks. And nobody can take a shit except in that one little office bathroom that's only supposed to be reserved for staff, but they have to make an amendment, and all the kids have to take turns using the same fucking seat because they won't fix the urinals or the broken porcelain toilet for 8 months straight. My nigga,
just don't cut your ass. That's all.
These niggas have to
throw that football.
And shit.
Hey,
BGS, let me tell you this: I never took a shit at school until middle school, my nigga. That's how bad the bathrooms were. I was grateful when I went to a white school, even if the seat was covered in piss. At least the toilet worked, my nigga.
Oh, good grief! Okay. Really?
Real shit. I swear to God. I swear.
This is This is the state capital, man. It's not like Podunk, California.
Man, this is Brown versus Board sort of shit. To be honest.
It might be the state capital, but I'm like I said, where I'm from is South Sac is the hood, so a lot of people don't know that. But I can relate to him saying he never went to the bathroom, took a shit at school to like middle school. That I was in the same boat. I did. It was the same. It was that bad. That's real.
Yes.
When he calls it out, I'm like, God damn, I'm not the only brother who experiences, and this is the first time we connected.
Tobias, I wish.
And the years between y'all, Tobias, how old are you? Because Pookie's 19.
I'm 41.
You see the gap?
I wish I was lying. I wish I was. That's the crazy thing. I wish I was lying about half this shit. I'm not. And I found out all this. I found out a lot of this stuff over the course of working there, hearing this shit from the staff. The teachers were. This is how bad the dysfunction is in the districts and the inner cities. I mean, the teachers are going against the administration. In the administration, they're quitting, leaving after a year. After I think one chick up at Sakai at the high school, she literally quit after a week and wrote a whole letter about blasting the district about their lack of funding and the conditions of the students and shit, and how the teachers were being hired. Because a lot of these new teachers, a lot of these motherfuckers will be white people from small little towns. They got these racist ass views.
Now,
so they might.
Bro, I gotta get this out real quick.
Detroit, dog.
Here's the important. Pookie, you asked the question earlier, about the CRT, right? You answered it throughout this conversation about why they don't want this shit being. They don't want people to understand the importance of race in this country. You answered your question, by the way. they don't want their white kids to know I'm here not because of my hard work, but because of what my skin color. Fuck my hard work. That's not why I'm here.
But but I don't understand how you cannot know that though. That's so
because they live in delusion.
Because they don't want to know.
They live in a delusion. Some of them live in delusion. I'm trying to tell you, a lot of these guys live in fucking delusion, and a lot of times they don't even want to. They don't talk about race because they have no one to talk to, And it's like, because I'm telling you, there's guys at my job, white guys, country ass white guys, that actually will know they can have a conversation with me because some of them feel like they can't have these conversations outward because they are afraid to be called racist.
They don't see color. What?
That's what they say. They try to
Yeah.
say
Yeah,
that.
I don't see color. Like, sure,
Look,
you
So we
don't.
got to
But
check on it. So it's got
a
to check on it.
Yeah. Well, once again, and what Art said is very important. This is why I don't take white people's head off instantly when the conversation of race and class come up,
Uh
right?
huh.
Because they do fish around to see what you know and how articulate you are and how you're gonna word things to them. But
Mhm.
once again, the CRT thing and what we're talking about with these schools, it
Mhm.
look, America is at the place that they're tired of having the shit thrown in their face. I will remind you that remember the Chinese premier that threw that shit in one of Biden's aides' face when they met up in Alaska.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Remember, and then remember Vietnam, soul brother, not your war.
Yeah.
Every chance, remember the Soviet Union throwing that shit in their face too. Every chance they get, people, whenever you got a problem with America, just throw in their face. Oh, the way you treat black people, now shut up, right? So
Mhm.
they're tired of that shit. So now it's about, look, we're not racist. We had a black president. Look, we're not racist. Oprah's a billionaire. Look, we ain't racist. Jay Z making money. That nigga from the hood, right? Like
We got
so,
Yeah.
Kamala.
so exactly right. We got Kamala, right? Like
It's
eh, so that's to answer your question. That's why this is important, and very important. This is the most important part of it. It's not about tricking white people as much as it's about tricking black kids.
Yeah.
You're where you are because you ain't try hard enough, not because of racism.
Yep.
That's even more important than tricking the white people, the white kids. So always remember that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, to train for hiding such shit is already done because here in Europe,
Yep.
the entire books of how black, how racist in America fucked up their potential. There's entire books out there.
Hey, they don't
Really?
they don't care what
I
German
want to
kids
see
think.
that
They care what
book.
white American kids think. But you're right, Snake Man. It's too late.
Mhm. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah. You're behind
Send
already.
me the titles to those books, because
Yeah, drop it in the back chat, Snake Man.
So it's
Whoa.
funny. So
They
it's
might
like
not be
I
in
like a
English
good
though.
cross reference.
Might need to
hey,
speak some Swahili.
You get that Google Translate on that bitch.
or some
But
Tuttonese or
and, and
some shit.
and and that's
I still
important to
know a
know.
whole
Like
bunch of German girls.
I'm
So
I'm happy Snake Man brought that up because like this little catch 22 they do. And by the way, it's the same thing in Britain. Like everybody knows what's going on in America. People pretend like they don't know when they get here because they know they got to fit into the class structure, which is racism, and anti-blackness. But everybody know what the fuck's
Say,
going on.
say you already got China getting real balls of these past few years, rubbing it in.
Mhm.
Like,
You see
oh,
what
you
I'm
gonna
saying?
talk about
Exactly.
what we doing to our minority class? Well, what about you,
Hey,
goddamn?
we'd be like, hey, what about the Uyghurs in the province? And they'll be like, what about black people? Right in your face, slap. Right. So like when that happens, they really don't have nowhere to go. So now it's about trying to get you to shut up, right?
Uh,
Trying
uh,
to trying to
uh,
get you to shut up.
uh, uh, uh.
What had happened was, we had Barack. Yeah, BLM came up out of Barack administration. You forgot?
Mhm.
As fucked up as they are, as really LGBTQ shit waving as they are, remember BLM started under Barack. That lets you know how bad it is.
Yep.
Yeah. It did. Yeah. Yeah. It did. It
Was it
started
Trayvon
Barack.
Martin they started?
Oh,
Happened under Barack. Yep.
It was Trayvon Martin, and then really got going under Michael Brown.
yeah,
Mike Brown,
that,
Freddie Gray, name them.
Say
Alton
BLM
Sterling,
nah,
all that
I
didn't
think
shit.
start
Mike
off
Brown was the
bad.
first one
Because it
that I
started
heard
off as a
about.
hashtag. Yeah.
Yeah, but once they killed all the black male leaders and replaced them with lesbians, that's when shit got
It was
fucked up.
always lesbians.
I mean,
Yeah, it
we still
started
got
to be
black male
lesbian.
leaders. We got D. Ray McKesson.
No. There's actually several black heterosexual leaders that
From,
were pretty much killed in
I'm fucking
the.
with you, Jesse. I know. I agree with
oh,
you. I'm just
t-
doing that on purpose. I'm just being funny.
talk
Oh
about
yeah,
it, Ferguson. Talk
Yeah,
about
that,
Ferguson.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
brother. Remember, what's the brother's name
there was
that they
several.
found him in the car?
yeah,
Darren
burned alive.
Seals. He
There
ended
was
up
Darren
there
his
was
Seals.
car
Yes,
there
was
was
burnt
Darren
up in the
Seals.
motherfucker.
Yes,
there
He
was
was in the
yes.
actually
trunk.
at least 4 black heterosexual male leaders of BLM that have been killed since
Hmm.
the Ferguson incident.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Because they found about three or four dudes that were actually leaders killed in Ferguson,
yeah,
and
that's
then
what I just said.
and burnt
Darren
out
Seals being one
cars.
of them. Yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep,
That's what.
yep,
That's
And
what.
burnt out
yep.
cars. What you mean
And
BGS? They getting hit?
yeah,
No,
Hey,
man,
hey,
that's
something
we
like
ain't
that.
saying all of that. We just
Is
saying
that, that's where they were found. I don't
subtlety,
care
young
who. We
man.
don't know who killed them, but
Yeah,
yeah.
they
they
make
set
your own
themselves on
Nigga,
judgment.
fire
I didn't.
in the trunk.
Nigga, I didn't say
Mm.
the other thing. I just said a hit. That's a
So,
whole. Could be a whole lot of things.
so that was one of them. Maybe a little bit years after those ones that was found in the burnt cars mysteriously. He got killed in New Orleans. He got shot.
Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Hold on, just they do it in America. It's not just only do it outside of America, man.
Oh, they do it
Oh,
all over the
it's
world.
part of the
look, look, it was part of the FBI's tenant down in America that not to let any left wing movements or any black movements surpass a certain point. That was part of their tenants. You know what I'm saying? So J. Edgar Hoover, that was his thing. Okay, he had a hard on for Malcolm and Martin and Medgar Evers and them, a hard on for the Black Panthers.
We
Okay,
must stop the rise of a
And
black messiah.
exactly,
the
exactly.
only reason I brought that up is because mysteriously all of the gay leaders are alive,
Mm-hmm.
and you know
Mm-hmm.
There,
they pretty
there's
much
another
got caught
mysterious.
swindling money,
Yeah, alive and their pockets are fat. Yep.
Yeah, and there's
the
something else that you're missing
heterosexual
too.
black men.
One time.
They just found in burnt cars with their head blown off. But all right,
Well,
Yeah.
well,
let it
Yeah,
these
ride.
it's
particular people
just
that you're
another day
mentioning.
in paradise. Go ahead, Mr. Z.
No, no, no. What I was gonna quick comment.
Mm.
Another thing to mention is these particular people that's still alive. Not only are they LGBTQ, but they have ovaries. They XX not XY. There's a big
Mm.
that matters.
Mm-hmm.
That matters, right? And like you said, they pockets is fat. Walking out here with 3 and 4 houses and shit. I'll just enter right there, Patrice colors. But yeah. So
Man,
Yeah.
fuck those niggas, man. They pockets is fat while these kids are struggling.
they
With
don't care about these kids,
Yeah, I think
especially
BGS,
not the
it's
boys.
BGS, I'm
they
literally
get
on the floor.
Oh.
I'm literally on the floor going through the school's inventory, checking to see
Mm.
what school books they can use from the shipment
Mm-hmm.
and what school books they gotta throw in the trash, my nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay.
some of them missing covers, missing
Mm-hmm.
pages, torn. I mean, some of these books had stains in them, my nigga. These was some 6 year. I mean, I looked at the name log. The name log is
Mm-hmm.
filled up on the front page, the back page, and niggas done wrote all type of shit in the book. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's normal.
yeah.
It's
So
normal wear and tear.
Uh,
I
Uh,
think
that real
So
shit.
didn't they aren't they pressing charges against one of the BLM chicks for like
Patrice
Mm-hmm.
Colors, they're
sabotage
not
and
pressing
so forth?
charges. She already disassociated with the organization and everything. She pretty much did what
They,
she
they,
thought she could
they,
do to separate.
they're still looking into them. I think California's
Okay.
trying to do something, about funds and stuff like that. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah,
But
because
she got plenty of backup, so it's gonna be kind of hard.
Mhm.
And this is
But
bullshit. A book's my ass. That's to a
but
certain extent. A book ain't a book, man. It ain't.
to go to something that Snake Man said, Snake Man, this is how the game is played because the US is really big on the PR campaign right now, right? And the PR campaign is about making people outside think that race shit ended in 1975 or something, right?
What?
or at least
Yeah, they're
that's
doing a good job because I constantly hear black men quote
oh,
actually mouth that stuff, man.
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
talking about. Ain't no
yeah,
such thing as I don't see color, and there's no
yeah, that
such thing as
fake ass
racism.
empowerment shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Oh
fake
yeah.
ass shit,
Oh
man.
yeah. I heard NPR talk about it. Just mediocre tutorial
And
reviews.
and,
I
and
just heard him
okay,
say
so
it.
let me say this, BGS, and I'm gonna be
Mm-hmm.
very careful about how I say this
You can say it any way you
because
want to say it.
I gotta go at the biggest content creator in the space neck for this kind of shit right now.
I mean, well, you can disagree with him, and just because he
That
said
yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
the
have you
part I
agree with
disagree
him.
with because I know why
Yeah.
they're doing it. Right, I get it. Right,
Well,
I under
he might. But there are people that see it from that perspective.
yeah,
yeah,
Anthony Bryan Logan.
yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah, yeah. But
you
what?
do a grave disservice when you do that shit though. It's a catch 22. I understand why they say the shit they say, and
Mm-hmm.
not to give brothers an excuse and not to let the women use that shit as an excuse too for why they doing the shit they doing.
Mm-hmm.
But the catch 22 is when you do end up in a real ass situation, now what?
Mm-hmm.
You
Well
can't.
then it's called a Negro wake up call. That's what it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
called. But the thing is,
Well.
but he hasn't had one, so he may not have had his. So,
Well, let me
Yeah.
ask you guys this: Do you
so I can
believe?
only I don't think he would say something he didn't agree with. He's doing red pill shit. So if you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it. So,
Do you believe there's a balance to that though?
like
Because
what?
and what I mean by that is I sometimes find that black Americans in particular can be a
Mm-hmm.
little too militant in the sense of like I mean you hear these crazy pro black radicals
Mm-hmm.
like why are they dealing with China? You know, they're just gonna enslave them and colonize them. It's
Oh
like
yeah, yeah.
certain pro black radicals have the mindset of just fear about anything. Like we can only do business with black people, else we're gonna be fucked. We shouldn't do
Well,
business with anybody
if,
else.
if you do business with only black people, then you should have your ass over there building.
Right. Would you see what I'm saying though? Do you think there's
Mm-hmm.
a line in the sand where you too goddamn militant where it's like
Mm-hmm.
you just don't want to do anything with anybody unless they black?
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
but
I think
I must. Oh, I'm sorry.
no. Go ahead.
Now I wanted to say it's not a pro-black thing. Now I become a little bit African, because
Mm-hmm.
here in Nigeria, especially in the South Island, there are movements like that. On
Mm-hmm.
we must isolate ourselves because they also mistreat us. Blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the things that most people that talk like that are peasants and people who want to make money off it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't really hear Africans saying that type of stuff as much unless the only
Or
Africans I really hear saying it is the
not
ones that
not
are
globally, not globally, because we don't really have that thing that we are on the global stage and something. But when you're in Africa on the continent, you
Mm-hmm.
hear it all the time. It's like the second like, hey, that coffee tasted good. Hey, do you want to talk about how we can separate ourselves from these people?
Yeah, because understand something too,
okay.
Jesse. The we're you gotta understand that the pyramid scheme exists also intra-racially, right? So like, and I'm saying this as a Haitian descent person. It yes, black people are on the bottom in the US, but black immigrants and their children just a smidge higher. So that there's no reason why Nigerians or other continental Africans would shake the boat and be on some, yeah, we need to get away from white people. As a matter of fact, according to from last time
I
I checked
mean
the
shit they
interracial marriage data, the people that marry out the race more, immigrants and children of immigrants marry outside the race more in America than ADOS do. So that even
oh yeah,
speaks to
definitely.
the game that's being played right now,
And I would
That's
right?
say that
Yeah.
they're
totally
not
right.
trying to get away from white people because they're not buying them. I mean, most
Not,
of them,
but I
but
just want to say that
most
whatever.
Africans don't
What?
really see
Mm-hmm.
whites like
Yeah,
that, and I think that the
they
reason
do.
why the black immigrants marry out more is because the cultures are more similar in the
No,
sense of
White worship and shit. Let
well
Snake Man tell you. Go ahead, Snake Man.
no, they must
hold on. No,
understand.
I was going to say the cultures is more similar because if you look at it, most black people of today in modern times are more liberal, whereas most black immigrants tend to be more conservative
Yeah.
or
Yeah, but it's not also conservatism. You must understand. You must understand. And that is something this is actually a shit test you always do if you are connected to the continent.
Okay.
Right.
Are you if you marry these
Mm-hmm.
people are not part of the tribe. The, these people, I always ask these people, do you met the patriarch at home at the continent? Do you have connection to the patriarch? Because I want to find out how much are you actually connected to these people. Did you marry a part of the culture, or do you marry just an outlier who said, yes, I cannot disconnect myself from the culture and become become a people of on the other culture? Most of the time, it's the second time. It's the second thing.
That's what I'm telling you, Jesse. Like, bro. You
I can drop
trust me.
down
It
into
ain't.
your.
It ain't about conservative. It ain't about culture, bro. I'm telling you, as a child of immigrants who have a couple of older cousins that married out, it ain't about culture, bro.
Nope.
It's not. Trust me. It really is the white worship shit. And by the way,
Yep.
people of color are doing this shit generally around the planet. It ain't. But
Mm-hmm.
the second the first white dude walk in, all your women trying to hop on that dick, not because they actually like the motherfucker, because they
Oh
think
yeah.
that that's where status is. Trust me, bro. It ain't culture. It's
well
status.
when I said culture, what I meant is that the white men would be more accepting of those black immigrant women than Ado's women because they're more conservative.
They're
That's
more
what I
No,
docile, bro. It ain't
more
conservative. It's
does that.
it's it's more docile to white
Yeah,
men. I
because
I, I
because
know
this
where
white
you
man,
going, but trust me.
because I can tell you something. This white man will never will step a foot into near of the father. It's mostly docile black women who have barely a connection to the family at home because most of it do not want the heat of the African man. They don't.
That
So
that's that, well. Let me add this. I don't want to say that's not true. I will say this: the white guys that do date black women, they do
Hmm.
typically date black women actually from East Africa because they're slender, they're
Hmm.
thin like they're women, white women, and they don't have the attitude as in the West, right? Because you see it here in Shanghai all the time, right? You'll see white guys with French Africans who immigrated to France and
Hmm.
East Africans here in Shanghai.
Hmm.
Typically, they'll be Ethiopian or Kenyan, but majority Kenyan. And on top of that, like Kenyan women love white men. They just do. Even when you go there,
Hmm.
because
Wait,
I
hold
used
on,
to
hold on.
That's what I
yeah.
heard.
Wait, hold on, bro. What kind of women don't?
Well,
Thank
I
you.
mean, they're extra about it. Because like for example, like Asian women and white men, that shit goes together like catnip. But when you go to Africa, that shit is on another level. It's on an absolute another level. Like they literally worship white skin. They
I
love
don't
it. I mean,
know.
that's why they
okay.
bleach the most, right? They
Yeah,
bleach the most.
in
In
India, you have those parties where all those women be having white dudes trying to get impregnated,
Yeah, I mean,
and they pay
all
for that
that shit
shit.
goes on.
hold on,
But
are
at
you
the end
talking?
of
Hold on, are you talking about the lower classes?
well, I'm no, I'm talking about everyday middle class Nairobi, Kenya,
Oh, we have a middle class in Nairobi. Okay.
right? The gateway to East Africa because I do business there. I have a chicken farm in Navasha, 2 hours away from Nairobi City.
Yeah, because sometimes I have the feeling to play up what poor people do too much because, like I said, they are not the one in control.
That's true, but Hassan Minaj actually called out the Indian culture for that shit when when um um when the situation happened in Minnesota. He called out that Indian thing too. He was like, "Yo, like how y'all get on y'all daughters about dating black dudes, like because everybody know, like everybody got like." I'll give y'all this one anecdote. My older cousin, rest in peace, Harvard graduate. His girlfriend at the time was half white, half um Asian. I think Chinese descent. She had a family member come into town, or a family friend come into town. She was gonna move into to Harvard. She was gonna go to Harvard. Her mom straight up told her in front of my cousin, "Yeah, this is good. This is a good apartment. There's a lot of white people here, so maybe you can marry a good white man." This is her Chinese mom saying that shit. Fully Chinese mom saying that shit. So
Who
don't get
said
it
that? Like,
twisted. No,
man,
I'm saying that just to say like black moms ain't saying that shit, bro. They ain't saying that.
Yeah. Like I
They
would
ain't
say
saying
this:
that,
like
bro. That's crazy.
African immigrants and immigrants and ADOS, we're totally different. We the ADOS is their own group of people. Like I know we like to talk about Pan Africanism and all that, but we are two totally different groups of people. Like even here, we don't hang out. Like you don't see black people with African people here in Shanghai. You
Oh,
have the
really?
ADOS group. We hang out amongst ourselves, and the
Okay.
Africans, Nigerians, West Africans have their group.
Really? Okay.
Nigerians have theirs, and then East Africans have their own.
I may
I
We
come
doubt
we are
it
over
very much.
sometime.
What,
I
what,
doubt it very
was
much.
it? He's in China though. He's not in Europe. So
right.
Yeah.
It's totally different. We are night and day. Like it's hard to like when you're abroad, it's very hard to relate to one another. We don't even
okay.
interact that much. We are very different.
At
So
least in the U.S., we live in the same
but
neighborhoods.
the thing is, when you get to Europe, I think it's complete.
Yeah.
Like it's different. So yeah,
Yeah, and it has to do with the proximity to the continent. It's
Well, I
that's
mean,
true.
well,
That's true.
I guess, like the more racially oppressed you are, the more you'll be condensed together. Because it's
Uh
kind of
huh.
like the Moynihan report,
not we
right?
are not
When
racially oppressed in Europe. We are
I
that's
mean,
the
is there a large number of ADOS Americans
in Shanghai,
China? In
yes,
China?
there are.
Okay, that's probably
Yeah,
why. Yeah.
not in Shanghai, but I mean not in China, but in Shanghai there are a lot. But the one thing I noticed, the more
Hmm.
racism there is, the
Hmm.
more we kind of get together. But the less
Okay.
racism,
Okay. Kind of
the
split up into your own your own groups.
right you kind of
Yeah.
separate into your own because I would
man.
imagine that in Europe,
Hmm.
right,
Yeah. That's
racial
interesting.
No, it's
That's it.
not. It's much
Well,
simpler.
I'm saying it's interesting how it plays out because you go to any place else, okay, you go to Latin America, you go to Europe, you go to other places. Um, the Africans and the ADOS Americans actually get together. They actually form kind of mix. To hear that in China and said that's really unusual. It's like I've
same
never heard that before.
Same thing in East. Same thing in Thailand. We don't mix like that. We
Really?
don't.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
like
Yeah.
for some reason in
Uh huh.
Asia, ADOS is kind of their own thing, and then even amongst Africans, you have East
Hmm.
Africans doing their own thing, and then you have
So,
West
so, so,
Africans doing
so,
their.
so, is it lack of white people that causes them to do that, or
Yes,
what?
I would say yes.
Okay,
I
I'm
would say
serious.
yes.
I thought I was joking, but really, okay. We'll talk about it, man, because that's actually unusual.
Yeah, because the thing about it is, it's like when you, and that's one thing I kind of noticed, right? If
Hmm.
you look at Europe, you look at U.S., right? When you have like white supremacy, white oppression, we kind of
Hmm.
stick together, right? But when you go to Asia, right, you have Nigerians doing their own thing, you have Kenyans doing their own things, and Kenyans and Nigerians don't really interact with each other because they're like, oh, Nigerians are dangerous. Then you have ADOS crew, right? We have our own thing, right? Black History Month, Juneteenth, only ADOS folks, right? You have the African Gala, right, where they're
Hmm.
celebrating Africans making inroads and doing business in China. Not one ADOS person is nominated ever, and it's been going on for 10 years. We don't even go to that. Then you have the Caribbean Association, where it's only Caribbeans, right?
Hmm.
And matter of fact, the one guy I know that goes there, he's from Canada, but his mom and dad are Canadian. He's first generation Canadian, but he still goes
Okay.
to those Caribbean events, right? The
Okay.
organization top down, all Caribbean.
Oh,
We
really?
But
might
Okay.
go
so my
sometime.
question,
Oh, hold on,
Oh,
hold on. Let me
yes,
finish.
I'm
Let me
sir.
sorry, I'm sorry.
finish.
Hmm?
Go ahead. Finish. Wayne signing.
No, no, that's it. You just have your separate organizations. You have the
Hmm.
Caribbean Association in Shanghai. You have the African Gala, which is for Africans, and then you have the ADOS folks. We do Spade Nights, Juneteenth. Like Juneteenth is coming up. We just
Spade
did
night.
Black History
Wait,
Month,
nice. That is Ados. That's for
You saw
damn
how
sure.
quick
right?
he threw that in there. He said it's so smooth.
Go ahead. Go
Y'all
ahead,
have
You
Mr. Z.
dominoes.
so I was gonna say, so when Ukraine happens and you
Hmm.
and everybody see what Ukraine did to the black people there, like, does that not get black people to realize that y'all all black, or is everybody like, well, that's them niggas? Like,
Here,
when do yeah, like, when, because to me, this, the tribalism within the larger black diaspora, the tribalism
I
within
will
the
say,
larger black diaspora always gets me real quick. Sorry, I'm gonna move out the way in like 20 seconds. It always gets me because it's like shit like that would you happen in Ukraine happens, and then we still don't be like, yeah. I mean, we might have our little infighting, but at least when we're other places, we need to be together because we know if shit go left, we just one big nigga.
Hmm.
And I mean, like, if there's no more blatant example, these people are being murked by the Russians right now, and they still got time to be like, yeah, not you niggas, y'all not
well,
going on the train.
well,
What?
I will say this. I will say this. Uh, I'm going to be careful because I know on YouTube. Okay, so when the pandemic hit, right, in
Hmm.
Guangzhou,
I
that's like
remember.
Okay.
that's where all like majority of Nigerians and West Africans are, right?
Okay.
So the Chinese kicked all the Africans out because they said like, okay, COVID came from there. So they kicked everybody out. And you had Africans on the street. I'm sure you saw it on CNN and everything like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Remember
Yep.
that. Yeah.
Everybody, ADOS all over the country, right?
Hmm.
Shanghai, Chengdu, whatever, right? We put our money together. We got them brothers hotels. We got them, even we got them to send them food, clothing, blanket, and all this other stuff until their embassy could fix it. And we even chipped in for a plane ticket. So if it's
Hmm.
something big like that, yeah,
Okay. Okay.
right, something big like that, yeah, we'll hop in because we do understand they're not going to look at your passport. They're just going to say get the hell out,
Okay.
right?
Okay,
So
so it
we
gotta be, so blackness is just in case of emergency break glass, is what you saying?
for sure.
You
Well, I
ain't
mean,
shit.
because the
Niggas,
thing
niggas
about
ain't black until shit hit
it
the
is
fan. Okay.
the
True.
culture, the way we think, the way we process is just too different, man.
It is
It's
different. It is
different,
different. We are
right?
American, whether we
We
think
you
so or
when you
not.
go abroad, you are American. Even the
Yeah.
Asian people here, they call you American first. They don't call you
Mm.
black. They
Yeah.
call you American if they know you're
Yeah.
American.
Let me ask you this, swim champ, because
Yeah.
DeAndre said this in Japan, right? They said a lot of Africans try to pass for African American
Yes.
when they're abroad.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll be like, because like even when I talk to them, I'll be like, okay, where are you from? They be like, I'm from New York, and I'm from Philadelphia. I'm like, no, no, you're not. I'm from Philadelphia.
They sound like they sound like
Oh
Snake
man,
Man.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
because
from New
yeah,
York.
yeah, and then we ask them
hilarious.
questions like, oh, I've been there. Do you know this spot? Do you
I'm
know
from
that
Harlem.
spot? Like, no,
And
I
no,
don't
Hey,
know.
no,
see,
too.
our
As
problem.
soon as they open their mouth, you ain't
I want
no,
some
no,
hugs in
no.
my
Yo,
belly.
beef.
Because what happens? Because what
Uh,
happens is like when I had my Chinese girlfriend would be friends with their Chinese girlfriend, and my Chinese girlfriend would say he's from Philadelphia. Then the Chinese girlfriend would be like, oh, my boyfriend's from New York. They should meet up. I'm all happy and excited, about to go
uh-huh.
meet somebody from from around the way, like New Jersey. Just one dude,
Yeah.
he said, she said, "Oh, my boyfriend's from New Jersey, right? That's just across the bridge, right? I'm from Philly.
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, cool. I'm definitely happy to meet this brother. Can't meet up. This dude is from fucking Sierra Leone with a French heavy ass accent. I mean, it's cool to meet him, whatever, but I'm like, he ain't
Wayne
from
Simon.
Jersey.
He spent a week. He spent a week, bro, in Jersey, bro. So he's from Jersey.
That nigga off
Yeah,
brand.
Hold
right.
on,
But
hold on.
Motherfucker
he's
saw
like,
Coming
Talk
to
about game.
America one
Nigga
time.
off brand.
What time?
Said that
yeah, he's
just
like,
Nigga
please don't
borrow
tell my
BGS.
girlfriend I'm not from New Jersey. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
no
said,
Hey,
sweat.
don't
I
fuck
get
up
it.
this game. Don't fuck
Oh,
up
said,
this
don't
game,
fuck
man.
up, don't pull my
said
coat.
it
Now,
just
don't pull my
Yeah,
coat.
confirmed
I'm
Now.
like,
my
it's
theory
all good.
about African
Hey,
brothers,
I'm sick of
and
these
that
off
is that
brand
they would
niggas.
do anything to get pussy.
No, it's not about pussy.
Hey, we know how it is. We know how it
It's
is.
not about pussy, and actually, it's about getting the money.
That's
Yeah, because
true. Yeah.
when it comes, because like in China it's a bit pragmatic, right? When it
Mm.
comes to making money and getting women, obviously, well, it's like this: white American will be first, then it will be
Yeah.
Black American, and
Yeah.
Black American will be before Europe, before white English, white whatever, right? It'll be white
Yep.
American first, then
Yep.
Black American, then everybody else abroad, right, including other Europeans. Because when it comes to like education, business, and stuff like that, even though we're black, we're seen to be educated like them, speak like them, process things like them, which in a lot of cases is true. Because when you really sit down and talk about situations in China, we don't think alike. We're very, very different. We're very different. ADOS is its own kind of thing. And so, yeah, so when you're abroad, right? Like if you're not a white American, then if you're Black American, that's second best, even above other European men.
Interesting.
Don't let the
I have
Very
a,
Europeans hear
interesting.
you say that.
I
No,
have a
they'll
quick.
they'll they'll say that, right? Because matter of fact, I'll give you a perfect example, right? In China will say something like this, right? We're looking for this position, must be American, and if you're American, can't be too black. It literally says that, can't be too black, right? So I sent a friend, my friend Marlon, right? Black guy. Sent his resume because they're looking for a recruiter because they want to get Siebes, which is a MBA program for foreigners, right? I sent him my friend Marlon, who's a black guy, right? From Canada, and then I sent them another friend, Tobias. He's Dutch. They picked Marlon because he's from Canada, which is proxy USA, right? Over the white dude,
It's USA Junior.
right? Over the
America's
white
hat.
dude,
America's hat.
right?
Hysterical. Yes, it is.
So over the and blonde hair, blue eye, whatever. But they picked him over because he's Canadian, whatever, whatever, right? He's from British Columbia and all that, and they gave him the job. And in the mind you, now he's light skinned. But in the description, mind you, it said can't be too black,
So
right? I
you
mean,
can't be
there's
Wesley Snipes.
Hell
no.
no.
I mean, bro, they have no shame. If you're fat in an interview, they'll tell you like, "Oh, you're too fat. We can't hire you." The kid, our clients will be scared of you, right? They have no shame.
Yeah,
This one,
Asians are a different breed of
Shit.
stupid. For me, Asians are a
right? Like
different breed of
B
stupid.
just did that thing, right? Like there's a Xiaopanza means little fatty, right? So one of the secretaries that a job I used to work at, because I used to build docks, right? I used to do marinas, right? And
Okay.
so we build the like docks for 30-foot boats and for crew. And
Okay.
so one of the secretaries, right? She gained a little weight, she got pregnant, and
Hmm.
it was hard for her to get her weight back to normal. Everybody called her Shalpanza to her face. In the meeting, the boss is like, Shalpanza, little fatty, go get this, little fatty, go get that.
They
Yeah,
shame them, huh?
Right.
that,
And like she was just like, okay. No HR, no me too. Like they are like even I'm a big dude. They used to call me Shalpanza until I got down to a nice weight. They still call me that, but I like my weight now. But you know what I mean? They're like little fatty. Go get this. Little fatty, go get that. Like no shame.
No, no
Like
chill, huh? Yeah,
they have
because the Chinese mother, Asian mothers do that. They will shame them,
yeah.
shame the women.
There's no concept of PC political
Hmm.
correctness. There's no concept of that here.
Also, it is, but it's different. It's more
Yeah,
basic
yeah,
state.
like
So
you
basic
it's
state, my
about
guys. Stop it.
yeah losing face. Like as long as you don't make somebody lose face, it's
Mhm.
okay. But I mean, they'll ask you about your salary. They'll get all up in your business and all
Hmm.
that. Like there's no whatever here.
I
And
was
if a
watching the.
woman is
I'm
fat,
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying, and
Mhm.
fat women are not accepted here. Fat women and single mothers are not accepted here.
Ooh, we don't talk about single mothers.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
yeah.
Because you
I,
can't get ID. Like matter of fact,
Oh, really? You
I
can't get
have a
ID? Really?
no. Like right now, I have a friend. She's from New Jersey, black girl. She wants to freeze her eggs. First thing they ask her, "Where's your husband?" It was like, "What do you mean? Where's my husband? I don't have a husband." It was like, "No,
No, no, you don't get.
well,
right? We
I
don't
was
support
watching
that
a.
single mother shit."
That
I was
and
watching a
women,
video with
women
a.
that is a real patriarchy. We think,
Oh hell
we
yeah.
think that this is a patriarchy. This is a
Nah, not
matriarchy.
even
Joe.
close.
You know what's
Not even
crazy,
But
BGS?
yeah,
These chicks are
real quick,
One
real
time,
quick,
one
Boogie,
time, one
because I
time.
want to get this out real quick. It's gonna be quick. I was watching a video. A sister said she was visiting China. She was there. She was there for 2 years, so she lived there. Anyway, she said a Chinese lady straight up told her, "Oh, you're pretty for a black girl," and she was like, "Yeah, you're pretty for being an Asian woman with a flat face." And she said the lady was like, "I don't have a flat face," and she was like, "Well, I'm not just pretty as for a black girl." So she said she had to check her by making a a stereotype like a insult so that she could understand like what you're saying is insulting.
Hmm.
But I
You
mean,
They
know,
don't.
so yeah.
They don't
It
even
did.
get
It
that.
did.
they
They
don't
don't
They
get
care.
don't
that.
care.
They
They
don't
don't
They
care.
care.
don't
Yeah.
care.
You don't
no,
care.
but I mean, I
You don't
had
give
the
a fuck
same
about
thing.
that shit.
I had girls come up to me, and it was like, I can date you because you're not too dark, and yeah, because I'm light skinned, right? So they'll just come
Uh-huh.
up to me and say,
Man,
"I'll
that
date."
bitch not
I
say
mean,
that shit to my face.
it's ignorant for sure, but it's
Bitch
Uh-huh.
not
not
like
say that shit to my
I
face.
mean, I
I
mean,
be
I
hating
mean, the
that.
Chinese cannot differentiate someone who is from Africa and who's from New York. So yeah,
yeah, like
ignorance is
yeah,
very big.
yeah. They'll just say you're not too dark, so I can date you, like stuff like that. I mean, it's
She
ignorant
just,
as fuck, but it's not malicious, but it's
Okay.
ignorant, right? It's
Okay.
it's just
it
it's
ain't
just ignorant.
malicious. No, 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 no. That's
Nah,
malicious in
it's
nature.
malicious, but
It's
it's
malicious.
not malicious in the form of we hang you from the trees.
Well, because the thing about it is when Chinese are pragmatic, right? When it comes to
Hmm.
money, they don't care. If you can help them and you're beneficial to them, they will work with you. As
Hmm.
opposed to like in the U.S., right? Like there's been lots of jobs I qualified for that I couldn't
Hmm.
get, right?
In other
And
words,
then
swim champ, what you're
and
saying
then
is the U.S. would spite you. They
Hmm.
would
yeah,
spite themselves to not mess with a black person. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
because even when I
I
applied
want
for
to ask
the
you
even
this
when I
question.
applied for a director's position, they sent
Hmm.
me to China. They wouldn't let me be a director in the U.S. They sent me to China to do
You
that
see?
shit.
Yep.
Hmm.
That's my
Right?
point.
There's a lot of general managers who are black and well established that are out here because nobody like China is the assignment that nobody really wants. So
Okay.
all your black executives come out to Asia because Asia's like, all right, we got to promote you, but this is where black executives go that are qualified. But because of the glass ceiling, you can't do that in U.S. Right?
Wow.
There's a lot of black executives that are abroad because they couldn't get that position. They couldn't get that executive director's position back home. I'm one of them, right?
Mm.
Wow. Wow. So it's like the artists from back in the 40s and 50s from ADOS that
Right.
would go
Like
into Europe to make money.
if you're a
Yeah.
black executive, this is where you end up. You end up in Asia, Africa, or Western Europe for the
I mean,
most part.
you can do it in Eastern Europe too. You only must understand the culture.
But the majority, right? Because I mean, there's actually black executives in the U.S., right? But if you're working for a global company, right, you go to those positions that white people don't want to go to, right? And so you take those positions, right? You're
Hmm.
making 150, 200, 225 in Western Europe or 225 in Africa, 225 in Asia, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
But I mean, but
Yeah.
that's where
Ooh.
you go.
What does 225 look like in China? Ooh.
Oh
All right,
man,
now,
you're
right?
rich kid. You're rich as
No, no,
hell.
no, no,
It,
no.
it,
Well,
it,
wait,
it will. China has a lot of billionaires, though.
Getting the
True, but
echo.
still, 225 is
No,
ugh.
225 is great because before the pandemic, you got 225, you got free apartment, free driver, free maid, free cook, and international school 80% reimbursement. That's
Damn.
the overseas package.
Mm.
And
So
That's
that
plus
225 is really like 300.
Oh, like
well, I
half a
mean,
million.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
almost like a million because you're not really paying your expenses, right? Because housing is paid for, your 80 schooling is 80% paid for international schools, and
Uh huh.
that'll run you about 32,000. Like if you have kids, it'll run you about 27 to $32,000 a year, but 80% is reimbursed, right? So you're paying for your clothing, 20, and you got like healthcare insurance, so that's like 80% covered. So you're just banking that and you're paying back loans, right? MBA loans, law school
Hmm.
loans, stuff like that.
So BJ, you remember the
Yes.
article that talking about how the United States is losing $50 billion when they don't hire black men? You
Yeah.
remember the article?
Yeah.
My thinking, I don't know why people have the assumption that black men is costing this country money when they're shadowbanning a lot of black men in certain institutions like the United
They never said that that
Yeah.
black men cost the American money. Oh, it cost America money by okay. The way it cost America money and cost them position is because you don't train every kid to the greatest extent possible because whether the kid is in is homeless or the kid becomes a engineer, you're gonna still pay the same $200,000 or $300,000 to actually train that kid through K through 12 to actually fit into the society. You're still gonna spend the money. The thing, if you don't actually teach that kid enough to actually contribute to society, guess what's gonna happen? You wasted all that money. Okay, instead
Yeah.
of because you're going to get the people that you need, then you have to import them, like from Shanghai or from China or from India or from someplace else or Europe or even Latin America. So instead of importing people, what you should do is train every kid to the greatest thing possible. That's what China does. China does that. Okay, some kids don't make it, but the thing is, China turns out a million engineers and a million programmers every year.
Yeah,
Okay,
Hmm.
but
they've
they're
been doing that
stopping
for the
now.
last 25 years. Go ahead.
But they're stopping now because of the child birth rate is so low. So now they're
Okay.
trying to get people less educated so the girls can get
Oh, okay.
pregnant, right? So
Pregnant.
they're
Yeah,
Oh,
stopping
well,
that.
okay. So they can stay home, being stay-at-home moms.
Where are
so now
they
they
at?
want
Yeah,
all the
because
want
they
child now.
just
Hold on, Chaos. Go ahead.
yeah,
What are you saying?
because they just 90% of all, because I own a educational company, right?
Okay.
90% of us closed down. The government just shut down in the past year, right? They axed $100 billion industry, right?
Hmm.
They stopped
Hmm.
all test prep, all types of extracurricular activities
Okay.
for their students to for the students to do that has something to do with the academics, because you know China moms spend about what $10,000 in after school fees prepping their kids for the
Yeah.
next grade.
Yeah.
So like if you're going to seventh grade, you have already finished all of the seventh grade curriculum over the summer,
Hmm.
and your mom
Okay.
dropped 10 grand USD,
So
right?
so
And so
so
now they're
so they
saying
so
kids are too expensive, so
so
they're
they
stopping
have
that.
have they reached a kind of like saturation as far as the people that they need or what?
Well, no, the point is that now millennials are not having kids because they're saying it's
Okay.
too expensive, right?
Okay.
Because your
Hmm.
kid got to be competitive. So what China did was like, okay, if it's too expensive, all of that stuff now is illegal or it's nonprofit, right?
Hmm.
China immediately axed $100 billion industry in a
Okay.
process of 3 months,
Okay.
Basically,
right?
basically, they reach the level of wealth. And they need replacement numbers. But the problem is, if you're rich, you don't get many children because you want
yeah.
to stay
Oh yeah,
rich.
because the
You-
women want to stay rich. Go ahead, Chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of asked that question.
Hmm.
Because so much propaganda going around about the black men, and it's getting ridiculous. I had to
Oh,
cover.
what the thing is, if they got the numbers, it's not propaganda.
Yeah, but
you-
what I mean by it is from the other side. So
The other side, as far as who? There's a lot of sides. Black
like the other
women, white
like,
people, what?
other genders, like
The other talking about black women? Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about? Oh, well, they don't know shit, man. Who listens to them?
Right.
They make they black women black
BGS. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
they make up shit.
They really don't know what they're
Can,
talking
can,
about, bro.
can I
Yeah.
tell you the
But it's
truth?
funny, but how BGS said it though.
Can I tell
Yeah,
you
Like
the
they don't
they
know
truth?
don't know
shit.
shit. They don't know
No, no.
shit.
Can I tell you the truth? I do not know where it comes from, but do you really think other men of other culture give a fuck about what?
Blue Art Crew
Hello.
Max. Who are you?
Hey man, hey, what's up?
It's the white
Huh?
man. It's the white
Can you
man.
hear me?
We barely can hear you. Who are you?
That's the white man.
Shut down
I'm
your
in, I'm
YouTube
in
account right
Mexico,
now.
bro. I've been a long time listening to you, just checking y'all out.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm an expat down here.
Okay. What part of Mexico?
I'm in Chetumal
Okay.
on the Belize border. I was living there for
You way down there. Okay.
yeah,
Damn.
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
like
Damn. You
about
damn
4 hours
near.
from San
They damn
Francisco.
right outside of Guatemala.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah. I mean, you right because Guatemala's right next to it. That's right
Oh,
at
is
the
this a
tip.
homie? This a homie?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. This brother
Somebody
solid.
I'm hearing myself in the background. Where is that?
That's
My
my
bad,
brother.
man.
Oh, 'cause I got
Hey,
y'all on. Let me.
Oh, you gotta pause the YouTube, but my bad, bro.
Yeah.
We had two white dudes, my dude. So we just had to make sure.
No
No, no,
problem.
no,
I
no,
got
no.
it.
That
I got
yeah,
it.
yeah.
No, is
Some
this
I
And,
person.
got it.
people change their screen names all the time. So,
we
Yeah.
go back.
but
You
No
know,
person.
there was something
No
I
problem. I
wanted to
heard.
say to what to real quick to something someone said, and I caught myself doing it also, which is,
uh-huh.
I was sitting in the law office when I was working in the law office, and
Mhm.
the one of the guys whose name is on the door,
Mhm.
millionaire, he
Okay.
asked one of my coworkers to help him ship something to his daughter, and I don't know what sparked this thought in my mind, and I was like, "Am I destined to work for this dude, and my kids work for his kids, and my grandkids work for his grandkids?"
It can happen.
And when you think about stuff like that, and you think about how stiff the competition is and how ahead of the game certain people are, it will make you reconsider having children or how many children you want to have, because you're going to invest so much in either one or two, right? So like if the Chinese are thinking like that, I definitely understand why a Chinese millennial would think like that, because
Yeah.
if the competition is even more stiff over there, oh my
Yeah.
god,
Yeah.
yeah, then yeah, why have
Yeah.
kids if they're not going to be able to compete?
We ain't signing up here, man. What is this shit going on with Lion Flat? The
All right. Well, I
phenomenon.
can't. I can't say that phrase, but what I
Oh,
can.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
no
saying the
problem.
phenomenon. You might not be able to say it, but thing is there a
Yeah.
phenomenon that's going on like that?
Well,
That where
well, that's what.
almost like the grass eaters in Japan.
Well, that's what the
Hold
government.
on. Hold
That's
on.
what the
No.
government
Hold
is
on.
trying to fight right now.
Okay.
Is the fact of, how do you motivate people to have more
Okay.
children, because
Okay.
because you got to imagine, right, like aging population, right, if the
Okay.
workforce is not large enough to
Okay.
handle a half a billion senior citizens, what are you going to
That's
do,
true.
right?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
Right. So
you fall
they're
apart.
right now they're trying to do three child, promote to get three childs. They're trying to reduce the level of education to make sure that
Yeah.
kids don't go to America anymore, or less kids go to America to get into schools.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to make it so that it's financially easier on parents to have that second and third kids.
Mm-hmm.
Giving them tax breaks, doing whatever the government can do to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that they can handle, because the aging population with a billion people is very different than the Asian population with like 50 or 100 million, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
two totally different, scenarios. So right now, if China cannot get enough people in the workforce 15 years from now, you're going to
Okay.
have at least a half a billion people
Really?
that
Wow. That's serious. Yeah.
yeah, you know what I
Wow.
Hell
mean? You're
yes,
gonna have a
that's
half a billion
serious.
people that how you gonna take care of them, right? How you gonna cover that?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
That's
yeah. Well, I knew it was serious, but I didn't know it was that serious. Like,
yeah,
Isn't
because
that
right now people are not getting married.
yeah?
Okay.
Isn't the
Really?
Chinese birth
Damn.
rate like 1.0 something at
No,
this
no,
point?
no, no,
No,
no.
Oh,
That's Japan and South
that
Korea.
that's South Korea.
South
Yeah.
Korea is
Yeah.
0 point like 8 or
Zero
7.
point
Is it
nine, zero point
zero
nine
point
for South
nine?
Korea, one point
Yeah.
well,
four for Japan.
Yeah.
the
Until
the
the women
problem the
start
Hold on.
having
One
problem
time.
is
One
children,
time. One time.
this.
One
all
time.
those
One time.
programs, all those programs are just not enough. It's
No.
happening all over. You
Facts.
guys talked about it before.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
bottom line is the women aren't good. The women got to have the children.
Yeah.
If they're not having
Well,
a baby,
there's two
forget
problems,
everything
right?
else.
One problem, the replacement level is not enough, and then
Yeah.
also
Yep.
there's just not enough women. There's
That's
just
true.
not enough
Oh, in
women.
Yeah,
Japan, in
yeah,
China, there's
yeah.
not enough
China.
women, so
Yeah,
they're
that
going
one
to.
child policy screwed them.
Are they going to actually import people? Are they going to immigrate people?
Mm,
China doesn't roll like that. Like
Yep.
America,
Well, they don't.
yeah,
They don't. Now, neither does Japan. But the thing is, even
now,
Japan's breaking
now,
down.
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, they
Well,
don't,
do
they
you?
don't.
One time. Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Z.
Go ahead,
they're
because
gonna kick out. They're
he's
gonna
way
kick out
more
their older
apt to answer the
population,
question than I am. Go ahead.
just like
Well, I'm
Taiwan.
just
They're gonna
saying,
kick
like
out the older
if you're
One
population.
time. One time. Blue Max. Go ahead first, and then we ain't signing. Go ahead.
I'll go after Wayne signing.
Well, what I saw when the time that I was living in Belize
Mm-hmm.
before the pandemic was
Okay.
there's a lot of Taiwanese and people from Asia coming over.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was trying to explain to the people is they're setting stuff up. They're bringing
Mm-hmm.
all their elderly, their older folks, their retiring folks who aren't
Okay.
working in the like working in the community.
Oh,
Because
really?
if you got
Okay.
large populations, you got to do something with them too. So
Okay.
why not send them somewhere where it's cheap? If I'm in the government and I'm clandestine investing and getting people out of the way, then that's the best deal for me. If I don't want to bring people into my country, then hey, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna send them to your country. They can be your problem, your headache. Y'all gonna make a little money. I'm gonna pay the grift. You're gonna let me do
Mm-hmm.
what I want to do, and it's done.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's a lot. If you talking about, that's a lot of
Yeah,
people though.
bro. They brought up a lot of land in Belize, the Taiwanese.
Yeah, but not for 500 million people, man.
Oh no, 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 nothing like that. No, no,
Well,
no,
see
nothing
the
like what he was talking
problem.
about. Nothing like that. No, I'm
uh,
just
Yeah,
saying throughout the Caribbean they brought up a lot. So
yeah.
everybody speculates. Who knows?
Yeah.
I just
But it's
know that
interesting though.
everybody's got their way of doing stuff, and that's one
right.
of the few ways of doing it.
Go
The
go ahead,
problem
Wayne Simon.
Yeah, see, the problem is this, right? I've been living in China for 16 years. In my
Mm-hmm.
16 years, I've only seen five people get a green card for residency.
Wow.
Green card, five, right? So China, and then in China, the local thing is, if both your parents ain't Chinese, you ain't Chinese. Period. And there is no type of benefits or acceptance of people who are not Chinese, whether it's a green card, whether it's permanent resident status. Like, I have temporary resident status, right? If I was in any other country, I would be considered a permanent resident. But because I'm in China and I've been here 16 years, 8 consecutive years, right? I still don't qualify to get a green card. Whereas if I was in America or somewhere else, if you've been there that long, you can be nationalized. But China doesn't do those laws,
Oh, and
right?
you have nationalization.
Right. They don't do nationalization, right? Don't matter how long you've been. I know guys that have been here 25 years, married to a Chinese wife, and still every year have to apply, every year or every 2 years have to reapply for their visa and resident permit.
Something like in Nigeria.
Right? So they don't do naturalization or any of that stuff, right? And
Will
so
they
that's
let you
the
get
thing.
buried there? Will they let you get
Yeah,
buried
you
there if
can
you
get
die?
married,
Yes.
But you never
but
No,
become.
not
You can't
no,
be a permanent resident. That's what he's trying to
right,
say.
you can't
not
get a green card
married,
through marriage. You
buried,
can't.
buried.
Wow, that I don't know. You know,
Like if
buried
you die,
if
if
you
you die
die.
there, like
Yeah,
if
Oh
you
no,
no,
they
die
no,
send
there.
that
you home. They pack your
they
ass
might
up.
Oh
just ship you
damn,
home.
damn! They don't even
That's
they
serious.
just damn, got a hole in the ground for a nigga.
Yeah,
Hey,
Damn,
that's the
no,
next
they
business.
just
I
bury
That's
him
the
mean,
next
someplace
business.
else.
If
is that not
anybody's been
normal?
paying attention, that's
Is
the
that not
next
normal?
business move.
send your ass back
Damn,
to the states, nigga.
pack his ass up, send him home in a cardboard box, huh?
Yeah, just pack you up and go. I mean, that's what taxes.
Yeah,
That's why
nigga,
you
send
pay
you with them
taxes,
Amazon
right?
boxes,
I
BGS.
mean, technically, that is what the embassy is for. Everybody thinks that you can run to the embassy and stuff like you can't. Embassy follows the local law. The embassy is there is if you die for some
Hmm.
reason, they come pack your ass up and ship you to your family. That is what
Mm.
the embassy is for.
Damn.
eBay,
Oh,
nigga.
Even the
I
graveyard
think
is
you're just
With a
racist.
saying
Nah,
that
fuck
because
and
that.
nobody
Oh
Man,
believes
hold
shit!
that
on.
they
One at a time.
know
One at a
Wasn't
what's
time.
it?
One at a
going
time.
on
One at a
here.
time. One at a time. Yeah, one at a time. Go ahead.
they gonna
Who's
chop a
first?
nigga up like Nat
Who's
Turner
who's
and
who?
put him in individual eBay boxes
Come,
and
come.
shit.
Poop,
Send your ass
poop,
back to the states,
poop.
nigga.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Snake Man.
Just wanted to say it has nothing to do with racism. We do it here in Nigeria too. If you don't have a citizenship, they send you back, and when it's too expensive, because when your relative doesn't want to pay, we throw you into Niger River. It's done.
Well, at
And,
least they don't
bro,
send you
that's
home.
why I said thank them
Yeah,
for saying that because so many people that go
Hmm.
out of the country
Mhm.
Look, I'm around a bunch of old people all the time, and
Wow,
we try
that's
to tell
crazy.
them to get it straight, and they think the embassy gonna hook them up or do something. It's like no, and it costs. They not gonna pay for you. They like free. Like, oh, we gonna pay you when you get the body here. Like, no, no, no. You got to come up with some buckets, some ducats, okay? The
Hmm.
embassy, bro. I don't even like mess with them. Like, I don't care what country I'm. I don't even
It
mess with
it's gonna be fascinating to watch, especially the East Asian countries, but also Western Europe and America,
Hmm.
as we pretty much live out the Children of Men movie.
Mm.
Right? We're and especially for my
Yeah,
age group
pretty
and
much.
younger, we're gonna watch as like we
Yeah.
hit terminal. Nigga, if we don't have kids, bro, we, you know how every other day we're celebrating the oldest person on the planet. We're like, oh crap, somebody's 110 years old. Oh shit. I
Hmm.
think if we keep on down this road, we're gonna be celebrating the youngest person. Oh shit, you had a kid, right? Like it sounds
No,
it.
but
Yeah,
hyperbolic,
Africa,
but
predictive
it's
programming. They
very
already
no,
possible.
did.
but
Hold on,
okay,
Mr. Z. Hold on. Let me
but
Go
ask
ahead.
Shannon a
Africa's
question right quick.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah.
When's the last time any of y'all saw a stroller in public?
Oh no, I just see. Yeah, I work
I
at a
see
park,
one.
so
I
it's
just see
not
one
fair.
today.
Yeah.
I just see one
Yesterday.
It's
today.
not fair. I
It's
work at a
not a
park,
fair
so it's not fair.
question, bro.
Yeah, I
I mean,
see. I see
I
him.
just
Yesterday.
see
I see
one
him.
Yesterday.
today, dog. Yeah, I
no,
know
but
what
That's
you're talking
It
about.
ain't,
convinced me.
that's
Africa,
not fair
Africa's
for
My
going
me.
nigga,
through
I
a
just see one at
population
6 too.
explosion,
You work at
right?
school, yeah.
Africa's going through a population explosion, right? They're
Yeah.
having babies like crazy right now.
Yeah, they are.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
And
That's
nigga,
the
so
only
just
place.
about everywhere
That's
else
the
in
only
the
place
world,
they're
though.
having babies. Yeah.
Exactly. That's
hey,
what I was gonna say.
hey,
Just
we
about
ain't
even
signed.
India is down to 2.4, and give them another 15-ish years.
Yeah.
20 years, and that's going to be under replacement level too. So if India is at 2.4, then damn, because everywhere else, I mean, everywhere, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, even
yeah,
South American countries, um,
yeah,
um, definitely China, we already know, Japan, we already know, South Korea, we already know, Russia, obviously, we already know. The US is at what 1.8, 1.7, something like that.
With
Like, it's
yeah,
just,
immigrants.
yeah, so, and exactly, with immigrants. So that lets you know, like, it, I don't know if it's that the system is atrophying. I don't know if it's like people thinking like me, like, damn, I only want to have one or two kids, if even, because how the hell my kids are supposed to compete against people who grandma is leaving them $250,000? Like I don't know what it really is, or is it a mixture of that and the women that's saying I would rather have a career than have children? I don't know.
It's all sorts of things, but if you notice, seems like the higher the society, the lower the birth rate. But
That's a
Yeah, it
fact.
is. That's the fact. That's the monster utopia shit.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
nothing new. It's
It's
already
funny how a
happening.
lot of these careers don't even add to any productivity. BGS, like all the
Thank
factories going
you.
on.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
It keeps the
I mean,
civilization
I'm
going.
like,
But this is
I'm
what
working in the last. I'm like one of the few people that actually,
You're
even
Borging,
damn,
Mr. Z.
yeah, you Borging, my nigga. But
Yeah,
hold on,
you
let
Oh,
me
I'm
just
sorry.
get this in.
you're Morgan.
Even in the factory that I work at, man, it's like there's less and less people in that motherfucker every day. It's
Well,
like a
yeah,
unit of
yeah. You just went through this round of the boomers actually moving out of the workforce. So there's very few boomers in the workforce now, and
Yeah,
there's a big hole that they left because they all said, "Fuck it, we're gonna retire all at once." So you got about a 6 to 10 million employee hole. It's kind of hard to make that up.
hey, I'm thinking what's gonna happen when the millennials leave. Like, is there gonna be
well, I
anybody?
mean, that's
Well,
why
that's go. That's go.
Ukraine is
That's a
coming, right?
while, man. Because the millennials
I
is
know.
just
I'm just
it's
saying.
just
Like,
turning 40. That's another 20 years.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, what the hell is that gonna look like?
Well,
That's
hell,
the funny
you
thing.
by then you probably have artificial wombs.
God
We
willing.
hope.
Yeah,
We
that's
hope.
crazy.
No, they're already there. They already have them. It's just deploying them.
Because they already birthed the baby lamb in a plastic bag
Dolly,
already.
Oh, they have though. They
that was
actually
a while
showed
ago.
uh the whole mouse thing where they could actually the spinning thing. They actually can actually fertilize keep embryos alive. So yeah,
Yeah,
they
No,
already
my,
got
my
it.
man,
problem.
the
My
future is
problem is
scary
all.
for sure.
No,
The
it's
Yeah.
future
not
is scary
scary.
for sure.
What I'm scared about is okay. How do we fuck this up? How do we fuck up the external room? How do we fuck this up? Because humanity always fucks something up and to do something new.
Oh well, yeah. Well, of course you're gonna fuck it up. The thing is, we don't know how until it comes.
There's
Because every
always
time we
the
think every time we think we're gonna fuck it up one way, it's always another.
or
So we
like
don't know. And look, hell, look what they did with COVID.
yeah.
Yeah,
It is what it is.
because we're on lockdown now.
You didn't hear that we ain't signing. Okay.
I want them
No,
to
no, no.
start
We
off with
we
very
we can talk
weak
about COVID,
genomes.
Oh,
right?
can
I
you?
don't want.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You
I,
guys can't, right? We can talk about it. Like we're on
Oh, okay.
COVID lockdown
What
now.
what what is going on? Because what's the lockdown for them? Is it that severe, or is it just
Well,
ultra
it's the
cautious?
it's the zero policy, right? So right now
Okay.
there's 55 cases in Shanghai. So
Okay.
school, parks, when you get like 55 cases, school, parks, hospitals, restaurants, all that shuts down immediately.
Because in the West, man,
Y'all don't give a shit.
in the West they're pussies, man. Because
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
you can't even get them to wear a fucking mask. I don't want to
yeah,
wear a mask. I said,
yeah.
say, oh,
Yeah, we have
this is severe, man. This is communism. I say bullshit. Go
because this is
try
what's
Asia.
crazy. What's
Hmm.
crazy, right? You guys have okay, we have a mask mandate. Everybody must wear masks in public. But
Hmm.
you guys, like, if you don't have vaccines, you don't get service. In China,
Hmm.
you don't need a vaccine, and you can go to get service, whatever, right? We because they do quarantines. Right now, we're on a
Hmm.
17-day quarantine, so nobody can
Hmm.
come in and out of the city of Shanghai for the next 17 days.
Hmm.
After that, it will die down, and then it'll just open back up because
Okay.
that's how they kind of battle it. But there's no quarantine mandate. I mean, there's no vaccine mandate. There's
Okay.
no, this or that. And we can talk about COVID. It's
Okay.
no big deal, right? You can just talk
Okay.
because in the Chinese media, they say that America gave China COVID anyway. That's what I believe.
Yeah,
So,
well, in a sense, they're not that far off, but
right? They just said, oh, America gave China COVID. So,
yeah, in a
they're
sense,
not
they
like,
might be
oh,
right.
if you talk about it, you're going to get no. It's
And
in
ain't no tell,
newspapers.
there's no
You can
telling
talk
what
about
was
it.
in those Ukrainian labs either. So
Yeah, yeah, and the same thing with the Ukraine thing, right? China's not going to fight. Everybody keeps saying China's going. They're not going to fight.
no,
They're definitely not going to
Why
fight.
that?
That's not
Why
China
they
would
don't.
that?
They,
policy,
they,
Eh,
they don't have to. Yeah.
right?
no. What I'm interested in, I know you are not allowed to talk about it. When will they send into troops into Taiwan?
So
Is
again,
there an
no, we can't
erasure?
talk. Now that I can't talk about. Whoever's
Is,
listening, I believe in the one China policy. Taiwan is China.
God damn.
Yeah, that you can't talk about. Other stuff you can, but when it comes to like China and the one China policy, you can't talk about that. So I believe Taiwan is definitely China. I believe in the one China policy, and China's great. Fuck that. I make
Mm-hmm.
too much money here to be fucking around.
Hey, speaking. Hey,
That's right.
Hey,
That's right.
speaking about the artificial womb thing. The crazy thing
Uh-huh.
about that is, I hope they start with weak genomes, BGS. If they start with strong genomes, we're gonna have to fight a
Uh-huh.
whole bunch of defective strong motherfuckers.
Yes, that's what
That's the
strong
one
retarded
fear I
niggas.
have.
I have fears that
Exactly. Like it's gonna
Man,
be.
I can't help but keep thinking about Robin Harris in my head right now. Think about test tube
Why?
baby.
Test two
Remember,
babies.
remember that, man? I mean, I'm telling my age, but
Yeah, I remember Test Tube Baby. I remember I
oh
used
man,
to go watch him live, man. I missed that brother.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
I
he
saw
was
him in
totally
the house
something.
party. House
Oh,
party.
no, yeah, he used to actually host a club on Lemert, and me and my ex used to go. My ex fiance used to go down and see him like once or twice a month. Funny as
Didn't
shit
Yeah,
though.
didn't didn't
yeah,
Martin Lawrence perform for him at one of his clubs back
Yeah.
in the day?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. If you
Robert
in
Harris
L.A.,
was one
you
of the
came through
greats, man.
came through his club. Yeah, back in the
He's
day.
one of the greats, bro. He was it. But just it's all Terminator like now with all the we got
Hmm.
to do the artificial wombs, and then okay, who's picking whose genes is gonna be put into the code?
Hmm.
Who's picking who's gonna be structured? What they gonna look like?
It's either going to be the women themselves picking who pay for
Hmm.
it, or the
they
state.
should
That
always
that
be
that
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 way.
is that is the mouse art. That's the experimental one for the mice.
Okay.
That's
Wow.
artificial. Yeah, that's the
Wow.
artificial womb thing.
Man, it's a wrap, man. It's a wrap for humanity. It's over.
But then,
Wow.
but we been said Ghost in the Shell type stuff,
Yeah.
and all the other movies. What was the movie? Galactica type stuff. It's coming.
Oh yeah.
It's coming.
It's
Matrix.
coming. Oh
Niggas
yeah,
gonna
it's
be
Yep.
coming.
living in them. Hey,
Yeah.
DGS, we gonna be living in them little ass
In fact, we
apartments
talked
and shit.
about this like almost 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Matrix, right?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
the rise of the
The Matrix,
machines.
yeah.
them little boxes, them little prisons that they lived in, the
It's
Uh,
little
see,
funny,
window. Come
see
on,
what
man.
see the headlines? Yep.
man. But which is as an African looking to the outside world is fun. It's like we have popcorn in our hands and think, okay, what happens in the next 10 years? Let's watch
you
everything
you
around us will burn to death.
but this is the pushback I
You
give you,
guys got to
Snake
you
Man.
guys got to you guys got to get toilets and electricity first, man. Most of these.
See,
I mean,
Snake Man, you see what he
you
did
think I'm
there? You
allowed?
see?
Oh,
No,
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 do
no,
you
no.
think no, I'm serious. Okay, that's what they have to work on. Uh,
No, it's not. It's not about getting things. As an
yeah,
outsider watching.
if it's infrastructure, toilets just
No,
don't
no,
happen. Yeah.
Yeah, like
no, no. It's not
and
about that. It's
What?
not about that.
Go ahead, Snake Man.
What I was talking about.
you-
All this innovation, all these things that happen around the world. As an African looking outside, it's
Okay.
like China. It's like Chino to us. It's like, okay, what's happening next? Because we know we'll be here around the next thousand of years, like the thousand of years before that.
man, see, this is the
You don't
thing.
know.
Like Africa,
One at a time.
Africa's
Yeah.
quite interesting, right?
Yeah. They're up and coming.
Because there's
Yeah.
two things that I think that's quite interesting about Africa. Number
Mhm.
one, I don't understand why you guys complain about the Chinese. The Chinese and China has built your infrastructure,
Yeah.
and India has built your
Who's
medical
complaining?
infrastructure.
Who's
No,
complaining?
A lot.
nobody's the thing. It's not you. It's not Africans complaining. It's African Americans complaining. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I
Yeah.
don't know what the fuck they're talking about because
Yeah.
that's beneficial to
Oh
everybody.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it wasn't. It was after I moved to China, I saw the opportunities that were there because what the
Hmm.
Chinese were doing, right? And that's why I did the chicken farm because they built the infrastructure. So now that we can deliver, and soon I'm going to be exporting. But
Okay.
Africa's very interesting because right now that's kind of like the last frontier as far as
Hmm.
like modernizing, right?
Hmm.
And it's kind of crazy that like Africans ain't trying to build your shit up.
Apparently, that's
It,
saving them.
it's slow. I mean, it's slower than they like, and basically, they're the last one on the list. And basically, if you look at when they started, right? Because when I was over there, like in before that, before 2010, right? It's
Hmm.
almost nothing, right? So,
Right.
then basically they didn't start the East African corridor till like 2013. Okay.
True. True.
Um,
True. True.
so talk about 9 years. Look at the progress they made in 9 years. It's almost like light speed. Believe it or not, they didn't have a satellite until Gaddafi actually put a
Yep.
satellite up. It cost you like the call to the African continent. It cost you like two or
Oh
three
my
dollars a
god.
minute.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah. Remember that? Remember that, Snake Man?
Yeah, my
Yeah.
father was complaining about that shit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then what you call it?
Gaddafi paid the Chinese to actually put a satellite up there
Yeah.
for East like two or three satellites up there for Africa.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, because I didn't go to Africa until
yeah,
2015, 16,
yeah.
right?
They were
And
already starting to
so
develop by then.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, like Nairobi was
yeah.
developing and stuff like that. I started like 2016 till like 2019, and so
They didn't have the undersea cables, undersea fiber till like was it Snake Man 2009
like,
2010?
like I
Uh,
I think it's more recent than that, right? I think it's
No, no,
like
no, no,
like
no, no, no. I
maybe
remember when it happened. I remember when
okay.
actually you had a big thing
yeah,
about
it was
uh,
around
uh,
2010.
it's about 2010. Yeah,
Okay.
Because before that, because I was many times in Africa, and I literally
yeah,
can see how it's developed. Because as little child, there was literally nearly no infrastructure. Having a
yeah,
car was something new,
yeah,
and nowadays everyone runs around with mobile phones, and we have internet, even
Yeah.
with piece
yeah,
of shit.
M-Pesa, digital
yeah.
payments.
Because
And nearly everyone can afford a car, even if it looks like it comes out of a war zone.
because you didn't even have an internet cafes were nil when I was
Yeah.
there when I went there.
Okay.
Now they're
Okay.
probably all over the place because you have the cable. One you had the satellites, and then you have
Mm.
the fiber cable. So I think you have more than one. I think you have what two or three on the on the west coast and like three or four on the east coast now.
Okay.
And
Because like when
I
I
think
went in
China put in a couple.
2018,
Hmm.
when I went 2018, it's like it was developing,
Uh
but you
huh.
can still see like remnants of the of times before.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you'll see like paved roads. You'll see
Yeah.
like three or four big paved roads, and then everything else is like
Say discipline equals freedom. If you want to come up here and talk about stuff that you don't even have a clue about, because guess what? Guess who wasn't going to develop you? Okay, Europe spent 200 years. They didn't develop you. Africa. I mean, China really wasn't going to do it like this, but they kind of like had
they have
to.
no choice.
Yeah, they had no choice. That's only they're doing it. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have this. They've come a long way in 10 years. So whether the bridges last 50 years or not, or 20 years, 5 years or not, it's better to have them than not have them. Okay.
No, I
Yeah, I
agree
don't
with
give a
that. Yeah,
fuck.
that's
It's a pain.
crazy.
If I
Because
live in,
because the thing about it is,
But
even
but
if the roads are
but
broken,
these are African Americans. You can tell.
yeah, because
yeah,
even when the roads are
Cause
broken, right,
yeah,
it's the Africans that are building it. So even if
yeah.
it's broken, now they're
They,
trained
they,
to build it on their
and now they're
own.
trying to build it up, and that's one thing they demanded because they were bringing in a lot of Chinese
Yeah,
early,
yeah,
and they said,
yeah,
okay, no, you got to mix some Africans in because you're not going to do what the Europeans do, come in and build it.
yeah.
We can't repair it, so no, you're going to have to
Right. So
mix
even
us
if it
in. Yeah,
breaks down 5 years from
yeah,
now, it doesn't matter. Our African knows how to build it now
yeah, yeah.
and make it. So whatever, right?
Yeah,
Because I
yeah,
mean
because
that's the same thing.
discipline equals freedom. Your black ass ain't going over there and building them. Let's put it that way.
Right, right. Because it's the same thing in '78 when China opened up to the factories, right? They learn, and then they learned from American factories. Now they build their own factories. Huawei, right? Huawei is
Yeah,
uh, a direct birth of the 1978 Reformation, right? Opening up China to the world. So I mean, you got to take the short falls to get the long gains.
yeah.
So I got a quick question about Africa and the technological progress on the social side. Do
Mm-hmm.
y'all think there is any way for them to make that sort of economic and technological progress without the same social pitfalls that China had?
Nope. Nope.
nope.
Nope.
All
It's
right
built
then.
in.
No.
It's built into the system.
Yeah,
Quigley actually said, I might
that's a
have to do a video on
byproduct,
this
bro.
again. Quigley said if you adopt the this, he said there's 7 principles that the West, liberal West is actually built on, right? And 6 of them actually physical, farming, technological infrastructure, that kind of stuff, right? Weapons, that kind of stuff, right? If you put in all 6, the 7th, which is Western ideology, will follow. That's what you're seeing in China, in Korea, in Singapore, in Japan, in Latin America. Even on the continent now, you're starting to see it in the continent. You're seeing some feminism start to pop up.
Did you
Increase
Kenya
out
is
of
very
wedlock birth
feminist.
rates. Yeah. Huh? Say what? Say
what
what? We ain't saying
Kenya
it.
is very feminist.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's coming because they can
That's
afford it
it.
now. They can
That's it.
afford
Yeah.
it now.
Exactly, bro. You hit it right on the head. That
Yeah.
affordability is
Yeah.
all it is.
Affordability. Yeah. Yep. That's
That's
all it
it.
is.
Yeah, but I
Women
think
are women.
Africa.
Go
I
ahead.
think
So we're
We
Africa.
ain't
going.
saying it.
I think Africa will be okay as long as they don't do what the Chinese did, right? Because the Chinese now, the because of all the factories they opened up all throughout the South, or like I think like 70% of the soil is heavy metal contaminated, so they can't grow food to enough food to feed the people. That's another reason why they're over in Africa to building the infrastructure to ship food out. So as
Hmm.
long as Africa don't oversaturate with factories in their soil,
Uh,
they'll be all
uh,
right.
Well, they
well,
have plenty of. The problem with Africa is not that they don't have soil to grow shit. The problem with in Africa is that they can't get all the food that they produce to market. That's the problem they're having right now.
Well, yeah, because they don't
you
make
know,
finished goods. See, that's the problem. But I mean, but the factories are
Well,
coming, right? Because
they don't have enough power like refrigerated
Yeah.
trucks. They have the
yeah,
roads, that kind of
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of
Well, I
stuff
mean,
to
but
go in.
that's changing, right? Because in
Yeah,
Ethiopia, China built the hydro dam and things like that,
yeah,
right? And it built the
yeah,
factories, so that's
yeah.
going to change,
and
right? So
no,
It's a
you
work in
can't.
progress.
You
Go ahead.
can't. You're not going to be able to avoid the pitfalls. Look, somebody brought up feminism, BGS, and look at South Korea. They're literally preparing. Well, they're trying to prepare. They're going to fail at it. Getting women
Yeah,
getting the society to prepare for single women at 60 and 70 something years old, right? There
yeah,
was like a little documentary about this, a mini doc about this,
Oh
right?
my
The
god.
single women in South Korea that are like in their 30s and 40s.
We
So
need a
yeah, you can't.
documentary on
It's
that.
unavoidable. It comes with advancement, with modern,
yeah,
with excuse me,
hmm
with modernity.
hmm
You
I
know,
do.
just to
There's
speak,
ability.
man. Uh, one thing, and I've been trying to tell people. You see people that come up with these expat channels, right? People always
hmm
talking. let me tell
Okay.
you something, man. It's
Uh
so
huh.
many single, especially the sisters. It's so
Okay.
many single women coming down to Mexico, Belize,
Okay.
Guatemala,
Uh huh.
Honduras. Just now, they're not big in Honduras and Guatemala because it's still a little too risky for
Yeah.
them. But
Yeah.
Mexico, you can forget it. They all over the place. And
Yeah.
Belize, same thing. They all over the
Yeah.
place. Now, here's what they forget: you still coming to places that are still largely male. They still males
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
have a little
Machismo. Yeah.
male,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
male dominant, and so that's
Mhm.
how business is done and everything else. And they run into problems. And so many times I didn't have to come. Oh, can you come and talk to this person for me? Because I'm an expat. So I
Yeah.
get to know him and I see him around. Oh, can you
Mhm.
deal with this and that for me? Because you know this person giving me a problem.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like you try to tell them, stop coming to these places by your damn self.
So
Yeah.
They
so they
they,
going to
they
Belize
try
and
to judge
Mexico and
it.
whatnot, thinking they
Yeah.
could run the
Yeah,
dudes or something.
No, no. The thing is, that
well,
they
it ain't
think
so much
is
running
they
them.
think it's like America, and it's not.
Right,
Yeah,
right. It's not.
yeah.
Look, they
And
forget they're
mhm.
spoiled. They're spoiled, and when they
Yeah.
come to another country, they forget that you in somebody else's place now. This is how
Yeah. They
they
do.
get down. This is how
Yeah.
they do business. You're not
Yeah.
running stuff here. You're not gonna be up in nobody's
Yeah.
face. You're not gonna get the attitude. You're not
Yeah.
gonna, snap your fingers or
Yeah.
nobody's gonna take it easy on you because
Yeah,
of
and they
your
will
business.
they will ask you where your man is, where your husband is before they even
Yep.
talk to
Oh
you. Yeah,
yeah, oh yeah. They get
unless
real mad. Oh bro, they get real
unless you
mad with that.
unless you got some money, unless you got money. If you got no
So,
money,
but you still, even with the money, you still gonna
okay,
wind up paying because
yeah,
I seen a few. They get the little boy toy here and there. Of course, that never lasts. So
hmm
that's only as good as like the money, and that never lasts. Because
Lou,
them
I have
dudes,
a
they got
question
other
for
stuff to
you.
do.
Lou,
let,
I have a question for you.
go
Um,
ahead.
are the women compliant? Like, because I know Panamanian women are beautiful. I've studied Chinese. Oh, she was like half Panamanian, half Chinese, and we were studying Chinese together when I first came to China. Beautiful, beautiful girl. Are they compliant or are they on some bullshit too?
Who's
Bullshit is
asking
coming.
me?
I can tell you that it's coming. It's coming. It ain't there yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, I don't know that only Panamanian woman I see. I grew up with a Panamanian family, and that
Hmm.
they wasn't like all docile. They down,
Hmm.
and the one that the other Panamanian girl I know for some time was deep into the church, married to this guy that was deep into the church. That was a whole other thing going on. So I can't speak intelligently on them. Now, Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, could talk about them, but you already know how that's going.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of them, they still not quite in that American groove yet,
Hmm.
and especially if they back home. So if they ain't got the money, they now the ones that's got the money in the back home, they're starting
Hmm.
to flex. You can see it,
Okay.
and their daughters are starting to flex. But the rest of them, they still on the old program. It's the man still running the house, the man still running the business, the man still, even if they got the money, like in the old days, they'll still deal with because men are the ones still doing business, so they're expected to step
Yeah.
up.
It's
Hmm.
gonna
Yeah.
be funny to hear a Chinese woman say, "You ain't shit" to her man.
Yeah.
But
Oh, it's
no,
already doing it.
in
It's already
Shanghai,
doing it.
I seen
feminism is
American
here.
ones. I seen the American ones do it.
Art and Rage. Who are you, man? Speak up. Art and Raged. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
you're real quiet, dude. I heard.
Sorry, I gotta turn my damn thing
Oh,
off.
that's you. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Goddamn, Art.
Yeah, that's art.
Okay. You okay. All right. You keep
Art,
changing
By,
your.
art.
by the way,
Okay. All right.
Wing
All right.
Science, you were gonna say
Yeah,
something to what I was
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
bad.
I
I'm
said
sorry.
No, it's
yeah.
okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I
No, I
changed my
said I
channel name.
said
That's why.
feminism is here in Shanghai. Like it depends. Like because in China you have three cultures, right? You have the
Hmm.
north, you have the east, and you have the south, right? In the
Mm-hmm.
east, Shanghai, right? They're modern, they're feminist, they're highly materialistic. Like you'll get. I mean, it'll never be at the level of a black woman, but it's definitely at the level of a white woman as far as feminism goes, for sure. It's already here. It's been here at least for the past 5 years. But if you want like the most submissive Asian woman without like the Muslim religion, you go
Hmm.
to a place called Foshan. These women are just bred to be wives.
Hmm.
Foshan and a place in called Dalian in the northeast. These two
Hmm.
places where you get wives if you're into Asian women like that, right?
Okay.
But other than
Hmm.
that, feminism is here in China. Like it's
Oh
just
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Like you got dudes wearing fingernail painting, like dudes with like
Dude,
nail
come
painting.
on, man.
Nah, he's
Really?
serious.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
on,
It's
man.
already like that.
dudes
It's already
carrying
like that in South
purses.
Korea.
I
Dudes
told
carrying
you,
God
Carrying
damn.
purses
DPS.
right now. You got
Oh
I told you.
shit.
TikTok right
Oh
They
now.
losing.
man,
TikTok,
it's
the most
over. It's
They're
popular
over.
losing, my nigga. They
the
over there
most
losing.
popular TikTok, right? Let me
Hmm.
finish this, right? So two things.
Okay.
Right now, dudes are carrying purses, right? They take her to LV shops, buy their purses, and hold them while they're shopping. And then you got this one Chinese girl on TikTok talking about how boyfriends are like puppies and explaining how to treat your boyfriend like a puppy and control him.
God
It
damn.
is
Oh
here.
shit.
All
It,
Yeah.
right,
it is here.
there are not
Nah.
enough government
You just don't see
programs
it
on
because it's in
Earth
Chinese, but
to
it's
help that
here.
shit.
That
One
shit
one
It's a
is.
thing
lot.
one thing I watch I will watch in the future is how my especially my particular culture, because we are a little bit different. You don't have that entire thing of, oh, men have big dicks, that's why I ruin you, not women. And then ours is more based on family.
And
How
that's
feminism.
where we headed, folks. Mars Utopia. That's where we headed. And
We're almost.
welcome,
We're already there.
welcome to
Almost.
Mars
We in
Utopia.
stage 4. What the hell you mean? We at
Yeah,
the ass
yeah,
end of this shit.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, like I said, I'm very interested how feminism will merge with my culture, and if it
Hmm.
even really succeed. Because the problem is not really the equality with the women, because that is actually ingrained into our
Hmm.
African culture. It's more about we are not very socialist. We don't like that shit.
Hmm.
But yeah, for the most part, it's done. Like for you can't. It's hard. No matter where you travel around the world right now, it's hard. It's hard to really find a woman from like the 1950s or something like that. It's
It's gone.
you know it's hard
Yeah,
Is
it's
unless you
that
go to
what
gone.
you
Britain.
want from the 50s and
Bruh,
60s?
And I will direct
Yeah.
anyone to K-pop music if y'all want to see what the South
It,
Koreans are
it,
on. The South Korean men.
get that big black pill, man, and get out of
Mhm.
here.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Instead
mean
of
it's
black
still
cow, black
possible.
pill. I'm gonna start playing Steely Dan black cow and change it to black pill.
hey, hey! I've already said to myself once I bury my father, because that's really the only reason why I'm in the United States is to make sure I'm his son,
Hmm.
firstborn. I want to make sure I lay him to the ground. After that,
Hmm.
I'm out.
You
Yeah,
gone? You
I'm
out?
gone.
I have a friend. I
Yeah,
have a
go
friend.
somewhere and
He's
enjoy
starting a
yourself,
dating
man.
company,
Hmm.
and it's called Going Green. And what he's trying to do, he's trying to go to like these uncharted areas where like women have bones in their mouths,
Hmm.
and start like creating dating apps to get women like that. And
Uh,
I'm
No,
like,
bro,
bro,
the
you
sharks ain't
crazy.
gonna let
hold
him
on.
do
You know
that.
what's gonna
The
happen though,
sharks
right?
ain't gonna let him do that,
they,
man.
they would be killed. I already can tell you that.
The first thing that's gonna happen is those women are gonna raise their stance, and then they're gonna be just as shit.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like
Yeah,
the thing about it
you
is
gotta
the first
stay
generation
where
is
they're
cool.
at.
You must
The
But
stay
first
there.
generation is cool. The first
That is one
generation
thing.
doesn't change. It's the
you
This is
gotta
one
second.
thing.
stay where they're
One at
at.
a
You
time. One at a
can't
time.
come
One
to
at a
the
time. One at
U.S.
a time, y'all. One at a time. Who's
You can't
first?
come to the U.S. Okay,
No,
all that.
what I'm saying is this, right? Like, say you dating a girl and she's been in her home country for 28 years. Even when she comes to the U.S., she's not going to change that
Thanks for
much
the
because
plug,
it's there.
BBS.
Yes, she will. She will.
She won't.
Hmm.
Bruh,
She, if
I
they
she
have
is
don't
not,
have
friends
an
who do
age
that. I have
One at
hold
a
on,
friends
time.
whose
hold
One.
on,
One.
brother
Hey,
arrived
one at a
home.
time. One at a time, y'all.
hold
You
on.
can't. One at a
Go
time,
If
y'all.
ahead,
she is
Snake.
not
Go ahead, Snake.
connected, okay, if she is not connected to the family, aka
Hmm.
the culture, she
Hmm.
will change. That's why I'm always surprised about these SYSBN guys. A part of them, not all, a part of them, and always say, I take the women out of the culture and put it
Yeah.
into my culture, and tell her I'm surprised she changed.
Well, the thing.
Women are
Well,
okay.
they
I'm
they
sorry.
will they will change, but the thing is that okay. The thing is, they will change, but they won't. They can't completely change because they weren't raised in the culture, so they can't
Right.
completely change. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah,
even
but
Right.
even okay, even when they come to America, like Nigerians come to America, if they're first generation, they still have a lot of their old ways. Ask Issa Rae and ask what's her name,
yeah,
the chick that played Molly, right?
Yeah,
Okay, they still carry the old ways with them.
what
Right.
yeah.
about the
You're
second
right
One
though.
time,
generation?
one
Yes,
time, one
but
time, one time, one time.
the
Hold on.
problem
I
One.
have
is
two
Who's
friends.
one at a time? Who's first? You guys can't speak.
Let me go first.
We got
I have
we got 225 people watching. Okay, we only have one mic, one at a time. Okay, who's first?
I have one friend.
Mm-hmm.
He married a Filipino woman, took her back to U.S. He took her back. They were married. She was 30 years old. She did
Okay.
not change. I had another friend
Uh
who
huh.
married to a Chinese woman.
Uh huh.
She was 30. She came back, but they married like around like when they were like 25, something like that. Came back and
Okay.
she did not
Yeah.
change. When you've been in your home country for 25 plus years, you it's habit. And
Yeah, it's
hard
habit.
habits are hard to break. I mean, of course,
Yeah,
there's going to be little things you're going to adapt here and there, but I mean, but they
yeah,
are who they are when they're adults.
yeah.
Now, if you're talking about people who come to America at 15, then they change. Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
possible, but not.
Right.
But the thing is,
Well,
is that okay? I always talk about this, right? Because I have where I buy my lotto tickets, a little liquor store that like down the street, right? And she's a Mexican girl, right? And I got two daughters, and how she what the kind of tradition that she carries and the kind of tradition that my daughters carry from their mother is completely different, right? And these are people in the United States who are actually raised in the United States, right? Second, my son only dates Latina women. It's because yeah, the culture is similar, but there's actually very broad differences between them.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So
So
that's what I'm
so
saying. Like
go ahead.
when they say they, that's what I'm saying. Like when people say you bring them here when they change,
Oh yeah.
that's not
Oh yeah.
human behavior.
Oh
That's
yeah.
not
Yeah.
natural human behavior.
It be because I'm in Southern California. We have like the United Nations of Latin America here, right? And I
Right.
see these chicks every day. When they come across the border, they come across, but they don't change, man. They might, like I said, they
They
might
don't.
adapt a little here and there, but they don't change. Okay, they're
Right.
they're still they're
Yeah.
like the
Yeah,
like
first
like
group.
go ahead. Yeah, first group. Yeah,
Yeah, BGS, you right that and that first group. Yeah, they're
yeah.
not going to change that much. They got to
It
adapt to the society, but they're not going to
yeah.
change their disposition.
No, no,
See,
no.
it's who coming behind them,
Uh huh.
what they get used to, what
Yeah.
they have available, and then all that social media, regular
it
media,
it it, it, would- it
movies,
would it
TV,
would it
that
would it will change
brainwashing.
it will change some of it, but okay, okay, let's put it this way, right? Um, Look at this, okay? There's a reason that that they're separating the children from the immigrants at the border, right?
Mhm.
Because what happens is if you bring in we bring in immigrants, right, and they have children, right, it takes about three generations to actually change for a complete
Yep.
change to where they're
Yep.
American,
Yep.
right? But if you bring the children in without the parents, right, you can do it in one because you're
Right.
giving them what American parents, and
Right.
they will
Right.
adopt the mores of the American parents. But if you bring the parents in with them, it takes about three generations. Okay,
And
so
and,
they
and I just
so if you bring in a wife from a foreign country, she's gonna carry what she learned as a
the
child,
tradition.
her traditions with her. She can't
And I
change
just want
that.
to add this
That's
too.
built
I want
in.
to add this
Yeah.
if I can. And the second reason why she's not going to change because of the language barrier, because
Is
she's
that, is
intaking
that you,
that as
Snake
a
Man?
second language, right?
Is that
She's
you?
intaking it as a second language, so she's not going to understand it like you, right? And because
Uh
I
huh.
speak a second language, when I listen to their pop media stuff, I don't
Yeah.
understand it the same way. Now, if
Yeah.
she's been speaking
GRD,
Spanish
who are
or
you?
Chinese.
Who are you, GRD?
It's me, BGS. I just had to realign the YouTube channel name with the website since I've started uploading more content lately. You gave me a
Okay.
wrench some time ago because you realized that I was an Army veteran.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make
But
sure.
So
I don't want to take away from the
yeah.
conversation. Only
Oh,
once
okay.
possible.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I just want to add it this the like English is their second language, which is another reason. Even when they come over and listen to it, they're processing it as a second language. So that's another reason why the change will be extremely slow or it
Yeah.
won't change
Yeah.
because it's in a second language. They're not going to process it the same.
Yeah.
It's going to be the next generation, like BGS says, right? So
Yeah.
because I don't know why guys keep saying that because
Uh,
I am abroad and I have friends who bring their wives over and their
And,
girlfriend. They don't change.
and basically, well, you've been over to it in China what 16 years. You haven't
16
changed.
years.
You're still American. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still American and I speak fluent Chinese. I have
Yeah.
a I have HSK6, but I
Yeah.
still believe the same shit I believe, right? I
Yeah. Yeah.
haven't changed.
You haven't changed.
And
So
I date
Yeah,
Asian, I
yeah.
date
Yeah.
Chinese women.
Yeah, but
BGS,
basically, by the time you're seven, who your personality
Yeah.
is kind of set, and by 12, who you're going to be as an adult is pretty much set. So if you come
That's
over as
right.
an adult, that's unless you're going to take that person through intense brainwashing, you're not going to change them.
Right. My girlfriend knows my favorite food is pizza, but she is Chinese. She don't give a shit. She's still making rice. She's still making
yeah,
rice. If we have pizza more than two nights in a row or two times in a week, she's complaining
Yeah,
because she's eating rice.
yeah,
Period.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah. And
you don't change.
my only caveat to that
Uh,
is I hear what he's saying, and it's all correct. My
Uh-huh.
only thing is for the younger man is I hear what you say and you're right. So don't worry about that. Worry about yours and the individual you're choosing.
Yeah.
Because what a lot of that other side is, because I worked the whole immigration and the fraud and all that other stuff in
Uh-huh.
the former life before I retired and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So trust me, a lot of it is who these guys are picking too.
Oh
A
yeah,
lot
yeah, yeah.
of
If
them
you
do
if,
not
if
pick
you
wisely.
if you pick a whole if you pick a
Yeah, and it don't matter
prostitute
where you go, right?
someplace else, you're bringing back a prostitute, okay?
Yeah.
But if
It
you
don't
if you
matter
get
where
off you
you
get a,
go.
you pick a regular girl, you're gonna get a regular girl, okay?
And I
Exactly.
just
You
wanted
hit
to
the nail on the head because it don't matter where you go.
If
If you choose wrongly, you chose wrongly.
yeah,
It's not
if you
that
if, you know
that
hell in
woman's
Latin
fault. It's your
America,
fault.
it's too easy in Latin America. You just wait till after her quinceañera, basically a party, get her at 16, 17, and she's pretty much a virgin, and her parents hand her over to you. She's gonna stay the same. She's not gonna change. She ain't no hoe.
He's not
know,
lying.
It's too.
He's
guys.
not lying.
Latin America is too. It's too easy to get a wife in Latin America, man. That's already ready. It's too
He's
It's
easy.
like
not lying.
Rom.
Yeah.
He's
Now,
not lying.
Hard code written.
Yeah, it is.
What I wanted to say is,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Most of the time when I speak on this topic, I speak out of my African mouth. So there is no individuality. I always speak as a bigger collective,
Yeah.
as a family, as a clan, and I
Yeah.
can see it myself. Is when when like when we have our family meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you can literally see who is from the core culture and who has the watered down version. Like
Yeah.
I'm a part of it. Watered down versions. The watered down version are a hell of a lot different
Mm-hmm.
than the core culture. And the
Yeah.
problem for me is when I have a problem because I don't get a wife because the culture is not suited for it, and I can get a wife and then bring it. I see it
Yeah.
collectively. I see bring it
Yeah.
back into my family.
But
I will not expect that my children after 1 2 generation would have the same culture as my wife. I don't.
the thing is, what you know, what also what you have to deal with as far as Africans are concerned, right? Is because when they come over here, you're not dealing with like the bottom 90% of Africans. You're dealing with the top 10% and the
Yep.
more elite, more educated, right? But if you go to the continent and you find you a wife in one of them villages, okay, she don't have all that.
No.
She ain't got all that.
No.
She's 16, 17 years old. She's never been anywhere. She doesn't know anything. She barely knows English. Okay, she's
Blank
a simple
slate.
girl. All she knows how to do is carry water, cook, and whatever and take care of the house. That's all she knows. Okay,
God damn, you
but
talk about country.
oh,
It's deep jug.
there's a little spirit chucker. Well, fuck you, Snake Man. Fuck you. Fuck you, Snake Man. Fuck you. God damn it.
Bruh, why would you want
Man,
somebody that's not
If I
country?
could curse in German, man, I would.
Scheiße.
You ain't shit, man. Scheisse.
Down south,
Get your
yeah, down south,
fufu,
down south.
get your fufu.
Yeah. Yeah, in fufu, yeah.
Uh,
Go
So
ahead.
Why would you want
BGS.
somebody that's not country? Think about it.
Yeah.
If you, most of the urban centers are the same. It don't matter which country you go in. The
Yeah.
urban centers are urban centers. They got crackheads, meth heads
Yeah.
everywhere. Trust
Yeah.
me on that.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. So if you go in the urban center, yeah, I'm not saying everybody. Come on, we know the deal on that. But if you looking for if you looking for a wife, you're looking for a woman with certain
Mhm.
qualities.
Mhm.
Let's keep it real. You're looking for somebody with some domesticated qualities. Okay,
Mhm.
somebody that can do the looks the way you want them to
Mhm.
look.
Mhm.
It suits all your preferences. So come on, man. And look, the country is it. If you go into
Yeah.
other places, trust me, you want somebody from the village. You don't want
Yeah.
somebody from the urban
No,
center.
no, no. Well, you basically you don't want somebody from the upper class, okay? Because they're probably far more westernized than people. You know, you got to go further inland. You got to get out of the big city.
So BGS, I got a
Hmm.
question for you.
Go ahead.
So is this? I might have asked this before in your stream, but it's more so just a reiteration. Like, is this not the same thing that males went through in the late '80s towards the 2000s with the
Well, how so?
indoctrination, with the
How so?
culture, the hot girl summer, the city girl shit? Same thing where niggas was going through with the Bloods and Crips and being gangster and
No,
all
no,
that
no,
shit.
no, no. It's different. Because Hot Girl Summer is basically what they call it, sex, drugs, and rock and roll that the boomers went through in like in the
pretty much.
in the '70s. Okay. So basically, that's a cycle. Okay, Bloods and Crips. There's always been gangs and stuff like that. And the reason you had the rise of the Bloods and Crips, they actually became more like cartels instead of gangs, because the money and guns came in.
Mhm.
Like the Mexican gangs that were always been in Mexico, right? Okay, you bring money and guns and wealth into a criminal activity like a gang, they become a cartel. Like a lot of I think it was called them the MS-13, or what did they
Yeah,
call them?
MS-13 is
MS-13.
their name.
Okay,
Yeah.
those were actually V-13 gangbangers, right? That learned the trade in California, actually deported. All they did was go down to where they came from and start the same thing over again. But the thing is, they had no cops. They had no cops. They knew the pipeline, so all they did is acquire guns and money, and they became a cartel. So
So
it's
then
so
it's
it's
not
so it's
possible that they just got marketed to, because
no
there was a
no.
recent short that just came out about some black woman
Eh,
talking
I'm
about how
I,
Nicki Minaj and all this other stuff that happened.
the, I'm telling you how it happened. Same thing happened with the in Colombia. What happens? What happens when you mix basically gangs or local gangs, and you give them a whole bunch of money, and a whole bunch of weapons. Okay, eventually you actually get sophisticated. Okay, that's what happens. It happened with the Irish. It happens with the Italians. Okay, they were just poor people trying to protect their neighborhood, right? Until they got guns and money. That's what happened. Mexico wasn't like that, man. Until they flooded the area with money and guns. Okay, the gangs weren't that bad. I mean, they were local gangs. They beat up people, but you didn't have all the drive-bys and stuff like that until they got money and guns. Then it became, they became a scourge. That's what happened. So it's not the hot girl summer. It's just simple economics. I,
And
I
Interesting.
was
what
there.
would be the
I'm
economic?
in L.A., so I know what happened. And they wasn't that bad in the '70s. They beat up a few people, maybe. Okay, they try to crash a few parties, maybe, but they weren't nearly the kind of force they were when the crack trade came in. And then when the
Right.
crack trade came in, they were able to afford lawyers and weapons. They became a completely different uh, force. And then they start exporting their trade because how you get H-ray Crips in Louisiana or Philadelphia or New York.
Exactly.
The controlled
Exactly.
experiment got into the wild. I mean,
No, it
I
it it
understand
it, it,
that.
wa- it wasn't an experiment, man. I'm trying to tell you, that wasn't an experiment. Look at the history of what they were trying to do, man. Really what they're trying to do is make some money, right? Basically, okay. They're trying to fund. The they couldn't fund the Nicaraguan war through Congress. Congress cut that off, right? So they had to have another way. So they imported drugs. They didn't want to dump the drugs into white neighborhoods. They dumped it into black neighborhoods, and that's what happened. What they're trying to do, if they crack down on the opioids, you see the same thing happen in the white neighborhoods. It's not an experiment. Okay, this happens. That's how come they try to keep this kind of stuff under wraps, under control, because it'll get out of hand.
Exactly. They know men are enterprising. So
Yeah,
anyway, you got to get it.
yeah.
You
Well,
got to
thank you
get
for the
it.
explanation. I just figured since they're the biggest economic driver right now, since they
Who's
always
that?
cater to
Who?
females, they drive the economy as far as consumerism is concerned.
Oh,
I
that well,
figured they would just try to sell them something like how they
oh,
sold
that's
like
well,
black
that's
males on the gangster
okay.
culture.
Okay. The black women. Oh, number one, the black women have always been in control of the culture. Okay, don't get it twisted. They
Uh-huh.
were put in control of the culture in the 17th century. Started in the 17th century. They actually made a law in the 1750s. Okay, so black women have always been in control of the culture. That's what Monahan was trying to tell you. That's what Fraser was trying to tell you. That's what Du Bois was trying to tell you. The same shit that's happened as far as black males not being educated, getting put out of the house, all that bullshit. It happened in 1890. Du Bois said that stuff. So
Hmm.
it's a continuation of it. So what happened in the 1890s happened. It was in the Kerner Commissions, in the Monahan Report, is in the two articles that Art sent me in 1983. New York Times wrote. It's in the same shit
Yep.
that's happening now. Ain't nothing changed. Okay.
We
Oh,
repeat the
I'm not
same patterns.
disagreeing at all. I saw your dissertation on the breakdown of the Moynihan report, and then even a more follow up that which you did not want to do, but you did anyway. I'm very familiar with it. It's just after tonight's experiment, just going out in social, being in the hookah lounge, and seeing how
Oh, okay,
it's
okay.
yeah.
What's happening now? What's happening now is, and me and Green Gorilla's gonna have to do. We have to probably have to do a series on this about the patriarchy and what happened, right? Okay, basically, and I was actually talking to Dr. Johnson about this maybe like a week ago. We actually talked about this. Feminism is not a cause, right? Feminism is an effect. That shit started, or number one is the ideas of feminism were actually rooted in the liberal order, right? The liberal, the liberal philosophy that was in like Western Europe, right? And but the thing is, it couldn't take hold until what? The Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution actually gave feminism fertile soil. Okay, but the thing is, you wouldn't have the one man one vote without the Industrial Revolution. So all these liberal ideas, socialism, feminism, democracy, real democracy, actually started with the social contract, and then with the Industrial Revolution. Okay, so without the Industrial Revolution, without industrialism, you would not have feminism. How you know that is because it's not just in Western Europe where it started, it moved to America, and every place else where you get industrialized. Okay, you find out the same thing. That's South Korea was basically a war torn backwater until they started industrializing in 1960. How did they get feminism in 60 years? When there wasn't any. You have a very strict authoritarian patriarchy. In 6 years, yeah, now you have feminist problem. How does that happen?
Shit, they had the feminist
It's what you
Illuminati
just
till like a few
said.
years ago.
So it's
Huh?
literally a byproduct of industrialism. That's
It's a
exactly.
byproduct of industrialism. So
Mhm.
you change the environment. Well, guess what you change?
Those
Change the
within the
culture.
You
environment.
change the
The
culture.
women.
Okay. Well, look, like I said, where's the if you look at it well, he's gone. If you look at it, um,
Mm-hmm.
what happened? If you look at it, um, I always ask the question: where's the largest out of wedlock birth rate in the world? And most people
Oh,
can't guess.
it's within our community.
No,
Isn't
no,
it
no, it's
Columbia?
No,
not.
in the
No, it's
world.
not. It's actually
no,
Colombia.
oh, the world.
Colombia is 80 in the world. 85% is
Oh,
Colombia, and most
well, it
people wouldn't
sounds
guess it.
like from what you're saying, and of course you're the master scholar here, but it
Hmm.
sounds like that this is just going to be a reoccurring theme, regardless with humanity as far as
Yeah,
they advance. If they
yeah.
advance into an industrialized civilization or anything beyond that, this is just going to have to play the course. It's got to play out. There's no cure for it.
You got you have to change how you organize people because you're changing the environment. In fact, we were just reading. I was just reading the article out of the New York Times, right? Okay, in 1960, only 11% of white women actually worked outside the home, right? You had a 3% out of wedlock birth rate. Okay, by the time you hit 1983, right, you had a damn near 30% out of wedlock birth rate. But guess what happened in the meantime? Guess what happened between the 11% labor force
It
participation rate for
rose.
white women? It rose to what? 48%. Okay, and they said it's the same thing that happened in the black community happened in the white community. Okay, when you change that factor, that's what happens. That's how come the Chinese are actually actually like we ain't signing saying actually stop educating uh, uh, the Chinese, especially Chinese women, because they're not having babies. So you have to
Hmm.
change the environment.
And I excuse the laundry going in the background. I don't know if my microphone's picking it up,
Oh,
but
it's okay.
do
Because we're gonna wrap up in about. I'm gonna give everybody like 30 minutes
Yeah.
because I wanted to
okay.
go through almost at 5. But go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'll end it with these last two queries
No,
if you
you don't have to
allow
end
it.
it. We got 30 minutes. Okay.
Okay. So you said by organizing people. So would that also mean that you have to reorganize the structure of industrialization for that to happen too?
That's gonna happen anyway. Guess what's happening? Guess what's on the horizon?
Well, currently I think it's the mechanization of everything with
No, no.
AI
What's
and
what
machines.
AI? Well, what is that called? They call it
Uh,
something. The fourth industrial revolution, right?
I knew it was revolution. I just didn't know if it'll be numerical or have
Yes.
a name.
You're already seeing it. What are you seeing? You seeing replacing people with checkouts? If you have robocalls where the computer's actually calling people, doing sales calls when they used to be call centers. So all this stuff is happening in light speed, at warp speed,
in real time.
in real time. You're seeing it. You're looking at it.
Yes.
In fact, they're talking about. They're actually doing I think it's in Geneva. They're actually talking about drone warfare, whether you're actually going to use it or not. They're actually talking about that. It was just. It was just. I'm serious. It was just
No,
the
I
other
mean
day.
they ain't gonna give that shit up. Hell no.
Huh? Ain't gonna give up what?
Those drones.
What I'm saying
Doubt it.
is, I'm talking about autonomous drones. They're not autonomous right now.
Right. They're still being used with PlayStation and Xbox controllers.
Yeah, they're using with controllers. Where do you think PlayStation, and Xbox got their tech from? It wasn't from the army. It didn't start. It didn't start with. It didn't start with the Xbox controllers. It actually started
So
with the army
then,
firm.
sir, then there's no point even looking backwards towards history. It might as well just prepare for the future as much as possible.
Unless you get COVID goes buck wild, or basically the Ukraine and Russian war goes off the rails, and then yeah, you can start over. You might not like that
Well,
scenario, but yeah.
in that case,
To be
Jesus
fair,
Christ, you're
if we
talking about
start
an
over,
actual great reset at that point.
Oh yeah, it'll be a great reset, all right.
to
Not the
be
one you want.
hold on. To be
Wow.
fair, if you turn all this shit back to any point, we're gonna end up in the same spot.
In
These
the
are the
same spot
same.
as well. Well, yeah, but the thing is,
Yes, these are the
it'll
same
take you a lot
historical
longer to
patterns.
get there, though. It won't be. It won't be
If
within a
those
few decades.
surviving
It'll be in a
with the
few hundred
knowledge.
years. Yeah.
So, sir, so my last question is so I can just yield my time to whoever else needs to ask questions because I
Okay.
obviously came late here. But yeah, just the tonight's social experiment when I was out in the hookah lounge, it's
Okay.
pretty much everything you said, and that's why I wanted to chime in. It's
Okay.
like,
Well, tell us about it. What'd you see?
in short, I went to the
No,
hookah
no,
lounge just
go ahead. Go ahead and tell us about it. Tell us the story.
I went to the hookah lounge after enjoying a nice meal, and I realized that the ratio was probably like 8 females to one guy,
Really?
but the majority of
I
them
mean,
were
what
all.
area? What area was it?
This is
Was
in
it?
Oakland,
And oh shit, really?
yes,
Get the fuck out of
and
here in Oakland.
this is. I'm not trying to give away too much because
Oh
I
no, no,
took
no.
your advice as far as like you can listen to all this stuff on the internet as much as you want, but going out
Mm,
and having the practical application makes all the difference.
okay.
And I've done this at least 7 times just to go into the same spot
Okay.
at around the same period of time just to
Mm,
see what the difference will be.
mm-hmm.
And it's true. It's like they're in mass parties. They're all hanging out with each other. There's hardly any male influence. If there
Mm.
is, they're usually of the what's the safe word for your channel? Metro.
Gender fluid. Yeah, I call them gender
Okay,
fluid.
okay, gender fluid.
Hmm.
And granted, I have dreadlocks, but mine are not that long. But
Okay.
the thing is, I don't do any of the other stuff. It's like that's the extent of whatever that would be called.
Okay.
But to close that off is just you were accurate in your assessment, and
Okay.
I've been listening to you for 2 years, and it's like okay, I will listen, and then I will go out and apply, and then it's unfortunately it's true,
Hmm.
Thank you.
and
Thank you.
I don't say that with glee. It's just
Yeah. It
it's
is what it is.
saddening
Yeah. Yeah.
because they start twerking on the walls and doing all something like okay, cool, but then when a man approaches you, a straight man at least,
Hmm.
it's looked upon with disgust.
They don't know how to uh, uh,
But yet you do these
engage with you.
actions.
Yeah.
But you do these actions, and it's like, okay, but you're
They
trying to
they
elicit a response from someone who's
yeah.
straight.
The thing is, it's not they look at you disgust. They don't know what to do with you. They've never been trained how to interact because
So go ahead.
they know how
Sorry,
to
sir.
interact with women, but not with a man. It scares the shit out of them.
Hmm.
So then
Who you talking about, BJ?
this is why I put that in the
You
chat.
talking about women? Yeah.
This is why I put that in the chat where it's like when you recognize some of this, you don't really want to prejudice someone off of what their apparel is because
Right.
that's not really a good thing.
Yeah.
But if you let them speak long enough and then the apparel matches what they're speaking about, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, shit, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it must be a
Yeah.
goddamn duck.
Yeah.
Large hoops,
Oh
claws,
yeah.
things of
Oh
that
yeah.
nature.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
at
Something
first,
like
I'm like,
that.
okay, generally they might just want to dress up to look nice for themselves. Fine, that's
Hmm.
I will dress up too. I put on a blazer and I go out.
Yeah.
But when the physical actions override whatever the hell they said, then it becomes a
Yeah.
different story. And again, I'm sorry to say that it's everything you said was true,
Hmm.
and that's all I have. It's
You
just
talk about from the
it's real.
community of people, or you talk about from women, like actual.
What you
I will
know?
say the crowd was
Mm,
75% us, and by us I mean
eh,
ADOS or
uh,
FBA, whatever you want to call it these days.
mm.
And the rest was kind of a mixture of Ethiopian, Nigerian, things of that nature.
Uh, Also, what age was the group we're talking about too?
I
Like,
would say the eldest would probably be anywhere between 40 plus, and then everything underneath that was anywhere between 19
No.
to 35.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, probably mostly Z's, mostly people under 25.
Even I don't know what generation I fall under, and I was born in the 90s. I don't
Oh, you
know.
talking about?
Uh,
Oh, you
you
talking
probably
about
you're
my
probably
generation?
millennial. Yeah.
you a millennial.
You
Are
talking
you
about
are
my
you early
generation?
'90s or
When
late '90s?
I'm at the spearhead.
Yeah, so you're a millennial.
I
yeah.
was confused.
Very
You
well
talking
then.
about my generation? Oh yeah, these niggas don't talk. Yeah, they don't.
And
That's
the
And
thing is,
different.
they don't know how to
yeah.
relate, and that's the problem that they're
Yeah,
having.
there's no more
No,
of a
ain't nothing to
Well,
foundation.
relate to.
sir,
It's
I
scared of
don't
easy.
have a problem not
One time, one
speaking
time.
with. I don't have a problem not speaking with them. Like I can hold a general conversation. I've even acquired a couple
Well,
of females' numbers, but it's
No,
would you do? Would you tell me they don't know how to relate to you?
oh, you mean
That's
the
the
other way around?
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, the
Oh,
foundation has been destroyed.
And the younger, yeah, you're actually older. Thing is, when you go younger, they don't know, most of them don't know how to actually relate to each other. They're actually kind of
Autistic.
no, they kind of lost. Like
Yeah,
immature.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
because
Did he say autistic?
Well,
That was me.
autistic. Yeah, you kind of interpret it that way, but they're not. One thing is, they're more like immature.
yeah.
Oh, so their bodies are
Unsocialized,
grown,
I
but the
guess.
mind isn't.
In mind, the thing is that their social skills isn't because they know how to work. They might not know have a degree, but as far as relating, they don't have that. That's the problem that they're having.
Yeah.
So then,
I'm
sir,
starting to notice that.
in your purview, sir, is it? I don't want to say a lost cause, but is it not worth the valiant effort to even try to illustrate anything?
Uh, the thing is that hmm.
It's gonna
Okay.
happen.
The thing is, it's going to get harder to filter these people out. So, like anything else, you're going to have to go. You're going to have a network, and you have to know actually where to go. You're probably going to have to date a little higher on the food chain as far as its class. You have a better chance that way. They're going to bring in different problems
Mm.
with things. You won't have those problems.
But can men actually interchange between octanes from 91 to 89?
Depends on where you are. You can. I mean,
Mm.
the thing is, do you fit? Okay. So if you're 92 octane, they're gonna be more. They're gonna be be partners, and they're gonna be more ambitious. That kind of stuff. Okay.
Well,
Hmm.
If you want, okay, if I'm gonna tell you straight up, you in California, you really want a wife, you're gonna have to go Latina. You can't go black.
even if I'm a polymath,
I don't care what you are. Okay. You're gonna have to. If you want a wife, you're probably gonna have to go Latina. You're probably going to have to get a Latina that is probably
All
either just there or one generation away.
mm,
That's what you're going to have to get. My son finds them all the time. He's in L.A., so
I heard
that's
you
what you're going to have to
mention
find.
that.
And we ain't gonna talk about him, but
No,
he
not at
finds
all.
them all the
I
time.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't disparage your family member, sir.
No, no, no.
Not really.
Yeah, he's settling. He's 35. He's settling down. But thing is, uh, but he finds this kind of woman all the time. So, and that's what he says that if you want a wife, if you want somebody's actually a wife, probably gonna have to go Latina unless you're gonna look really, really hard.
Well, I recall your words of, I don't know if you want to call it a warning, but it's like
Hmm.
if you truly love the black woman, then you just have to understand that you're going to be dealing with the uphill
Oh
battle for
yeah.
the rest of your
Oh yeah.
life.
Oh yeah. 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 The,
yeah,
the,
fuck
the
that.
struggle is real with black women. Okay, it's gotten worse. But I went through the power. That's how come I never got married. Right. I got tired of going through the fucking power struggle in every relationship. Right, with black women. Okay, and had I been younger, like my son, I wouldn't even dealt with black women at all. Because I can tell you, the reason I get married is because of the power struggle. Every last one of them. There's always a power struggle. Okay, every last one. But that's what
and
you get. Yeah.
and that's because of the gynocracy or the pseudo
The,
matriarchy that's existing.
oh yeah. The thing is like with my mother and silent generation and before. Okay, you had a set role. Okay,
Hmm.
okay. Whether you have a disagreement or not, basically she knows exactly what to do as far as being a wife. Okay, they stopped. My mother stopped training wives. Okay, they don't train wives anymore. Like my sisters aren't wives, so they stopped teaching black women how to be wives back in the '60s and '70s
I
because
thought
they
you
didn't
were
like
only
being
child.
wives. Yeah, huh?
Nope.
So
I
what?
thought you were only child too.
Who me?
Yes.
Oh no 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 no! I'm the oldest of five.
Oh, okay.
So the thing is that you're like mid 30s.
I just turned 31.
Okay, so basically, if you want a wife, because my son is 35, right? If you want a wife and you're in L.A., you're in Cali, especially, try to find
Yeah.
you a Latina and try to find you that's like one generation away from coming across the border. Because once they hit 3 generations, they're gonna become feminists. Dr. Johnson is telling me about the third generation in his classes. They're trying to rewrite feminist essays about how grandpa oppressed grandma because grandma stayed at home
Oh,
cleaning the house and baking, and grandpa was in the fields picking picking lettuce and picking produce for 13 hours a day, but grandma was oppressed.
like how they're
Okay.
rewriting slavery, like
It's how
saying
they
it was.
rewrite slavery. So basically, if you're thinking about having a wife and that kind of traditional family, you're gonna have to get a Latina, and Latina less than either one generation away or less, if you can find them.
Hey,
I
yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Hey, I had heard what y'all was talking about with the drones or whatnot,
Okay.
and I just wanted to hit in on that. We was talking about the Xbox controllers and all that there.
Yeah. Uh huh.
Any basically PC controller,
Mhm.
joystick, or HOTAS, which is the throttle control and also
Mhm.
the altitude control and anything
Mhm.
of that nature is
Mhm.
available.
Y'all pitch and roll.
The HOTAS though, that with your throttle control is very important when you're
Mhm.
dealing with if you got satellite com with satcom. If it's coming down and you got that, like basically, you'll be able to within about 5 to 10 seconds, the stream will be able to be HD. You'll be able to engage targets.
Mhm.
Okay. And now, the joystick, like you were saying, BG is like, yeah, that,
Mhm.
that Xbox joystick ain't shit. But when they got that whole toss and that
Mhm.
government, like I got some whole toss setups over here that's pretty cold. But when unlimited millions and billions,
Mhm.
that whole toss setup that they got and that satellite com
Mhm.
is
Mhm.
better than any gig speed, what I'm saying, internet that we got. And
Yeah.
yeah, it will it will get
Wh-
down.
what do you think? What do you think they give Tesla all that money to put them satellites up for?
You
It
talking
wasn't
about
just for
Starlink?
consumers. Starlink. Yeah. What do you think that's for?
Oh, yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
that's for cable
we
TV.
are we are
To watch porn instantly.
that,
I guess.
that bull crap Elon's putting down.
Okay.
Look,
you
that bull crap Elon's putting down. What we got, make this shit. It'll make
no no you don't know what they put in them satellites, boss. You only know what they tell you.
that
Where you
oh
BTS.
think where you think Elon's getting all his goddamn money? You think he's getting it out of the stock market? Come on,
on
man.
Starship, right?
He
It's
this
because
is
the
black.
amount.
This
The
is black budget shit that Elon's spending, man. Come on.
Yeah, but the stuff that's public. You know what I mean? The black budget stuff. Yeah, you're right, BJ's. But that's public. The black budget stuff, like
You don't think they use public satellites to do this shit?
Of
Really?
course they do. They patch in.
the
No problem.
GPUs alone and the JDAMs alone, right? Just back in the days when they had Blue Force, I know the guy that made Blue Force.
This is the same GPS that you use in your phone is same satellite that uh, uh, does targets for the military.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
like
same one.
Magellan.
Only thing difference is the receiver. That's the only
accuracy.
difference.
But the difference is the accuracy.
Well,
You
the thing is that they on purpose they make your device only accurate within what the
10 feet,
$3 meters,
I
right?
think. Oh.
10 feet
Especially
or
if
so.
you're on
Okay,
Android,
it's
you have
yeah,
to rotate it
they
and
do they,
calibrate it.
they
it's
do that on
three
purpose for
hundred.
your device.
It's
Okay, they
about
don't do it for their device.
it's about 300 feet squared on the right side of things. So that's where they
No,
got it.
no, no. Your GPS is accurate within 3 meters.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is for is think about it. Okay,
Hmm.
you got variables. You know what I mean? So if your data plan, or if your, let's just say, your range or your variance in depending on the decibels, like your signal to
No,
it's
no,
a signal to noise ratio.
no, no. Your GPS is accurate within 3 meters. Period.
Yeah, but signal to noise ratio makes a
No, your GPS is accurate within 3 meters, man. Period.
not necessarily
It
because
is. I tested it. It is. It's
but that's
accurate.
because
I tested this shit in 3 different
on
countries.
what
It
device?
is.
On what device?
On your phone, you can tell
Not
where you are.
your phone. Not my
You
phone.
mean like you mean like
I'm saying
iOS
the
or Android or
devices.
something?
It does. I tested it on like 4 different phones, man.
It does matter. No, it does matter. It matters on
It's
your.
the same. It's the same. They stamp these things out like they're candy. They're the same. Okay.
If you were going, it just depends, man. Because I'm telling you, like it depends on the traffic. Like I'm a
No,
network engineer, right?
no, it does. No, it doesn't.
So
It does not.
I'm gonna tell you why, right?
Okay. All
Because
right.
right, we downplay some people's data, right, on purpose, depending on your data plan. You know what I'm saying?
Throttling.
So we will downplay your GPS seconds. Now
You,
that don't
you-
mean nothing to you. You're driving 60 miles
Shattered, 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 shattered. Listen to me, okay? Your GPS does not work on your data plan. You don't need a data plan for your GPS, okay? Your map does, but
it
your
just
GPS doesn't work
depends
on that.
on your service. It depends on your
Shattered, shattered. Listen to me. Listen to me carefully, okay? Your map depends on your data plan. You actually download a map, okay?
you
Into your
can
in
go offline maps. I'm not
shattered, shattered, shattered. Listen to me
Yeah.
very carefully, okay? You can actually download a map into your phone wherever you're at, right? It doesn't
Yeah.
depend on the data plan. Your GPS doesn't depend on the data plan. It doesn't.
Shattered. I kind of have to.
yeah,
I have
on
to
your
agree
phone.
with
You have
BGS because when Nokia had their Windows phone, they had this service called Here Maps where you just download the actual map to your
Yes. Yeah.
device.
You can. They do.
offline.
Basically, I still
Uh,
have my Windows
I'm
phone
not
if you
talking
want
uh,
me to go
about
live with it.
shattered,
shit.
shattered,
Like
shattered.
for
Listen,
military,
shattered,
for
shattered,
military
shattered,
versus
shattered,
commercial.
shattered. Listen to me. Listen to me again, right? You're not listening to me, okay? You have devices that Garmin does not. You don't need a data plan, right? It's
I
built for the
know.
woods,
I
right?
got it in my truck. I
That
know.
that has a GPS that is accurate within 3 meters. Okay, 10 feet.
I
You
don't.
can also call the 911 on any phone if it doesn't have a service. You can still call
Exactly.
911.
Yes.
You can still call it, but what I'm saying is this:
That means it still has a
all the
signal.
time. What I'm saying is all the time that satellite does not necessarily mean
You
that
got
commercial
okay.
or
Uh,
commercial data. What I'm saying to you is that
okay.
there,
Okay. Oh, shattered. Tell me how the GPS satellites actually work, and how many do you need?
I'm going to tell you this right here, straight up on a GPS phone, right? Because I use
No, no, shattered. I didn't answer the question I asked you. Tell me how it works with the
a
satellites.
satellite
How many do you need?
phone. I'm going to tell you what a satellite phone versus
No, 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 no. A GPS signal.
same way because it's doing the satellites, man. That's what I'm telling you. Look, put it like this here. With the satellite
Okay.
here,
Okay. Okay. You know what? You know what? You know what?
got,
Shattered. I mean,
we
hold
got
on a second.
ground,
Shattered. I'm gonna give
we
shattered.
got,
Listen to me.
oh,
Listen to me carefully, right?
let me speak it now, BGS, before you.
Hey, shattered. Look, shattered. I've been up there for 5 hours, right? I don't want to go through this. Okay. Okay. I'm telling you right now. I'm losing patience. Okay.
What I'm saying to you, brother,
Shattered. Listen to me. I'm
Shatter, stop
serious
talking,
now.
bro.
Listen to me,
BGS.
right? I don't want to argue about this, right? Tell me how the GPS works. Okay. I want to hear the rest of the stuff. How does it work? How many satellites do you need to get a lock?
Look, you need a triangulation.
How many satellites is that?
This is what I'm saying. It could be all different arrays. What I'm
How
saying,
many satellites do you need for the minimum
it
lock?
could be 3 to 6 to 9. It's a
You need two at
triangulation.
least, right? Two
No, you
at
need
least.
three because it's a
No,
triangle.
you need at least two, depending on where you are.
It
Okay.
depends on your if it's it depends on how high the satellite
The
is.
sat okay, the
And
satellite, all it does is actually put out a signal. That's all it does. So
yeah,
it
but
does it doesn't contact you. All it does is put out a signal. Okay, my satellite is here. That's all it does.
what I'm saying is this, brother. When you talking about J dams and when you talking about military, it
They're the
cannot.
same. They're the same. It's the same satellite.
It's not the same, bro.
It is the same satellite, man. They're the same satellites.
It's just different codes that feed through it. They'll
It's different
access.
receivers.
Listen, brother.
That's
It's satellites that
okay. All right. Okay. Okay. You got 3 minutes, man. Go ahead and wrap it up. Go ahead.
Well, BGS,
No, no,
before
no,
you
no, no.
go.
I'm talking.
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh,
Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, just to end it, I just want to know: is it wise to approach the whole culture thing as a scientist, or just leave it as is? That's all,
Yeah.
that's all I want
As
to
long.
know before I go.
Okay. You can approach. You can't change it. Okay. So you're not going to change it. All you can do is adapt to it. So you can't approach it as a scientist. It'll probably help you out more because you actually understand how the culture is changing. In other words, they're acting strange to you, but the thing is, there's a reason why. That'll probably help you more.
Understood, sir. I yield the rest of my time. That's
Okay.
it.
All right. Now, Shattered, explain to me how this works, man. And I'm gonna mute myself and let you talk. Go ahead.
what I meant was like, for example, a triangulation at a sphere. Okay, at a sphere. The way that you do a triangulation. This is the why they have certain different basically stations on top of mountains and in different parts of the hemispheres. The reason why is that we go ahead and we relay. It's a relay, right? Now, the first part of the relay allows the first part of the bandwidth to be able to be set. Now, if that's military, that's why when they, if you remember when they did the DTV, okay, when they made every analog station, you had to have a DTV converter in order to get TV stations. The reason why they did that is because the military went and took over the frequencies that was able to. It was muddying up with the analog, so they digitalized it and they made everyone with FCC be able to make it so where we own, now the military fully owned 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz. Okay, this is the normal Wi-Fi signals. All right, it's very complex, but I'll make it simple. With a triangulation on a sphere, you need a triangulation that could be able to be received at any part of the hemisphere on the entire sphere. So you need multiple. Now, what Elon is doing, we're talking about with the Starlink. Okay, now he's failed on some of the stuff because it was a lot of problems with the launching. So the Starship now he's gonna have to catch up because he needs to be able to make them. I think it's 30, 40,000 some satellites need to be able to make it. China complaining because it said we's getting in their way or
Okay.
whatever.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay. You going way off, man.
yeah, hey,
Well,
Shatter. You talk. As a matter of fact, you talk. You,
now that's lasers. Now see, we talking about triangulation. We talking about three with the GPS.
bro.
Okay.
You
Okay.
talking about
Okay.
We talking
GPS?
about
Look, man. I'm
What?
thousands.
taking.
We
Oh
talking
Okay.
my
about
god.
thousands. Now
Shattered. Shattered. What does a GPS satellite do?
the GPS satellite allows for the timing, which is most important. The time, location, and telemetry.
What is it What is it broadcast?
It's broadcasting the telemetry.
And its position of where it is, right?
The telemetry is the position where
And,
it is, where it was, and where it will be.
so basically, it is not. It's basically you're not broadcasting to that satellite, are you?
You are
Nope.
receiving
You're all you're doing is receiving it, right? A
Yeah.
signal, right?
based on your level of user status
It,
And you
on
always
that
and
satellite or
initially after the
in other words, all it does is broadcast a number. That's all it does.
And BGS, after as Shatter,
for
there is a sense of truth to what you are saying. Since I
Mm-hmm.
do take geography, so
Mm-hmm.
we actually going over the study of the GPS
Mm-hmm.
system and all the
Mm-hmm.
different coding and how the satellites and how they work. After the initial process, in the initial process, you do need three to get the what's the word again?
Triangulate. Oh,
Calligraphy,
Triangulate.
oh, okay. How many points you need for
calligraphy of the.
how,
You need
how
three
many
initially,
how many points you need for a triangle for a triangle?
three
In
at
theory,
least,
three.
Three. You know,
at least
who's the first one? First point.
The
You.
yeah, the
You.
user.
So how many
the user.
how many satellites do you actually need?
Two,
Two more. That's all you need.
true. And
That's
then
that's a
initial,
triangle.
but exactly
I,
BGS. But
I,
once
I,
redundancy.
after
I,
that, after
You talking
I've
about
been
even after
I've
that
been
point,
using it. I've been using this shit for like
if
15
it if
fucking
it
years.
even
Okay,
after that
same
point,
thing.
you only need one. After that
No,
point, once you
no,
get the initial point,
you always need what?
you need
Three.
redundancy.
You need two. You need two to make a
two
triangle.
at the very least.
And
At the very least, would
everything
need
else
one.
is redundant, right? For is a check,
Mhm.
right?
The
But
redundancy
you at least need two satellites.
what
It won't work
redundancy
without two
adds,
satellites.
what the redundancy adds, especially during maintenance time.
Right now sitting in my room, I can actually have 8 satellites. Okay, 8 of them.
What I'm saying is the redundancy is made so that if there is weather, electromagnetic interference, it could be anything like this. Shit could be off balance. We need redundancy so that even still, if it's fucked up, we got another satellite.
There,
So even though it may be a little slower, we still have it. Okay,
there's
so
this.
now you have to
There,
double everything in redundancy
They're
has
this,
double.
they're this because they're moving and the Earth is moving and rotating. They're the same satellites that the military uses. They're the same satellites.
Yeah, but there are different ones. What I'm
No, they're
saying,
not. They're the
yes,
same
they are.
satellites. The receivers are different. The receivers are different.
Saying is even if you was on the same receiver, the difference between a
It
user,
does. It doesn't matter whether it's. It don't
user,
matter whether
a
shatter.
super
Whether you're a fucking phone or a missile, it doesn't matter. It's the same
user,
signal.
if you're admin, okay, you can
It
assign
does.
user,
It
super
doesn't.
user.
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
It's a
yes, it
signal.
does because now the
It,
data,
it doesn't.
the accuracy,
The
and
it
that's the
doesn't. It do, the
accuracy,
only we're
the
shattered.
accuracy is
The only difference is there's a reason that they make it imprecise like that, so that the
what I
public can't
just
use
said,
it.
man. We agreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
What did I just say? Okay, your phone, the chip that you have in your phone is accurate up to what? It has a variance of like
I,
10
I,
meter,
would,
like
I would never
10 feet.
add a stone.
shattered. Shut up for a second, right? I let you talk, did I not?
I'm quiet.
I
I'm
let you
listening.
talk. I let you talk. Okay? Listen to me. The goddamn read the shit, man. Don't believe me. Read the goddamn shit. Your phone will tell you you're accurate to within 3 meters. I check it all the time.
That's
You're
false.
accurate to within. It's not false. I check that shit.
Yeah, but that you
Because some goddamn nerd that does this for a living would have checked it already and it told you it was false. It's
I'm
true.
telling you, it's false now.
No, it's not. 'Cause there's too many nerds that have a billion devices that check
Fuck
this
them
shit.
damn nerds, man. I'm telling you right
Okay, Shatter. You know what, Shatter? You're right. You're right.
now. No, I'm
Okay.
not right, brother. I'm
Right.
just
No,
saying.
you're shattered. You're right. Closing thoughts, folks. We've got 5 minutes. Closing thoughts. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing
Okay,
this.
so since closing thoughts is just open, right?
Yeah. Anything.
Well, sir, I one thank you for actually going onto this platform, which has been cutting off people like Jason Black and possibly yourself in the near future. Thank
Hmm.
you for expounding your knowledge on various situations that probably a lot of us would not be privy to unless we
Hmm.
got into our late 40s or 50s and then it'd be too late.
Hmm.
Secondly, I want to say thank you to the panel for allowing me to even speak because I know I'm kind of a newcomer here.
Hmm.
Um,
Just
so
want to
thank
make
you
sure
for
you're
that.
not a troll. That's all.
No, definitely not. I know my profile picture never populated. I don't know why, but it's
Hmm.
probably because I changed my handle. And the last
No,
bit
no.
was
It's okay.
I just want to say, BJS, thank you again for tutorials. This might sound like I'm blowing smoke, but it's really not. When I take the the lessons from the classroom settings that you put in, it's like practical application, and it's like again tonight was living proof of that.
Hmm.
God damn. I just again you answered the question, but it's sad that I'm gonna have to approach all of this as a scientist like I already was doing, but now it's been cemented that
Yeah.
just understand that I still look at people as a person first, but understanding that there are signs that can lead to, all right, this is the path that they either A chosen or B unknowingly chosen, but they're exhibiting symptoms of. So again, thank you everyone here. Shattered, you should probably stop talking about your projects online so they can stop stealing your shit. And that's it. I wish everyone a prosperous life and happy weekend. And I'll leave with that.
All right.
I
And
Anybody
appreciate
then
else?
and then let me go next. I'm tired of shit. And this is I just wanted to say
Yeah,
this.
it's
Look,
goddamn 3:30 in the morning. Talking
I
about this shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Shit, it's
know.
yeah, I'm
6 over here.
fried. I ain't
Oh
gonna
yeah,
lie, but
we're basically and we're actually losing an hour. So
true. Isn't and this is the whole lot. My thing is, I'm just tired of hearing all the bitching and moaning and
hmm
complaining, just from motherfuckers complaining about not being able to swim and sinking, and want people to carry them in a world where don't nobody get carried and getting shit. Simple. You gotta have something, man. It's just a whole lot of complaining and shit, and that's real negative and downing on the spirit. And I don't think there's already enough stuff going on that we talk about on a daily basis that puts us in a dapper mood that we don't need to be dwelling on these stupid ass arguments and all this dumb negativity and worried about who got what and shit like that. I don't co-sign to that necessarily. That's
all right.
right
Anybody
on.
else?
I
No,
guess I go.
all I was saying earlier, bro, was just that there are certain things that the military
I'm
has.
reading it right now, man. I'm reading shit right now.
Right.
Okay.
I understand what you're reading. What I'm saying, my brother, I appreciate that you
What?
actually
What?
go do.
Okay. Send me your source, man. Okay. Because you can say anything. Send me your source. Send me your
What,
source.
what I'm going to tell you, like
No,
the
no,
brother,
no, no. You're not gonna tell me nothing. Send me your source. Email it. Send it to me. Okay.
all
I'll
right.
read it. I'll
You know
read it.
what? I'll make a video. I'll do one better for you, my brother.
Read. Send me
I will make
your
a
source.
video
No, 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 no. What you're gonna do is
live
send
from
it.
home.
No, 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 no. What you're gonna do is send me.
You gonna let me?
Send.
I didn't
No,
say
I'm not gonna. I already told you what I want you to do.
you
Send me your
told me.
source.
I wasn't telling you.
What I don't have to look at it, man.
Well,
I'm already telling you. If
no,
if you want me to look at it,
you asked me to send the
if
source.
I said send me your
If I
sources, it's
send you
called
the
reading.
source
What?
of
Oh,
something,
okay, all right, fine, all right, fine. Next, anybody? Next.
Um.
I'm not gonna do this. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if I send you a source
I,
on the internet, that's just another internet source.
shattered, shattered. We're done.
shatters. It's 3 in the morning. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Come on, we're done. Go ahead.
Nobody cares.
Next.
It's
Uh,
6:30. All right.
Jesus Christ. Okay, go
well,
ahead. Anybody
um,
else?
Get
basically,
a
the
fucking
name
life.
of my new channel
Okay.
is Art of Immore Enraged.
Put it in the link. Put it in the chat again.
So that is the new Art of Immore channel. So y'all can subscribe to it. So and I've got a video coming out tomorrow. Well, probably two videos coming out tomorrow on that. So yeah, go ahead subscribe to it. Get me back up, and we're gonna have some more fiery content on that
All
channel.
right. All right. Anybody else? You all want to get in, or you guys all done?
I sent a cash app. Shameless.
Oh, where's
Okay.
yeah,
That's fine.
where's the new
Oh,
channel?
okay, okay. I haven't checked. Appreciate you though.
Yeah.
Where's the new channel? Or where you got the link
I
at?
It's in the
posted.
link. He posted it in the chat already.
Oh shit! Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
get
it's
on
called Art of Immore Enraged.
that nigga still
Hey,
Yeah.
the second coming.
Uh, BGS. After listening to your lecture back from 2019, I looked up Jungian and I actually
Oh, Union.
created.
Okay.
Is that how you say his name?
Yeah,
young,
Jung. Yeah, yeah,
young.
yeah.
Yeah, I actually created an album based upon my understanding of
Oh,
that.
okay. Give me. Okay, put your name in the chat so you can actually put in a link.
I put it in the back to StreamYard chat. I don't know if that correlates to the
Uh, uh,
YouTube
To
one.
the album
no,
or
it
some
doesn't.
music?
I'll paste
So
it for you though.
Kendrick's side of the game with that shit, deep ass.
But yeah, that's shameless plug, I guess. I don't know how this is supposed to work on the platform,
No,
but
as
yeah,
long as we know you, we don't mind sharing your link. So
Oh,
yeah,
this
it's no
nigga
big
actually
deal.
got some music. Oh shit! All right, that's what's up.
yeah.
Okay,
Let's
I need to check
let's
this
look.
shit
Let's
out.
look. Yeah, hold on. Let's look. Okay.
Say what?
All
$11,
right.
reasonable price. Can I listen to a sample? What is this? What does it even sound like?
We'll
Yeah,
You
it's
able
find
to
it's
out.
check?
it's available to listen for free. I mean, it's I the goal was just to get the idea out there,
Yeah, let me
and
see.
maybe others who have experienced that whole single mother being grown up and all
Okay.
that shit. And
Which one should we sample?
I would say Coalescence. That's been the popular one so far.
Okay. On the last one, huh?
Hey, do you mind if I take? You mind if I take some? We'll use some of this stuff. I'm of course I'm gonna cut it up, but use some of your music in the background of some of my fitness videos and stuff like that.
Well, let it finish playing so he can hear you. We're just gonna have to take a sample. Okay. All right. That's smooth. Okay. All right.
Yes, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you're trying to get out here. We're both on the West Coast. I know it's 3:37.
Nigga,
So,
Yeah.
me too,
but if
bro.
you want to listen to it, like I said, it's there for free. I don't push it as far as like trying to make sales. It's more
Okay.
so here's just a product that I've learned from the readings and the lectures that both you and now that I know how to say his name, Jungian,
Okay.
have presented, and I it just resonated with me. So I ended up creating an album off of what I understood
Okay. Cool.
about the male and female counterparts that live within everyone.
Okay. I'll after the stream, I actually pin it to the comments so they actually go back and look at it.
Very well, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right. No problem. Anybody else? Closing thoughts?
One question: that article about South Korea and their election. You gonna make a vid about that or another live?
I might because there's a couple things. I've talked about it, but I might because it's just proof of what's been going on.
Hell yeah,
Um,
that was a hell of a thing over there.
oh yeah. They've been talking about. They've been going back and forth with this for the last, I would say, 2 3 years. It's coming to a head. They're trying to squash it. China's trying to squash it. Same thing because the women aren't getting married or having kids because they're actually getting educated and having jobs. So they said we're not going to get married not to a Chinese man. Actually picking Western men that are actually more less patriarchal. So it's a problem all over the Asia.
World.
Hmm.
You're shattered. We're not gonna go back and forth, man. Just like anybody else. If it's
Nigga,
scientific, there's papers. Okay,
go to
with paper,
bed.
your papers. There's articles and papers and stuff for me to read. Send it to me. Okay, if you send it to me, I'll read it. I'm not gonna. I don't want to look at a video. I don't want to hear we discuss it. Send it to me. Okay.
Bro, go
because
to
because because it's obvious I've been dealing with this for the last 15 years. All right, okay, so I know what I'm talking about. And in the military, there's a reason the military actually limits your accuracy, so you can't target a weapon. So it doesn't matter whether it's a bomb, whether it's a missile, whether it's a phone, whether it's a car. It doesn't matter. The targeting is the same. Can you pinpoint an area? So it doesn't matter what it sees. All of they always talk about these GPS. They're trying to prevent the Chinese from using it, but the thing is, they're up there. Anybody can use them. So it doesn't matter what it is. So if it's accurate to within especially a bomb, right? A missile, accurate to within a meter, that's nothing. 3 feet's nothing.
man. This nigga said he ain't got real data. Go to bed, nigga. Come on, man. He said it's a press article, BGS.
Oh, okay. Well, then forget
This
it.
nigga, it's
I
almost
don't even
4 in
want
the
to talk about
morning.
it.
Good
Yeah.
night.
Yeah. Good night.
Fuck out of here,
Anyway,
man.
anybody else? Nope. Nobody. Going once. Going twice. All
Sold
right, you
to the
guys.
highest bidder.
you ain't shit though, boy. Take your ass to bed, man.
Yeah, I know. I need to go to bed.
Yeah.
Good
All
night,
right,
gentlemen.
y'all. All
All
right.
right,
All right,
later,
Peace.
guys.
peace.
Peace.